Що ми знаємо?
What do we know about Zakarpattia? What do we imagine when we speak about Zakarpattia? This is the most western region of Ukraine in the very center of Europe, which borders on 4 countries of the EU and NATO. This is the region with an ancient history and rich cultural heritage, picturesque nature, unspoiled ecology, magnificent Carpathians good wine, aromatic cheeses and legendary Brinzen cuisine, unique thermal resorts, and welcoming people of different nationalities who live in peace and mutual respect. Zakarpattia has everything to be the Eden in the world, to be the heavens, or at least the success story that is leading Ukraine to Europe. But for different reasons over the latest decades, Zakarpattia has been living through tough times, the same as the whole of Ukraine. Unfortunately, the region has stopped in its development, and sometimes it's even degrading. Zakarpattia has lost its confidence and ambitions. It has lost its people. The region has not been under attention of the people who were trying to develop the region. And this land has started being associated with smuggling, separatism, and crime. But even in spite of that, Zakarpattia keeps on being an example for the whole of Ukraine, since in a small region, there is peaceful coexistence of about 100 nationalities. We produce 1/3 of all these mountain skis, and we have componentry for Audi. There is a sewing industry here. There is good fruit, good vegetables, perfect wine, and organic products. Zakarpattia has a great potential and is probably the most under-assessed region of Ukraine. And here live the people who are striving for changes and are ready to create those changes in spite of all the complexities and difficulties of the epidemic and the crisis. If you're interested in this unique region of Ukraine and you're really wishing it to be a success, visit Reopen Zakarpattia Forum to reopen this region for yourself and to together turn Zakarpattia into the success story. With this video, we were trying to welcome to Reopen Zakarpattia Forum several hundreds of people for being physically present, but coronavirus has introduced some changes, not just into the agenda of our event, but into the life of all people throughout the world and into all the processes. That's why we have just a few people here in the room, speakers, journalists, some journalists and cameras. But this format will enable us to speak to much more people, because all panel discussions will be broadcasted live in Ukrainian and English. You can find them on our pages, which is in particular Varosh edition in Facebook and on YouTube. And there will be broadcasts of the forum at local TV, media, studio and Suspilne, and several of our partners in Facebook. What is Reopen Zakarpattia, and why is it important for us for people to speak about this region in the new context and with new senses? First of all, Reopen Zakarpattia is the forum of ideas and solutions aimed at the development of Zakarpattia region. We are trying to ruin their stereotypes which have been accumulated over the recent period, and to reopen this region for Ukraine and for the whole of the world, as well as to develop new agenda for the development of Zakarpattia. The project is being implemented by the Public Association Institute of the General European Strategy, supported by the regional mission of USAID. And this enables us to bring everything into life, following the principles of independence, objectiveness, and impartiality. And before we go over to our first panel discussion, we have a great pleasure to invite for the welcoming speech Director of the Regional Mission of USAID in Ukraine and Belarus, James Hope. Good afternoon, Mr. Hope. It's a great pleasure for us that it is you who are going to open our today's event, so we are inviting you for the welcoming speech.
Excellent. Wonderful. Thank you. Дякую and доброго ранку. My name is Jim Hope. I'm the mission director for USAID here in Ukraine. And I'm very, very happy to join you today, join you this morning, albeit virtually, to help kick off the Zakarpattia Development Forum. We'd hope, as all of you, to have this event in person, but like so many things in 2020, we've all had to become more flexible and more adaptive. But either way, it is a very exciting day for Zakarpattia. It's the first time that that Zakarpattia has hosted a forum like this with such size and scale and substance. This is a very comprehensive and important agenda with great speakers and great panelists, and it's going to be a very busy weekend. Now, we all know that 2020 has brought a lot of challenges to the world, to Ukraine, and especially to Zakarpattia. The region has been dealing with the COVID pandemic, along with the rest of Ukraine, since last spring. And we all know the impact of the terrible flooding, the historic flooding that caused damage, so much damage across the region back in June. But Zakarpattia's residents and leaders responded with resilience and resolve. Everybody, from government to civil society, to the business community, to citizens, all work together. And today, you are positioning Zakarpattia for a better and more prosperous future. Now, today's forum is a great opportunity to come together again and discuss the region's potential and plans to work to reopen Zakarpattia as a place for investment and growth. And with Ukraine looking towards the future and European integration, a forum like this can shine a light on economic opportunities and stimulate investor interest, which then leads to economic growth. Now, USAID's partnership with the government and the people of Ukraine is very strong. And this is a great example, this event, of the kind of partnership that we have. We want to support efforts to strengthen economic development, to improve healthcare and health services, and promote democratic reforms throughout Ukraine. Our priorities are the same as your priorities. So we look forward to continuing our partnership in the years to come. So thank you very much for the chance to say a few words this morning. I only recently arrived in Ukraine just a few months ago, and I look forward to the opportunity to come see Zakarpattia and all of its beauty and economic strength as soon as possible during my time here working in Ukraine. So I wish you all a very productive and fruitful discussion over this weekend and during the course of the forum. Thank you and дякую.
Thank you, Mr. Hope. And we really hope that today's event will provide an incentive for the development of the new system of eco-relations and development of the region in general. Our first panel is entitled Zakarpattia as the Western Frontier of Ukraine. Why are we not using the opportunities and the capacity which are provided to us by direct proximity to the border? But to analyze all this, we need to know what people live in, what the beliefs of people in the region are. That's why for our project, a very important goal was to hold a sociological poll, a survey, which we organized together with the Fund Democratic Initiatives named after Ilko Kucharev. And today we're going to have its presentation right during our first panel. That's why I'm giving the floor now to the first facilitator, director of the Institute of Central European Strategy, Dmytro Tuzhansky.
Доброго дня.
Good afternoon. Thank you for the opportunity. I'm glad to welcome you at our first panel, Zakarpattia as the Western frontier of Ukraine. And it's my great pleasure to invite to this panel my speakers. This is Andriy Sukharina, a political analyst of the Fund Democratic Initiatives named after Ilko Kucherev. It's Ivana Klimpush-Tsintsadze, People's Deputy of Ukraine and the head of the Committee of the Verkhovna Rada of Ukraine for the Ukraine's integration with the EU. Yevhen Lybovitsky, founder of Promova and a member of Nestor Group. Vahtan Kipiani, a journalist, chief editor of Historical Truth or Исторична Правда, and Mykola Repchuk, honorary president of PEN Ukraine. You're welcome. Please take your seats. And we're going to start our panel discussion. So it has been announced that our panel is going to start with the presentation of the sociological survey conducted in the late August, early September of this year, which is a large-scale survey, and I don't remember any precedent of such a survey in the Zakarpattia region, in particular, dealing with the topics which are so urgent and which are not that frequently asked. Any part of this survey is going to be presented by Andriy Sukharina, while the full survey is going to be published in the nearest future on our official web pages and in other mass media. So I'm giving the floor to Andriy. You're welcome. We're also going to have the presentation, as far as I understand, some slides, so the floor is yours.
Дуже дякую.
Thanks a lot. So my presentation and this survey in the Zakarpattia region is a unique one with no precedents. And even our fund, Democratic Initiatives, we tried to have some survey in the Zakarpattia region, but we have never had such a large-scale survey here, at least over the last couple of years. So not to take too much of your time, let's go over to business. It was a large-scale survey for 1,000 respondents. So what is the specific characteristics of it? It was split into two representative groups. The former being representative for all the residents in general in the Zakarpattia region. This was 500 respondents, and there were 500 respondents which were supposed to represent national minorities living in the region, which means that these were two parallel samples, two parallel groups, and their results can be compared. In fact, the survey was conducted back in August, September this year. Unfortunately, the forum was planned for some earlier dates, but the data is still topical, and the data is really interesting for further analysis. You may have a look at their selection, at the samples used, at the error. And here is some words about the overall assessment of the situation in the region and the expectations from the future. So the first question, how do people generally assess the situation in the region? And here I would say the results are quite good. Normally, this situation is assessed as quiet, calm, and even beneficial. It's like 11%. If we compare it with the overall situation in Ukraine, in the Zakarpattia region, people have higher assessment, better assessment of the situation in the region than Ukrainians assess their overall situation in the country. The situation is a little bit worse among the national minorities because as the characteristics beneficial was given only to 3%, 50% said it's quiet or calm, and 7% said that it is a critical, problematic situation. But again, the results are not bad if we compare it with such a problematic region as Donbass, where the war is going on and where the assessments are much worse. So their assessment here is rather good. But here is another aspect. We also asked, how has the situation changed in different fields since 2014? And only on two fields
Є зміна позитивна.
we have some positive changes. It's like availability of new technologies and means of communication and the visa-free regime. But as far as all the other fields are concerned, the respondents claim everything is bad, has gone worse, and the worst situation is traced in healthcare, and the correspondence of the government's actions to their needs of people like me and welfare of people like me. But here is again another point. The Ukrainian society is normally rather pessimistic. And that is the situation characteristic not just of Zakarpattia region. And if we ask people about something in the past, normally people tend to say that the situation has become worse. And from the beginning of the sociological monitoring, sociologists have to ask the question how the situation has changed or how the economic situation has changed over the last year. And most people claim everything is bad, the situation has gone worse. And that has been in place, the situation has been in place for about 25 years. Of course, this doesn't correspond to reality because there have been better years, there have been years with worse changes for the worse. But in the minds of people, there are these patterns claiming that everything is bad. And that is a kind of a challenge for the authorities to somehow cope with this pessimism, which we haven't done so far, but this doesn't mean we shouldn't try to do this. We can see that there is some difference between the assessment by residents in general and by the national minorities, because in some domains they assess the situation much worse, in particular in healthcare and in the correspondence of the government's action to the interests of ordinary people. What about the future? What do we expect? We look into the future with some optimism, but without any great expectations. And we can see that a large share of people expect the situation to improve, but the prevailing share claims that actually nothing is going to change in principle. And again, that is a trend which, on the one hand, is characteristic of Ukraine, but here in Zakarpattia, unfortunately, you have a little bit less of that optimism. Because if we speak about Ukraine in general, people always say that everything is bad, but still we have the expectations for the better, and our main emotion is hope. Here, there is also optimism, there is the faith that the situation will improve, but there is also a large share to work with, because most people still claim that they don't have the expectations for the improvement in the situation. Let's go over to decentralization and development.
The first point is the status of the region. And the general conclusion is that there is no threat of separatism in Zakarpattia. At least we judge it on the moods and feelings of people within this survey. The majority of people believe that Zakarpattia should be part of unitary Ukraine, etc. It means that the process we witness, like decentralization, is good, and only a small number of people talk about federalism, and even smaller number of people talk about separatism. But 31% of the respondents representing national minorities did not answer the question, or stated that it was difficult for them to answer the question. It doesn't say anything about the fact, but the conclusion is that we have to work with these people of Ukraine to form their vision of Ukraine, because it means they have very weak vision of Ukraine they want to live in the nearest future. I'm talking about this 31%. Decentralization reform. People believe in it. They consider decentralization to be good. 55% actually agree with the statement that decentralization reform will give to the Zakarpattia communities more developments. 25% disagree, and 20% didn't respond to the question. Regarding national minorities, the figures are less optimistic, and actually 46% of people didn't answer the question. And the trend is that the representatives of national minorities were not able or did not respond, did not answer the question. And it means that probably the state does not communicate with these people, does not show the vision about Ukraine, and it means these people are less involved into political discussion. But general opinion of decentralization is positive. But there is always but. People believe in decentralization, but people do not believe in their own capacity to influence the authorities. Only 13% of people state that they can influence the authorities. They can influence decision-making process in the place they live, be it in the city or in a village. There are only 13% of such people, and it's definitely not little percentage. When we talk about decentralization in general, definitely we want people to be heard, and we want people to understand that they can influence the authorities and the decision-making process. It means we have to work with this issue. The part regarding national minorities is even lower. Only 3% of people believe that they can influence the decision-making process. What prevents Zakarpattia from development? People stated the following issues: lack of competence of local authorities, indifference of people, immigration, and corruption. These are things that are generally typical of Ukraine, but here immigration is on one of the top places. Immigration is generally a problem for Ukraine, not only in Zakarpattia, but it is this region where we have really critical figures regarding immigration, and we have to take it into account. For example, regarding national minorities, only 11% stated that indifference of people prevent the region from development. I cannot address this issue. Probably the speakers will somehow comment on this answer. The trade economy, smuggling is another problem. Lots of people state that it's okay. They state that they are positive about it because if there are no other opportunities to earn some money to provide for their families, it's okay. It means they have positive treatment of these issues. And about 37% of people state that it is unacceptable. And we have to, once again, address this issue because it's important. What does the central authorities have to do in this respect? How the central authorities can resolve the current problems? First of all, we talk about favoring foreign investments. People talk about double citizenship for labor migrants. Lots of things were said about decentralization and building up infrastructure and roads in the region. These were the key proposals stated by the citizens to the central authorities. Regional authorities, here there were some other proposals and suggestions. Protection of vulnerable groups, building critical infrastructure such as hospitals and clinics, modernizing the residential buildings. So what trend do we see here? The national minorities have higher requests for social activities on the part of regional authorities in comparison with the population of Zakarpattia in general. And once again, we have to take this issue into account when we think about the policy taken by regional authorities. Migration issues, which we have partially covered already. And these slides, for me, are really troubling. Only 25% of people do not have their relatives who went abroad, either for labor purposes or to live there. So we are just do not talk about some acquaintances, but we are talking about the relatives, the family members, very close friends. So once again, only 25% of people do not have the relatives or close friends who are abroad. It means that people went abroad either to work there or to live there. Another critical aspect is almost 50% of the respondents state that they have been thinking over the idea to leave Ukraine, and 7% from this number of people have already taken some actions. So they were working with the documents or something else. And 43% were thinking about it. Just think, 50%, just half of the respondents, is a lot. We do not see this trend in other regions, though migration ideas are raised in other regions, but here they are really very high. So what are the reasons for people to leave Ukraine? The first reason is social and economic reasons, and this is the key point. People do not have enough money to live, to earn, to provide for their family, not enough opportunities for self-realization, and this is the key reason for people to leave Ukraine. Worsening of the situation with human rights, political persecution, etc., and the possibility to have legal opportunity to get double citizenship from the beginning of the military conflict or war. What is important here, in 2018, our fund conducted the same survey in Zakarpattia, similar survey in Zakarpattia, but this question was also present there. So since 2018, we see a trend of growing numbers regarding all the reasons. It means these problems, these reasons have been articulated more, have been emphasized more, and this is really a troubling sign, and we have somehow to address it. We have mentioned the idea of double citizenship. Why people would like to get it? First of all, this is the social and economic reasons. People want to live or to work in other countries. And among representatives of national minorities, this was the key motivation. And generally, we have quite serious support of double or even multiple citizenship in Ukraine. In Zakarpattia, it is 30%, and when we talk about national minorities, 50% of respondents were positive about it. I'm talking about external political situation. So the first point here is that we have a clear trend that Ukraine should be part of the EU, should become the member of the EU. So the majority of the respondents state that Ukraine should become the member of the EU. Only part of the respondents state that it should not become the part of the EU, and the tiny percentage state that they would like to see Ukraine as part of the customs union. So regarding national minorities, they support the membership in the EU. A very small percentage state that would like to see Ukraine as part of the customs union, and even smaller percent state that Ukraine should not become the member of the EU or customs union. Talking about the security issues in Ukraine, NATO is the priority, or non-block status is another point, and only 44% of representatives of national minorities stated that NATO is the priority, 15% support the non-block status, and lots of people did not answer this question. And once again, we can state that the national minorities are less interested in political issues and political developments in Ukraine. What were the sources of information? An interesting point, because it shows the content people consume. And here we have a very clear picture. The key sources of information are Ukrainian TV channels, internet sites, and Facebook. Facebook prevails over websites. Facebook is the, so to say, accumulated internet source. What are the discrepancies? The representatives of national minorities watch foreign TV channels, and quite often these are Russian TV channels, and generally foreign TV channels, not necessarily the Russian ones. And what is more about representatives of national minorities, they try to get information more from their families, from their friends and relatives. And in surveys, it shows that people have less trust in traditional sources of information. They have more trust in the information given by the members of their family, relatives, and friends. Language issue. We asked the same question in 2018, and now we gave the same question in 2020. What should be the instruction language in the schools and higher educational institutions? We see here some dynamics. In 2018, only 28% of people stated that in schools and higher educational establishments it should be the Ukrainian language. Now the figure is 50%. And we see that the trend is growing. Ukrainian language should be the key language. 30% of people state that in primary school it can be national minority languages, and in the middle school it should be the Ukrainian language. So we see here some developments. And one more slide about co-living or just coexistence with different ethnic groups. The key answer was that people would like to live in peace and harmony with the other ethnic groups, see them as their friends and members of their families. And there are only two categories where we can see some prejudices. These are Roma population and the Russians. Here we see some people that probably people do not want them to be their colleagues, neighbors, or friends. The different situation is about national minorities, probably because they are more isolated. Here we see some intolerance towards the Russians, Roma population, Arab people. Let's state about some exotic ethnic groups for Ukraine, to Germans, to the Americans, etc. We see that these things are present, and we have to remember that we have to work in this respect as well. And the final question was, how do you see the situation in the eastern Ukraine, war in Donbass, potential peace in Donbass, and actually really more than 80% of people stated that now we have the war with Russia. Among the national minorities, we have about 60% of people answering this question like that. What about the compromises? Here, the results are very much similar to the all Ukrainian results. 12% of people state that there should be any compromises, all the compromises taken in order to ensure peace. And the figure is a bit less than the Ukrainian results in general. 51% state that there should be compromises, but they should not be absolute ones or 100%. Representatives of national minorities, all compromises accepted 23%, but there are no very large discrepancies. And the final point I would like to address is new challenges. We see that this forum takes place under new circumstances, and the whole world is living under new circumstances. I mean, the pandemic situation, and definitely we had the survey conducted in August and September. But I see the figures as slightly threatening or troubling. More than 25% deny danger of coronavirus. They consider it to be just a flu or any viral infection. Only 14% of people state 14% of people state that it was artificially created disease to control the world, and 5% of people state that coronavirus is a myth. We should not wear any masks, it doesn't exist, etc. I think these figures are really threatening, and we see that all over the world we have this tendency, such opinions, and we have somehow to work with them. Probably here we have lack of efforts on the part of the state, on the part of the media, and only 39% of respondents state that coronavirus epidemic is the outbreak of very dangerous epidemics similar to the ones we have had in the past. That is everything from me about the survey. Thank you for your attention, and I think now we can have the discussion about it. Thank you very much, Andrei, about the presentation, about the survey. We really are grateful to your fund for becoming our partners. And I would like to remind you that the full version of the survey will be published, will be posted online. And we also plan a number of presentations and discussions about this survey, because each of the questions in the survey, or block of questions, I would say, in my opinion, requires additional discussion or separate discussion. And this is one of the ideas about our forum, Reopen Zakarpattia. We want to understand what is Zakarpattia, what kind of region is it. We have to deny or to dispel some myths about it and discuss the current situation. So now I would like to start the discussion about this survey. Once again, we come back to the topic of our panel, Zakarpattia as western frontier of Ukraine. And I would like to give the floor to Ivana Klimpush-Tsintsadze. You probably know her. And I would like to state that Miss Ivana is not only a frequent guest here in Zakarpattia, but it is her native place. It is her family belongs to Zakarpattia, and the story of her family is related to the story of Zakarpattia in the 20th century. The question to you is what Zakarpattia is for you, because you may treat Zakarpattia from different angles. You are a person who was brought up, who was born in Kiev, and at the same time, your origin brings you back to Zakarpattia. And were there any surprising figures regarding this survey?
Thanks a lot, Dmitro. I would like to start with saying that I'm really grateful to you and to all of your colleagues who are the host of this forum and who have joined in the process of organizing this top-level forum for the first time in the Zakarpattia region. And I really hope that we will have a chance to transform it into a kind of a traditional format for it to provide some intellectual ground to all the processes that should be taking place in the Zakarpattia region, and that's what I wish you. And I hope that this perfect commencement, even in the period of the pandemic, will really lead to that, and that there will be a demand for this discussion and for such achievements, which I think we're going to make and to voice over this weekend at the forum. As far as their survey is concerned, I cannot tell you that I was really frustrated or impressed with any figures. Maybe there were some quantitative parameters that in some cases exceeded my expectation, my feeling of what people think in the Carpathian region. But in fact, your survey confirms their intuitive guesses and intuitive understanding, which I have due to my personal contact with the Zakarpattia region and due to a great number of working hours which I have spent in the Zakarpattia region recently. And these figures only reinforce my belief that the Zakarpattia region requires a couple of things that need to go hand in hand, both on behalf of Zakarpattia and on behalf of the central authorities. And I would like to now get back to saying that your title is Reopen Zakarpattia, and you want us to speak about the Zakarpattia as a Western frontier. So I would like to disagree with the statement about it being Western frontier, because as I think, frontier is a kind of a security facility that is aimed to protect us against the world, which is not clear, which is distant, and which is alien for us. But the Zakarpattia region should be an open gate, widely open gate of Ukraine to the world. This should be our gate to the opportunities provided by the European integration. And at the same time, if you want to introduce the security component, we may call it an integration military ground. But as far as the frontier is concerned, you know, a couple of years ago in Zakarpattia, one of our editions, I said that Ukraine is the frontier of the Western world, but it is the eastern frontier. So I think that the Carpattia region is actually included to this overall frontier. And it has to help us to advocate the values for which the whole country is struggling in its fight against the aggressor. And the Zakarpattia region also has to link us with as many strands as possible with the EU and with the civilization, which is a part of our history. You claim, and thank you for mentioning this, that history of my family by my father and also by my mother is really connected to the European history of Zakarpattia and with the history of the fight for self-identification from the point of view of some link to the great Ukraine, to the main part of Ukraine. One of my ancestors was a senator in the Slovak parliament, while the other ancestor of mine was developing education, sports groups in Zakarpattia, which further became the basis for such sports clubs in the Carpathian Ukraine. But these processes were parallel from the point of view of understanding who the people of the Carpattia are and how the people of Zakarpattia can actually keep their self-identity. So, going to this forum, I tried to prepare a little bit for it. And I recall the article written by Andrei Lyubka about the impression of Mikhail Drahomanov from his trip to Zakarpattia region, as he called it, the Hungarian Rus, in the late 19th century. So Drahomanov set the goal for himself back then to understand this part of Ukraine as far as it was possible, to tell about it in the other part of Ukraine, but at the same time he said that it's necessary to send some people here who would work with this region towards democratic promotion. It seems to me that now we can rephrase his goal and claim that, in fact, we need to support the people here who are involved in the intellectual capacity, in the civil society activity, who have vision, who have priorities, and who are ready to verbalize their priorities and to present it to the central part of Ukraine. And at the same time, we may have some people in the center, and this corresponds to what has been mentioned within the research, the people who could talk to different parts of the society here in the Zakarpattia region in order to kind of lead here. In fact, the problem is that over 30 years of our independence, as I think, and I have already mentioned it a couple of times, and I've made this in public in different discussions, which are not that public, that Ukraine has not been present, the state of Ukraine has not been present in the sufficient amount in the Zakarpattia region. And since the people of the Zakarpattia did not promote their agenda in the center and didn't offer some of their priorities, and that was one of the reasons, but at the same time, the state of Ukraine was happy that some people were dealing with the Zakarpattia region. Some neighboring countries were dealing with this, and now we see the fruit of this, the result of this, because we have lost some leadership in our communication with the society. Also, some criminals have taken use of this, and it was in contradiction with how the state is developing. They were trying to establish some economic capacities which are really ruining the state from the inside. Therefore, the success and the future development of the Carpathian region is possible only on condition that some components come into play. I mean here consensus between civil society, which is, by the way, not that active in the Carpathian region and which is kind of a paternalistic society in general. It's characteristic of the whole of Ukraine, but here in the Zakarpattia region, and it can be seen from the survey that the Zakarpattia region is looking for the social protection, for some economic protection and security, without paying too much effort on its part to create such conditions and such protection and security. But at the same time, the success of the Zakarpattia region really belongs and their degree of consensus from the point of view of our direction. And it seems to me that today, both at the institutional level, at the legislative, executive level, at the level of civil society, and even the level of cooperation with our international partners. So from all these points of view, we can see kind of a destruction of the common approach that must be used in the future for Ukraine to move on. I would say that this is destruction of the institutional, emotional level, and maybe this forum could develop a number of priorities following which we could move on, taking them as the principles for their establishment of an attractive region that could become the European military ground or European ground, EU ground for Ukraine. And then the authorities could help with this. And also a couple of words about the points which I guess are going to be mentioned today and tomorrow, because we need to realize that if there is a strategic vision, which we really lack here in the Zakarpattia region, and if this vision is based on local principles, then it's necessary to have this vision, to have the intellectual resource, to ensure it, to have this system of governance, which would be effective, to have some systemic steps made to achieve the goal, while all these things are unfortunately lacking. They don't work well. And of course, there are some elementary components which are on the surface, and Zakarpattia can make use of at any of those opportunities. It's like availability of the border, and also we claim that definitely there must be some infrastructural vessels connecting the Zakarpattia region from the whole of Ukraine and to the inside, and also with other countries which are our neighbors. And we know that we have six checkpoints on the border with Hungary, and we intend to have 2 more. But you know that we have Romania, where the length of the border is twice as large, and we don't have enough checkpoints, and that means that we underuse our opportunities for communicating with the European Union. We're not using trans-border cooperation programs and the opportunities which we should make use of in Ukraine. And we are also not working enough to promote our agenda in other countries via support of our national minorities, because the national minority in Romania could definitely become richer due to the support from the Ukrainian state. So it's not only about the Zakarpattia region, it's about the overall national policy. And you know that we have had a discussion with our colleagues in the previous government, and we said that, okay, we have closed some consul offices, consulates in Romania, in Slovakia, because of lack of funding, because of lack of money. Well, the reasons are clear. But anyway, we have lost our positions there, so we need to restore them. That's why it's all about infrastructure. It's all about this combination of the things which I have mentioned. And it's all about establishing of some tourist myth about the Zakarpattia region and uniting all those attractive elements within one picture. And also it's about the ability of promoting our opportunities and advantages, because we open a lot of things for ourselves, but we cannot share this knowledge with other parts of the world, for not Ukrainians and Europeans to come here, but for the most demanding tourists, Chinese people, to come here and to leave money, because then probably we will not be faced with the problem of migration and the need to be looking for some social and economic protection in other countries. So I have a lot more ideas, but I think that my colleagues are going to add something. Thank you, Ivana, for your report and for your insight or your remarks leading to the speeches of other speakers. You know, the idea behind our forum is to try and give answers to some questions which you ask the questions which are urgent. I wouldn't call these problems, I would call them challenges, but how do we need to settle them for them to become a point of growth? I would like to give the floor to Yevhen Hlibovitsky for him to speak about the strategic vision. And my question is as follows. If you were to write the strategy for the development of Zakarpattia region, what would you start with from the point of view of feeling of the region and its place in the Central Europe, in the Ukrainian context? And what would you use from this sociological survey? Where are the key points? Well, first of all, thanks a lot to the authors of this survey for doing this job, because it makes certain conclusions and helps us turn over the page and move forward. Also, it seems to me that if we speak about the strategy for the Zakarpattia region, so in order to write this strategy, we need some 5 years of research work, without which the strategy would just fail. One of the key things which we need badly is the research of the values of the residents of the Zakarpattia region. In some social and political researches, we're not going to see the reasons of the phenomena which are described there. For example, if people like smuggling, so most probably the problem is not of the institutional level, but of cultural level, because people don't feel ownership of the system of rules in which they exist. They don't feel that the rules are subordinated to them, are accountable to them. Therefore, the rules could be violated if they can avoid punishment and sanctions. And in this sense, it seems to me that we need to go deeper into culture. And if we do that, this needs that we go deeper into interpretations. And I have pointed out some things for myself, which, as for me, are on the surface. And these are the questions we need to discuss. We claim that a lot of people from Zakarpattia region are living abroad. But what does mean many people? And what is the red line after which we can claim that that is the critical number? 3% of Americans keep living abroad all the time. 10% of people from Great Britain live abroad. 20% of New Zealanders live abroad. So have they crossed this red line or no? We're in the global world and not in the Soviet idea of having the Iron Curtain, which we cannot cross. People go here and there because they have better opportunities for employment, because they have mixed marriages, and there are a number of other reasons. And this is natural movement in our conditions. So what we need to realize is where it becomes critical, where it becomes a threat, and where we stop restoring the resources which we have. And this could not be done within short-term planning. I've had a lot of discussions in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and I was saying that any strategy cannot be shorter than 10 years, because only within this time span we can see some demographic changes. And if we don't see any demographic changes, our strategy is going to be wrong. And it seems to me that what we lack strongly is data and a competent institution that would be leading the process. I guess that we must have an analytical center or a set of analytical centers which would be independent and which would not be affected by any changes in the administration, in the authorities, changes in any political vectors here and there. And these centers will keep moving, keep processing the data, and keep doing the research. All the more that, as I have seen, since we have the Ukrainian Cultural Fund, which finances different researches related to cultural value, we have had some regional researches of cultural values, but the research has not been held in the Zakarpattia region. So in this case and in some other cases, I have a question. What about our initiative in the Zakarpattia region? Why is the initiative so pressed? This is the region of entrepreneurs, but why is this initiative going into smuggling and not into establishment of institutions. What's wrong? I think that what's wrong is control of the central authorities, central executive authorities, and in particular the judiciary over the enforcement of the laws of Ukraine and the constitution in the Zakarpattia region. And at local election, I could see the trend, the upward trends to competitive policy. And there is not just one party any longer, but the question is, how far is the political pluralism we are watching now is based on liberty and freedom? And here, there are a lot of questions, and the questions are, can we make small companies into middle-sized companies or medium-sized companies into large companies in the Zakarpattia region? Because we have had substantial restrictions within the region which constitute a barrier for this. We live in the conditions when one permission for one building has removed air connection with the whole region. And so far, we don't have any opportunity like to fly from Kyiv or from any other part of the country to fly to Zakarpattia unless you take a charter plane. And that is the example of how norms don't function, because these norms really need to start functioning. And the solution lies in the Zakarpattia region to being more integrated with other parts of Ukraine, which means school exchange programs. And we have started doing this with Donbass, but I think that we need to do this with all the regions of Ukraine, with Lviv region, with the Kyiv region. We would need to learn how to translate our senses from one regional language into other regional languages, like how we see some things in the trend of Zakarpattia, in the sense of Lviv region, in the sense of Donbass region, which would stand for a great number of corporate exchanges, voter exchanges, school children exchanges. So these are the programs we need badly. And therefore, again, we do have the regulatory framework for this. We do have all the opportunities, including budgeting opportunities. And the question is, why do the people who would need to do this are not doing this, are not implementing this? And the reason here, again, is that local agenda, the same as, is different from central agenda. And real agendas are not the way they are actually voiced. And Ivana has mentioned that actually the civil society should be involved in amending and adjusting this agenda. But if we don't have the critical mass within the local civil society, that is a good reason for going to Kyiv and to ask why don't they come to the Zakarpattia so frequently. That's what we actually did, but we did it twice over, so we have invited you here. So the question is, why do we have only one example like this? Why not many of such examples?
And finally, concluding, I would like to state that all these things open some prospects for us. It doesn't mean that we have simultaneous changes, or I mean that it starts and the changes are becoming stronger and stronger. But the first point probably I would like to make is to have a cool-headed approach to data. The second point, I would probably address more institutions. And the third point, I would probably study the integration process inside Ukraine. But if right now I am in Zakarpattia, but if I were in a different region of Ukraine, I would probably stay the same. Thank you very much, Mr. Hripovitsky, for your ideas and thoughts. Thank you for the ideas to think over. And now I would like to give the floor to Mr. Vahtan Kipiani. Ms. Ivana has already mentioned the historic concept. Zakarpattia is the region not only with rich history, but with a dramatic history. And throughout the 20th century, the region has been the eastern frontier of Ukraine. So it has undergone a number of changes. Please produce your vision of Zakarpattia. What kind of region is it? What are your reflections about the survey presented? Thank you, Dmitro. Thank you for inviting me to participate in the forum. Thank you very much, dear colleagues who have already provided some thoughts. The figures are interesting. I do not see them as problematic, but the point is that very often we do not see the problems where they really are. And one of the issues we have to address is that by being globalized, by reopening something, we should not lose the ground we stand on, because definitely there are lots of regions where there have been wars, and Zakarpattia is a typical example which was the focus of interests of a number of countries, nations, and states. I do not state that it is the favorite part of land, because, well, we know that there are some stories related to different parts of the country, but we can definitely state that there were competitions for this particular land, I mean cultural and political ones. And if we fill Ukrainian Zakarpattia with different things, different ideas, there will be lots of willing people to come here, not necessarily to do something here, but to engage this region into their field of influence. We already have these Donbass cases. Nobody has ever thought about it as realistic. But it happened, and we have the Crimean case, which really was considered to be realistic. And I actually predicted that Sevastopol, the Russian fleet was present there, and they would be able to annex the Crimea. The region we are talking about now, Zakarpattia, can also become a challenge, and we feel the presence of Russian peace in Zakarpattia, and it is even stronger that we think the influence of Moscow Church in this region is even more present and even more felt. I came to Zakarpattia, and I would say that branding Zakarpattia with religious elements, with the domes of churches, the style of sacred buildings is much closer to the Russian one and not the Ukrainian one. And in my opinion, it is quite problematic. So I can state that I see the churches in Zakarpattia, and I consider them to be the Russian churches, or at least belonging to the Russian style. And they mark that here we see these moods of the Russian peace, Russian movement. And in case we do not see the policies, different policies, including the financial ones, to change the situation, the trend will continue that the region belongs to another cultural world. Another point is, 1 year ago there was a book published in Ukraine about Zakarpattia in fight. The story of this region throughout the 20th century is the competition for this region. And this is the fight for the Ukrainians for this region, for Zakarpattia. We have a village, Kvasy, here in Zakarpattia, and we talk about the period 1930s, and with no Russians being here, the Russian school was established here, and there was actually trouble to change the situation. This is the story which shows that lots of things may happen here, but it requires lots of efforts and fight. And we should do something ourselves. People state that they want to have foreign investments here, and it means that those who pay will claim their rights, will claim their presence here. It doesn't mean that we actually give the land to somebody else, to some foreign influence. But if it happens, it means you already yourself cannot influence the process. Ukrainian state as such probably does not always have sufficient resources to oppose states who have their own vision for this land. And coming back to some historic events, we should remember that we have to invest into a number of things, particularly strategic things. The idea of exchanges has been mentioned here. Zakarpattia should become an inseparable part of Great Golden Ring of Ukraine. When a Ukrainian pupil, let's say a Kiev pupil, will be able to travel all over Ukraine. I remember myself as a pupil. We traveled to Odessa, to Volgograd, to Moscow, to St. Petersburg. We were paying money for this, but we witnessed these things. And I mean, a Kiev pupil of modern times should travel, should go to Odessa, should go to Zakarpattia. And they should not visit the restaurants and cafe. They should go to some cemeteries. They should go to some battle places. They should go to Sumy, visit hometowns of Ukrainian writers such as Van Baghriani. They should see these things with their own eyes when they are still pupils. Because tomorrow they will become students, they will become soldiers, entrepreneurs, civil servants, and they should know Ukraine from the inside. They should know Ukraine, the country they live for. They should know that their country is much more comfortable, much more interesting than they think. Because now, when we watch TV news, we may consider them to be demotivating one. The roads are built, but from the news we understand that probably they're not. And the survey states that people do not see them being built. People probably do not want to recognize that something has been done and has been done in a positive way. A couple of weeks ago, I was in Transcarpathian region where a flood has destroyed the roads. Now the roads have been repaired. They are not ideal, but they are good. So we have to put emphasis on the fact that people have to see things themselves, and those who see things themselves would not believe in myths and would not spread the myths. We now see the TV serial Veliki Vujki. I think the very name is offensive. Vujko is the dialect name for your close relative, for your uncle. And Zakarpattia should get more bright hints, more bright pains. For example, yesterday I was just looking through some TV ribbons, and lots of jokes are about smuggling. Well, some of them are funny, but the very stereotype of smuggling is present in our public opinion. It means people associate Zakarpattia with smuggling, but this is the land of Erdel and Bakhchi. Probably you should ask this question in your next survey. Who are the most known artists from Zakarpattia? For example, there is a list, 100 famous or outstanding Ukrainians. And I saw the list that dates back to 2016, 18, and now there is the current one of 2020. How many people from Zakarpattia are in these three lists? In two first lists, there are 2 people, and the third list doesn't have people from Zakarpattia at all. The next question is, who are they? I asked my colleagues, who are these? So in 2 ratings, in 2 lists, the most outstanding person from Zakarpattia was mentioned, Sviatoslava Karchuk. And in the list of 2020, we do not have people from Zakarpattia at all. We do not have Teodor Romzha, Augustin Voloshin, Rakotsy, any other people. They are not present in the list at all. I do respect Sviatoslav, but the very fact that he was born here doesn't make you outstanding.
Годився, що ти зробив для цього краю.
The point is what you have done for the land and not where you were born. And it means that the key figures that were involved in the artistic movement, historic movement, religious movement, are not known, are not voiced, are not mentioned as famous people from Zakarpattia. So it means we should mention people who become famous in different fields, and this should be inspiring models, inspiring examples for people from Zakarpattia. And I'm really happy that Rodina Klimpush actually participated in 2 TV programs about their family. We have probably several families like that, but this family, for example, was involved in developing Zakarpattia. So if we do it, it will be good. If we promote this movement of Ukrainians, it will be really good. And if we do not make them present, somebody else will come and will tell us about our own history. For example, when we have some Polish families here, it means, and the descendants of this family try to mark their presence. That's really good. We are very grateful to these. They try to rebuild some historic monuments, etc. But in case the Ukrainian people won't be able to protect and defend their own monuments of history, we cannot count on Polish or Hungarian people. So we have to invest into the past, which will in turn become our future. And one more example. Recently, we have seen the origin of a good Zakarpattia brand, Rachівські Крижі. After the film was on, my thoughts are quiet, мої думки тихі, and this Рахівські Крижі have been popularized. I'm not sure how long the tendency will stay, but anyway, the positive thing, it appeared. We can make Belgrade Festival, and it will become all Ukrainian, but it should be popularized not only here in Zakarpattia, but all over Ukraine, Kharkiv and Kyiv and Odessa, etc. It should be part of cultural field for the whole Ukrainians. Not only we go to you, but you should also go to us. This is really multicultural, multinational land, and it should be this land for all. Well, the Hungarian community is present here, but it should not be seen as problematic community, but as part of our land, as part of our culture. And they also will benefit from it, because lots of people will go to see their cultural attractions and events, to their vineyards, etc. They will welcome both people from Budapest and people from Ivano-Frankivsk or any other regions of Ukraine. When people see something, when people feel the economic results of their own work, they will understand that they should work on it even more. And the final sacral moment, if we do not establish our presence in the form of brands, names of streets, reconstruction of Ukrainian monuments, etc. So if we do not establish the Ukrainian character of Zakarpattia, our neighbors probably will take it over from us. And when we talk about fight for Zakarpattia, we shall see it once again, because in Zakarpattia, the Slovak sees its own things, his or her own things. Polish people see their own things. Hungarian people see their own things. But we should have the situation when all these people come here, stay here, and then go home, while this land stays with us. And but we should promote our Ukrainian moments. We should understand that when Hungarian guide is, for example, doing the excursion in Zakarpattia, they usually take only Hungarian points of interest, but they should, but the excursion should include Ukrainian elements. For example, when a Polish group is present in Lviv, they go only to Lychakiv cemetery, but they do not understand the, for example, cemetery which is very close, where we have Ukrainian people buried, who were fighting for their land. And in Zakarpattia, probably we can provide even more examples like that than in Halychina. So by establishing brands, excursion routes, cuisine routes, we can reopen the Zakarpattia both for ourselves and as Ukrainians and for other people from other country. Thank you very much. A very interesting contribution, great ideas to think and rethink. And we can build a bridge to your colleague, Mykola Rabchuk. And a question from me. Mr. Kipiani has already mentioned this in his speech. Just bringing together different identities. The question to you is how we can build identity under the conditions of frontier, borderland, this region of the Zakarpattia, and how we can balance this identity, how we can balance different identities, what we should do to avoid contradiction or opposition between these identities, how to make synergy of the identities.
Thanks a lot for this question and for the invitation, generally for the organization of this forum. I have to confess, because I'm a little bit afraid of the term identity. It's so frequently used on an irresponsible basis, and that's rather a trivial term. It has become trivial over the latest decades. That's why we always need to start this discussion with having the working definition of this at the same time awful and sweet term identity. You know, by the mid of the 90s, this term did not exist in the Ukrainian discourse. It appeared in 1994 together with Anthony Smith's book's National Identity, which doesn't mean that in the Soviet Union we didn't have identity. That the term was national self-conscious or self-conscience in general. And at the beginning, I was happy that we got this widespread Western term used in developed countries of the world. I was happy because that was one of the signs of our westernization. But I then realized that there is a threat behind that, because the abstract term identity goes far from its essence. It becomes more subject-oriented, and its main quality is lost, which is its procedural nature, which is relation of something to something. That is not the subject, an object, a thing. And it has become more like a thing. That's why we often mention identity as a kind of an objective reality, like human age, human growth, human weight, height. But it's not that. That is a changing value. We realize that identity is, according to Anthony Smith, the capacity of a certain community with a certain name, with a certain positioning to associate itself with certain symbolic values like the language, the culture, history, flag, and so on, and with certain institutions. So this stress on institutions is really important, because in multi-ethnic countries, and Ukraine is a polyethnic country, it's very difficult to have this identity, general identity for a certain region or for certain countries. But self-identity with the state institutions and institutions in general can be built, and that is what our unity can be built on, in particular in the Zakarpattia region. But unfortunately, institutions are a weak point of the Ukrainian state, because for 30 years, the Ukrainian state has been particularly weak in its institutions, like the rule of law and other things. Because we have never had the rule of law, and fortunately, we don't have it now. And that is a problem which weakens the capacity of minorities in particular to identify themselves with this state. And we have seen it from the survey, what it looks like. That's why we need to stress the component of institutions, and Yevhen Lubovitsky has also mentioned this. And of course, we need to realize that cultural unity, cultural identity definitely is possible on the basis of a certain monocultural nuclear or core of Ukraine if all the rights of minorities are ensured. But that is a mutual process. I mean, we cannot demand that the minorities are interested in the Ukrainian culture if we are not absolutely interested in their language and culture. That's why ideally Ukraine should strive for having 3 languages. I mean, Ukrainian English should be obligatory because without them you wouldn't be able to enter any higher educational institutions. But in different parts of the country, there must be some third language, be it a regional language, like in Zakarpattia region, these could be different regional languages, or some European languages. That is the ideal we should be striving for. And the last thing I would like to stress is that we shouldn't calm ourselves down saying that, yes, we have a lot of minorities and they coexist in a peaceful manner, everything goes all right. Because, you know, peacefulness, well, and coexistence doesn't mean staying together. And staying in peace doesn't mean that they are mutually interested and they are really integrating. Tolerance and indifference are different things. We have a lot of indifference because and tolerance presupposes also recognition of the otherness of the minorities, and that's what we lack. Well, these things I think are very important, and I think that the Zakarpattia region can become an example here, and it could become a brand for Ukraine and also an international brand. Recently, I've been involved in the process of publication of the book by the Swedish journalist Paul Frigis, which is going to be presented in the nearest future. And there are sections about different regions of Ukraine there, in particular about the Zakarpattia region, a very nice section. And that is a Swedish person who stayed here for quite a short period of time, but he noticed some things which Ukrainians don't notice. These are the things related to the capacity of this region. A really good book. I'd like you to draw your attention to this book. And also, I'd like to mention the soft power, but a lot has been mentioned about this by Vakhtang, so thank you for attention. Thanks to all the speakers for your speeches. And now I would like to ask you to have a sort of a discussion. Of course, your remarks need to be shorter. We have the Forum of Ideas and Solutions, and one idea is already clear. We need to have more context, to establish more context. So what do you think? What do we need to do inside the Zakarpattia region in terms of dialogue practices in order to make up those points related to involvement of national minorities? For this principle to live together and to stay together to really start functioning. Institutions, that's clear. Context, that's clear. What other solutions does the region need? Yevhen? Well, I would like actually to voice one precaution. You know, we tend to get into the pitfall. The list of the things which we need to do should be short. It shouldn't be long. If we really cope with the matter of institutions, I think that is going to be enough to have inscriptions and a number of tombs, a number of graveyards. So let's do one of these critical things, and it will start working. It will give its effect. I can see that it should be like that when I work at strategic issues with Ivano-Frankivsk, Lviv, Ternopil, the cities in the east or in the south. Really, we shouldn't make this list long and exhaustive. We need to improve the quality of education, to give some social prospects for these better educated people not to leave, for us not to have this brain drain, because these people need to expect some positive things if they stay here in the country. And we need to provide the opportunities for integration. Visa-free regime, of course, is important in this sense because it says that people may not leave right now because they know that the border will be open and they will be able to do this at any point of time. But if we just add some integration, improve education, and reinforce our institutions and laws and the Constitution of Ukraine, in particular here in this region, I think that will be enough for us to just have an absolutely different quality. And I wouldn't like to rediscover America. I think that actually it's very simple to do this. Thank you, Ivana. Well, now, in certain context, my colleagues have mentioned, just in different words, something I was trying to say about the presence of the state of Ukraine here in the Zakarpattia region, because it's also about institutions, it's about the state interest and the state narrative, and this commonness in history, commonness which we are characterized by, and which actually makes us one whole state community of Ukraine, regardless of the ethnic roots or ethnic identity. That's why I would lay an emphasis on the presence of the state in the Zakarpattia region, and that should go contrary to the trend which unfortunately can be traced recently. You know, Johan, you have said that we have political diversity, political competition, which you saw during the last local election. But, you know, I have a different feeling resulting from this local election. I have the feeling that there is reinforcement of the feudalism trend, feudalism of political projects here in the Zakarpattia region. And that is not an exception as compared to other regions, other parts of the country. But in fact, here, sometimes it becomes really awful in terms of its scale. And this feudalization can be seen not only in the political life, but in the economic life and in the absence of the official economic life. And I think that this has its impact on cultural life as well. And again, if this is not embraced by feudals, then this vacuum is covered by the neighbors right away, or by the people who have more money, and not by the state, who actually has its priorities. So I would claim that one of the conclusions of 2 days of our work should be the following one. Right, here are the priorities for the Zakarpattia region, which should be promoted both locally and nationally. And we should make Kyiv interested to do something here in the Zakarpattia region. That's what we lack, and we can do it using different tools. Using this political between us and between the authorities and civil society, through establishment of the dialogue with the writers. This could be done at their level of re-establishment of some monuments of the past, some memorials. And you know, even these tombs, these graveyards, and the red field you were speaking about with the tombs, you know, when we tried to somehow organize it, that was a real problem. And last year, that was the 80th anniversary of the Carpathian Ukraine. And you know, I had to personally, that was our government, I was a member of the government, we all realized what we are talking about, but nevertheless, I had to personally, instead of the Ministry of Culture, no matter how much I respect the minister, to write draft decision for the state strategy in this respect, and to promote this from different points of view, for us to have this done, for it to be included to the decision of the committee in the Verkhovna Rada, for it to be included into the agenda of the cabinet of ministers, for us to think about some interesting events. You know, I came to realize it late, and therefore I didn't have enough time for doing this, but that should not be the case. I was not to personally deal with this. So it's about weakness of institutions and priorities, and lack of realization of the importance of these priorities. And this is really terrible, because in 3 or 4 years we will have the 85th anniversary of the Carpathian Ukraine establishment. And well, again, here is the question: who will do it? If this is not done automatically, if this is not the part of our understanding of history, and we have a lot to work at here. Vahtank? Ivana with the part of her remark about the capacity in Ukraine just reminded to me about one example. I went to Zaporizhia and I had a presentation for students with some historical slides, ma'am's portraits, and there is a portrait, a famous portrait of Roman Shukhevich, who has to do something to do with Zakarpattia region. There were 3 question marks. I didn't sign the portrait, and I asked the people, who are these? These were second, third year students. These were historians, philologists. No answer. So visually, his portrait is not recognized. I'm told that this is Roman Shukhevich, and quite a major part of the room said that, okay, we know him. It was difficult for them to tell who he was, like the president of Western Ukraine or the commander-in-chief of the UPA army, Ukrainian rebellion army. But generally, they have a certain idea about this person. And then one girl raised her hand and said that, okay, I know a lot about Shukhevich. And she started telling who he was. And he said that, and in general, he was a very handsome person. But you know that he was not Alain Delon, just in ordinary appearances. And I said, why do you think he was handsome? Because I watched one of the films about him, where he is played by Grigory Vladi, one of the most handsome actors in Ukraine. So this means that when in 1995 this movie was shot for some diaspora money, and these children were already affected by this movie, and they considered him to be his hero, which means that we need to have movies. There are some movies, but you know, every 5 years we need to change the TV language. We must have internet applications about capacity in Ukraine. So that was one more anniversary, and that is a regular presentation of not just the capacity in Ukraine, but the Republic in Yaseny. We had a TV program, but we didn't go to Yaseny because we didn't have any resources for this. I'm inviting you there. We will finance it. Yeah, that is the issue of finance. And, you know, decentralization has provided quite a lot of resources. And we see some examples when local administrators are good administrators, but they don't think that, well, to have a museum of village in some village would mean having some results in 7 years and a flow of people, a flow of tourists in 10 years. Yesterday, I went to one of the restaurants, which is on TripAdvisor, and this means promotion, but the person needs to get there, so there must be a pass, a road to this place. So if, as a result of cooperation between different authorities and civil society, the Zakarpattia region invests money into its history, there will be a wish among people to see these people, because Voloshin was handsome. Some other people, some other characters, heroes were handsome. And he actually financed an asylum, and the history of this asylum, or it was actually orphanage, and the stories of people from this orphanage, well, it should be promoted. And by the way, these stories would also integrate not just the Ukrainian nation, not just this region. Sure, so the stories of these people need to be told. Now we are devising some things, and first we need a plot, then we need finance, then we need the process of filming, and it will work in some 10 years only. That is a long story. That's why we need to sometimes skip some things which seem to be urgent, like name or rename. We need to build roads and create success stories. But sometimes we also need to skip this part of cheap popularity, like road building, and to go into this cultural component. Because, you know, sometimes people don't think that they can do something on their own, but they want something to be given to them. And I think that we need to give opportunities and not just to give fishing rods to those, and fish actually to all the people who need it. We just give fishing rods. Mykola? Almost everything has been mentioned. I would just say that here is one more thing related to identity, which we quite often tend to forget. And this is that identity is also self-identification with some cultural, some values, be it cultural values, because language is also a value, and people quite often recognize it as a value, even if they don't speak this language. A lot of people don't speak Ukrainian, but they claim that they need to recognize Ukrainian as the value. And these are also political values. And in this sense, I would like to stress that Ukrainians definitely confess a very important value, which is love for freedom, because love for freedom is actually a value for Ukrainians, unlike Russians and unlike the people who were in the Soviet Empire and in the Russian Empire. So the difference really is because freedom is a value with Ukrainians. That's what we actually got through our being a part of different European states and empires. But here is also a spoon of tar. We haven't got value, the rule of law as our value, and here we're closer to Russians than to Europeans. And that is the thing we would need to work at, and we're getting back to the issue of identity, issue of values, and realization of the rule of law as the key value, an absolute value. Thank you. Just in brief, I'm going to tell you that their producer, Antonio Lukic, has been invited to the forum, and you may even communicate with him, and he will tell you the story about the Rakhiv Ridge and how this all appeared. And also, I would like to state that our project Reopen Zakarpattia is not just a two-day forum, it's a half-year project within which we are preparing quite a number of materials and content, and we want to reopen new people. This is one of the elements which we promote, and we need to link the civilization component to the Zakarpattia region. You know, the artist Alexa Mann, who found one of the brightest representatives of the Paris art school, Emile Valner, who is from Velike Berezne. It's not far from here, to the north. I'm not sure that people know about this. Yes, he was born there, but the thing is also where you worked. So we have 2 minutes, a minute for short remarks in case you have any. If you have any remarks, I will give the floor to you. So that's it. So thanks a lot to the panelists. That is our first panel, and we have opened this forum, which is great responsibility for me, for you. Thank you for coming. Thank you for your informative speeches, and I'm inviting you to join in such a brainstorming of ideas and solutions aimed at the development of the Zakarpattia region and dispelling the myths and stereotypes about the region, opening and reopening of it online for more people who are really willing that Ukraine becomes a prosperous country to open the Zakarpattia region for themselves. Thank you for the discussion.
Ми щиро дякуємо нашим спікерам.
Thanks a lot to our speakers for such an informative standpoint for their speeches and for already dispelling a lot of myths even during this first panel discussion. While our studio is being prepared for the second panel discussion according to all the quarantine norms with disinfectants, airing, and changing of all the equipment, I would like to remind you that Reopen Zakarpattia Forum is the forum of ideas and solutions which aim to change the agenda of the region and to move it to a principle and new level. We are striving to dispel a lot of stereotypes which unfortunately are carved in the ideas and beliefs of a lot of Ukrainians and residents of the other parts of the world. We would like the capacity of the Zakarpattia region to be a full-fledged one, to be opened, and for it to be known far abroad. Over 2 days of our forum, all the panel discussions can be watched online because we are having broadcast on Varosh Facebook page and on YouTube. And also we are supported by local TV channels like M-Studio and Suspilne, and local and not only local internet editions In particular, this is заголовок, Ужгородський прес-клуб, Твоє місто, Закарпатська фільмкомісія, Турінформ, PNG, Голос Карпат, 0312, and also Donetsk Institute of Information, Agency of Regional Development of Zakarpattia region, Agency of Regional Development of Zakarpattia region, Pen Club, Europe Without Barriers, and the Fund Democratic Initiatives named after Ilko Kocharev. All the broadcasts can be watched either in Ukrainian or in English. In general, Reopen Zakarpattia project is being implemented by the Institute of Central European Strategy and is supported by the agency, by the USAID regional mission. And this helps us implement all the things at the highest level possible and following objectivity and impartiality principles. And I guess that our student is almost ready for the next panel discussion about the administrative reform, decentralization, and regional policy. How do we develop Zakarpattia region in new conditions in which we now live? That's why I'm inviting the facilitator to announce the panelists. I'm inviting expert in decentralization Volodymyr Fesko.
Good afternoon, dear ladies and gentlemen. I invite the participants of the panel, Ivan Lukeria, Vitaly Bezgin, Alexei Petrov, and Alexander Slobozhan. Please take your seats. I'm happy to welcome dear participants of the panel. Good afternoon, dear representatives of media. Good afternoon, dear guests here and those who are watching us in YouTube, Facebook, and on TV. I think these are mainly representatives of local self-government, mainly because this panel will be about development of the region. My name is Volodymyr Feskov. For more than 10 experts, I have been working in the field of self-governance, and during this forum, I will be the moderator of this panel. Today, the panel will be made interesting and lively, and I hope the key panel are the following participants: Mr. Vitaly Bezgin, the People's Deputy of Ukraine, head of the subcommittee for administrative and territorial structure; Alexei Petrov, head of Zakarpattia State Regional Administration; Alexander Slobozhan, executive director of the Association of the Cities of Ukraine; and Mr. Ivan Lukeria, Deputy Minister for the Development of Communities and Territories of Ukraine. Unfortunately, we do not have today Mr. Mikhailo Vivis, who is the head of Transcarpathian Regional Council. Well, that's a bit of a shoe, because this is a person who for more than 5 years has been working for the sake of development of the region, but we shall try to use this time for our benefit. Once again, I want us to make this panel interesting and for this panel to become the key panel of this forum, because I'm sure today we are going to hear certain things and ideas which later will be used as a reference by other participants of the other panels on other forums when these ideas will be implemented into life. And probably we shall start with the representative of the Ministry for the Development of Communities, Development and Territories of Ukraine, Mr. Ivan Lukeria. But I would like to start from Mr. Ivan Lukeria for one more reason. About 5 years ago, you started this active stage of reforms when you were independent expert of non-state institutions. Now you are a civil servant, a state expert. You represent one of the central authorities, and also we can state that while you have been involved in the reform has had its influence on you, and I do hope you have a feeling of the reform from inside. So the question is, what kind of plans you have how do you see further development? How do you see further work? What kind of needs you can predict, and how Zakarpattia can be involved into all this? Good afternoon, dear ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I really feel good here at home. Zakarpattia is my native land, my native region, and lots of efforts have been given to Zakarpattia in the part of decentralization reform. It was a complicated process, but I think the result is actually one of the best if we take Ukraine in general. And I would say the reform was successful. Decentralization reform is completed. The first stage, the first task was to do capable, well-functioning local self-governance, and it's over. We were not talking about mathematical enlargement of territorial communities, but we were trying to build up capacities at the local level. I'm talking about financial capacities, human resource capacity, institutional capacity, resource capacity, all these things. And the elections we had on the 25th of October were the first elections after decentralization reform, and I think it was a historic moment. I do not think we are going to witness the reforms of this kind in the nearest future. So right now, we can state that we did this amalgamation of territorial communities. Administrative and territorial reform has worked in Zakarpattia. We have 71 local councils, so we have the communities. And the next stage is development stage. So we want to open each community to Ukraine, to the region, to the world in general. And therefore, we have three priorities, three key priorities, which are our short-term priorities. The first priority is to answer the question, where do we go? What is the final destination of the region? What is the final destination for each of the communities living here? And what is the role of the state to reach this destination? This is called good planning system. Therefore, we have the state strategy of regional development with its clear priorities, with a totally new approach of supporting the communities and territories. We stepped away from just supporting the communities. We stepped away from supporting just the regions, but we started planning support for certain types of territories. For example, let's take rural areas. Irrespective of the region they are located in, they face approximately similar challenges and ways to overcome the challenges. If we take urban communities or cities, the primary task is to transform the system related to coal extraction or heat electric station working with coal. So, irrespective of the cities that are located in these coal regions, they will face similar problems, be it in Donbass or in Chervonograd or any other territories. So we try to build the territory, to divide territories into their functional types. According to the state strategy, now every region is trying to define its destination. What are the growth points for this particular region? What is the specialization of this or that region? What is the point that we should invest in, be it tourism or recreation or something else? So our primary task is for these communities we have been talking about to answer the question, what do we do, how we develop, where do we go? So this is the priority number one, the system of planning. Priority number two, institutional provision. We have the draft law on state administration, and the priority here is to support the function of regional administration. For us, it means introduction of certain policies of support. For example, we would offer that there should be one profile deputy minister for development of the territory. Right now, we are talking about new institutions like offices for regional development. We would like to transform them into the offices for Euro integration. In the Zakarpattia region, we can establish this institution because it lacks it currently. So it will be a new institution, Office for European Integration. And we are supposed to have these independent institutions in each region. And priority number 3 is funding. Funding, I'm talking about state support and other non-state tools, for example, state and private partnership, concessions, etc. So these are our key priorities for 2021. These priorities are based on a number of draft laws, and one of these laws will be very much interesting for Zakarpattia. It will be the law on stimulating development of territories and creating tax incentives for low-developing territories. For example, in Zakarpattia, we really have very low GDP per capita, and probably we would establish some free economic zones and provide financial incentives for development of the regions. So these are key priorities I wanted to stress. Thank you very much. Probably you shall specify some of this a bit later, but right now I would like to give the floor to Mr. Vitaly Bezgin. Probably his job is the most stressful out of those people present here, because to work in the group where you have the unified vision with the ministry, where you have the unified vision with the Association of Cities, is really good. But on the other hand, the policies you elaborate, you develop, I mean, the policies of your committee should be later coordinated and agreed with approved with your colleagues in the parliament. And the parliament is actually the body which we often blame for lack of developments and for some impediment of the steps that should be taken. So what is your vision? What are further developments in the field of legislation, and what kind of opportunities will be created for this region? Thank you very much. Thank you very much for inviting me here to participate in the forum and to present the position of the profile ministry. Coming back to the question, talking about the stressful job, I think all of us have stressful conditions. And if we analyze the 1.5 year of new parliament, I think the reform of administrative reform is one of the most successful cases. We talk about good synchronization of efforts on the part of the parliament, profile ministry, local self-governance, and the office of president. We managed to achieve good results. Is the parliament the element that produces some obstacles? Well, the parliament is a political body with its political interests, and definitely, probably it's more complicated for us to find the consensus. But whether it's painful to work with the parliament or not, well, we managed to achieve our results. We have new administrative structure of Ukraine. On the 25th of October, we had our elections, and people were elected to the positions of the heads of councils, etc. Before talking about legislative initiatives, we have to understand that the administrative reform serves as the founding issue. It's not only about changing the map. It's not only about deviation from the Soviet system. Primarily, we talk about the possibility for the citizens to use better services, to ensure better control on the part of the public authorities. We have the draft law on property. The draft law states that the communities already have some powers, already have some funding, and now they have to work with the property, reorganize the property rights. So we have here the head of Zakarpattia regional administration, and probably he will benefit the most from the law. The second draft law is the law on local self-governance. We talk about prefect bodies. We cannot make them just prefects. It's necessary to change the constitution to have 300 votes in the parliament, but the idea is about giving them supervisory powers. not to interfere into the activities of local self-governance, but to produce some results. Therefore, we registered the draft law last week. Well, the other issues are about sectoral policies, sectoral regulations of certain issues, because we understand there is a frame and later we have to build up the frame. What will happen in the field of healthcare, in the field of education, etc. But if we are talking about the changes in legislation, so as People's Deputy of Ukraine, I have to mention a number of risks that should be prevented, because we have a number of initiatives in the parliament that can be threatening for local self-governance, not only in the Zakarpattia region, but all over Ukraine. We are talking about quite strange initiative to cancel taxation on Ukrainian railways, and it will be really a blow for the Zakarpattia region and actually more than 170 communities all over Ukraine. Is it a threat? Definitely yes. Do we have some threatening initiatives regarding the land issues? We do have. And only the dialogue, only the interaction will help us to address these issues. And these forums really will produce good results. And probably if you need, I can give you more details later. Thank you. The topics you have raised are really interesting for us. I mean, not only for us, but for those who are involved in local self-governance. And I would like to give you one issue about, I mean, to people who watch this broadcast. If you have some questions on, and if you are Facebook viewers, you can write your questions, and I will probably give your questions to our panelists. Now I would like to give the floor to Mr. Alexei Petrov, who is the head of the Transcarpathian Regional State Administration. And I really would like to give you the following question. After you were appointed, you appeared in a very tough situation. One, it was the active phase of reform completion, and you had little time to finish to complete what was to be completed at that time in Zakarpattia. And now, so at that time, everybody was sure that this is the territory they would live on. And the question to you is, what is your role? How do you see your own role and the role of regional state administration, and how you are going to support and assist the newly established communities? What can they rely on when we talk about the regional administration? Definitely you involved in the establishing this territorial policy. Thank you. Good afternoon, dear ladies and gentlemen. Yes, at the beginning of my term as the head of regional administration, we were faced with the challenge that the process of establishing the territorial community was a bit impeded. When I came, there were only 16 established. 10 have had already elections. And according to the plan of territorial community, we were supposed to have 64, and we managed to establish 64 territorial communities, and I'm very much grateful to the team I have been working with at that time, who were quick at responding to all these issues. There were a number of questions regarding boundaries of the territory, road infrastructure. Certainly, there was a big issue related to financial capacities of the communities. You know that we have some uneven, I would say, conditions here regarding financial expenses, but I hope we have successfully coped with the amount of tasks. Another thing I'm proud of, and I would like to express our gratitude to the whole team I have been working with, is that we managed to preserve Rachiv region, which primarily was not in the plan. During my field visits, my working visits, and now we already have a new team of local self-governance bodies. We have got acquainted with the representatives of local communities. And the key issues we discuss now is the format of interaction between local self-governance bodies and regional administration, a number of other issues. According to the logic of the law, I mean the law on local administrations, the final control over, there should be a final control over local self-governance bodies. It should be present, it's understandable. The subtle issue, the sensitive issue here is financial capacities. When we talk about the criteria given by the Ministry for Regional Development, the financial capacities for each territorial communities were determined, and I think that in the next year we shall have some problems in those territorial communities which were not ready to work under conditions of the pandemic. Definitely, the pandemic affected not only the economic situation in Zakarpattia region, but generally in Ukraine and all over the world. And when we talk about supports for financial capacities, then the development budget, more than 150 million, was given to a COVID fund, coronavirus fund, which now is spent to provide on provision of services in healthcare institutions. But I do hope we shall have additional budget next year, which will be allocated for regional programs for newly established local self-governance bodies and territorial communities. And you know that the state is trying to maintain the dynamics we had last year. I mean, in Zakarpattia, I'm really grateful to our People's Deputy of Ukraine, and the President of Ukraine, and the Parliament of Ukraine
фінансування на підтримку
for being assisted regarding funding of the projects. We are talking about a great construction project. We are talking about funding of infrastructure, local roads, funding for hospitals and clinics, schools and kindergartens. And I do hope we will manage to support these dynamics, and the state will continue supporting the newly created local self-governance bodies, representative bodies, which will be in really difficult condition if we take into account the pandemic. So one more question to you, very brief one. When you started working in the region, when you started working in decentralization reform, you have established a collegial body. And what expectations do you have from this collegial body, from this collegial or cooperation with the representatives of these local self-governance bodies? What kind of results do you expect? Once again, I would like to state that we live in the transition period, transformation stage. Probably the regional state administration will perform the transit role, if it's possible to state so. We would like to establish a good dialogue, sustainable dialogue with the representatives of local self-governance bodies, at least to maintain communication and control. Thank you very much. I give the floor to Alexander Slobozhan, and as Alexei Petrov has already mentioned, you had 16 real amalgamated communities. 48 actually will start working now, and for these 48, it's just the beginning stage. Your experience, the experience of the Association of the Cities of Ukraine, you communicate with local self-governance bodies, you study them, you try to see the dynamics, you try to study the best practices. So, in your opinion, What do amalgamated communities should think about? What kind of issues they should take into account in order to become attractive for business and for investments?
Thank you for the question. Good afternoon. Thank you for your invitation. It's a pleasure for me to see people in the room who are really doing a lot to protect financial capacity, and I was really happy to hear from the head of the regional state administration a couple of important statements. The first statement is about the transitional type bodies to remove the betrayal, which is much spoken about as to what Ryan state administrations are going to deal with. That is the key message, and there will be a lot of work in relation to that, but this is all about special conditions. You know, for 15 years, I have been working with the Association of Cities of Ukraine, and over the last 4 years, I've been the executive director of this association. We have 911 municipalities. I cannot tell you whether it's a lot or little, but 85% of people live in them. So they are different. And the question is what the expectation should be. And if I told you now that the next budget is going to be perfect and we will have a lot of opportunities, then Mikhailo Labo would tell me right away, how could it be the case? And this is the advocate who last year advocated a local excise duty on fuel for the Zakarpattia region, including. But we need to realize the tough things I'm going to tell. The state will not be able to share its resources any longer. This is the thing everybody needs to understand. The other point is that all communities now are in competitive conditions. And if in the world there is competition between cities for quite a time, in Ukraine we just start with this. And this is competition for resources, not only financial ones, staff resources as well. And we will speak about the need for the new law on civil service in local self-government bodies, about staff. These are the institutional memory resources, and it's important to keep them during the transformation period. How will staff move from one community to the new community, newly amalgamated community? And of course, we need to speak about the material and technical base. And we also need another standard for this and a new law. And everybody needs to realize that this is not just redistribution. We are actually going through the second phase of the so-called de-Sovietization, because the Rhines were created according to the number of residents, and now these buildings, facilities are getting back as budget institutions, as the institutions that are going to ensure adequate service level. And the last point is definitely finance, and there are a lot of risks in their tax code, in the budget code, and I hope that our MPs and members of the budget committee and tax committee will somehow manage to avoid these things. The first thing mentioned was Ukrainian railroads, because we made calculations as to what losses are going to be within Zakarpattia region, and these are the losses which will exceed all the other losses. These will be tens of millions for every community in Zakarpattia region. Why do we need to prevent this? Because it would be wrong if we save a corporate company at the expense of local regions. We speak about tobacco excise duty, alcohol excise duty, and there have been accusations made about their inefficiency, and we realize that these are temporary revenues, and we need to remember here that we have gone through the first stage of budget decentralization. We have just changed the formula of resource redistribution. We have not yet changed the tax code in terms of the tools and opportunities of earning money. And in the first place, in our local budgets, we have the natural person taxes, which is important for the local budget. But next year, it's important that we advocate those local excise duties, because fuel excise duty will make up 7.5 billion hryvnias for the local budget. And no matter how much the state road fund helps you, the communities will not be able to maintain this infrastructure.
Розширення можливості тої ж самої
The next point is expanding their land fee, tourist fee. We need to realize that when our tourist fee is so low that the costs of its administration are larger than the revenue from it, and we are in the basic tourist region, and the revenues which communities could have could be really high, but they are illegal so far, and these are not actually community revenues. So this means that we need a reform here. Then, concerning local economic development, a lot of issues have been mentioned about the agencies of regional development, but it's not important what their name is going to be. In Zakarpattia region, we have the hub of local economic development within USAID Pulse project, and the center is in Zakarpattia region. And I guess that in the Zakarpattia region, we have the highest quality projects of sectoral development, the projects of the State Regional Development Fund. But the point is that it's all about the governor's work, because the whole responsibility will lie on the governor. When this is done, the communities which have some paper strategies will never involve business. These needs to be understood by the communities. When they have high-quality strategies, all the other things are tools. The state fund, everything else corresponds to their strategy. Sometimes I ask people, why do you need this swimming pool? Why do you need this facility, that facility? Please, dear deputies of local councils, don't take up construction of large social facilities which you cannot maintain. In Zakarpattia region, you need to pay more attention to water supply, drinkable water supply, because that is the quality important for tourism. Now, clusters are being developed, industrial parks are being developed. For example, we have one being under construction in Polyana and Tyachiv. And if there is a real economic development strategy for communities, business will come itself to this region. And as far as deputies are concerned, I think that they will be inspired enough and will be able to reach a compromise. And again, I'm going to mention Mr. Labo here in terms of advocating the tools available to communities next year. If the communities don't reach for such large facilities, which they cannot maintain, they may deal with smaller projects, and they will be supported on that way. And here is another statement. You know, the subventions for social development of some regions is not going to be available next year. It will not work, and we will just have some formula mechanisms like the state fund, sectoral support, and some projects which are in particular being implemented by the state regional administration. Why? Because if there is scarcity of money, there will be no opportunity for business to generate this money, and of course the costs will be cut, no matter what the institution responsible for this money is. But what is protected by the norm of the budget code and by the state fund, and when we speak about sectoral support, it is also a protected norm under our international agreements. So please, dear MPs and dear communities, submit high-quality projects, establish communication with the administration, with the Ministry of Regional Development, and you will have a guarantee for this money. And don't try to impose high taxes on businesses. We are now asking the tax committee to give us, as local self-government bodies, an opportunity to independently set preferences for a business, because, you know, we are getting ready for the lockdown, and those who don't work will need to be supported, and those who have extra revenues or super revenues cannot be exempt from taxes, because there will be no justice then. Thank you. Thank you. For me, actually, my personal opinion is that what you told about economy is a positive thing. What do I mean by it being positive? You know, de facto, this is going to be the end of the year, and the businesses will not just come, and we will have no revenues by the end of the year. Yeah, I just wanted to comment upon your personal opinion. It's not a happy piece of news because if the state funds money is replaced with it, with this revenue, it will mean that the communities will not get this money from any place, either from the state fund and from local revenue. So the common strategy, when something is reduced, something is increased, may lead to the situation when the community will not get any money at all. So that is a kind of a trick. Well, but at least I hope that such attempts will be blocked, because this is really important to preserve this fund and to preserve the prospects which have been set by the local self-government bodies, because they really hope for the money to come. The money is important for development. Ivan Lukaria. Well, concerning what Vitaly mentioned and Alexander mentioned, that is a long-term thing. Social economy, what kind of mechanism is? The mechanism is that I get some small amount of money and the mayor doesn't say about some large-scale projects. If they have some money for some doors, for some facilities, it's okay, but we cannot think in terms of 2 years or 3 years. But when we speak about the projects under the state fund, we can do some planning. Like this year, we get that amount of money, and I somehow try to select projects taking into account this formula, this amount, this fixed approach, which is stable and forecastable. While the social economic agency and mechanisms are the things for which we cannot do any long-term planning, even for 2 or 3 years, because it's important to do something which would be large-scale within 1 year, within 2 years. Anybody can actually confirm this, including the governor. That's why next year, this is one of the top tasks for this mechanism, which is a formula, which is a competitive and project one, the Fund of Regional Development, to be preserved on the adequate level, the way it is envisaged by the budget code. For those watching us but not being deep in the topic, I can tell you that sometimes social economy agency is called the mechanism applied by deputies. And actually, we should not strive for this, but we should support the state fund where we have a good, transparent and competitive approach in terms of distribution of money.
Вас, я знаю, що воно, напевно, вже дістало, але при цьому всьому воно існує.
Ivan, I know that there is a problematic issue at the level of Rhine councils, and not everybody is clear about this issue, but I would probably rephrase the question to you as the representative of the ministry. So after Rhine councils and their deputies give some facilities to the community and the process is over, what will these deputies keep doing not to feel abandoned and for them to be involved in this development process? What should they focus on, as you think, of process understanding, from your experience of process understanding? Well, probably I would also address this issue to the representatives of the parliament and local government bodies. We will do that. The governor has actually put it in a proper way. Well, I would like to confirm that it's not going to be a simple process, which is just going to happen overnight, and on the 1st of December, the 1st of February, Rhine councils will transfer all the property to the communities, and there will be a lot of infrastructural facilities, in particular functioning facilities that are handed over to communities. Their transition period is going to be much, much longer than we think it's going to be, even after the law is adopted. Another thing is that on our agenda, we also have the issue of the reform of the road and transport infrastructure, audit of the road infrastructure, reconsideration of their classification, because some roads which are territorial highways in a very bad condition, and we actually need to make some audit of the roads where they lead, and this should be decentralized at the Rhine level, probably, but in the distance prospect. So a lot of issues of itineraries, roads are going to arise, but after this transition period, the key responsibility will lie with the regional level. That's why we're speaking about the reinforcement of the local, state, regional administration, because they will deal with regional policy, planning, vocational education, which is the top priority for 2021 in terms of legislative provision, and also local self-government and communities. So these two levels are going to be the most important. And what do the deputies of Rhine councils need to do? Well, they will have to approve all the programs and pass decisions as far as transfer is concerned, so their role is clear, and they are going to still be important. Well, maybe Vitaly Bezhin will add a couple of words. Because, we understand that this, the council is not elected for 1 year. That is a council that will function for many years. And, well, there are a lot of threats connected with Rhine councils. For example, that their decisions will be valid for some territories where we have some other local self-government bodies, including cities of regional importance. So what is the view of legislators on this? I will speak about 3 dimensions. And I will also comment on what Ivan said. So the first key story is that there has been an election. Well, we could argue about the election code, but still there was a Central Election Commission, which on the basis of the Constitution has actually conducted the election. So no matter what we want to say or to do, as far as changes in the Constitution in relation to the decentralization are concerned, well, we cannot deprive and get rid of them, though I think the Rhine councils are kind of a rudiment. As far as their functioning is concerned, really, they perform transitory functions, but there may be a concern about that because we're going to have some draft law approved where we have a clear description of the rigid norm about transfer of property to the communities, because the concern is that if there is no deadline, this is going to be an internal process, and even if we have a deadline, there will be delays. Somebody will try to undermine the process. As far as practical cases are concerned, with some pressure, in particular, as far as large cities are concerned, well, now that we see the map of some political regions like Kharkiv region, I don't think this scenario is ever possible due to political configuration. What happens after the transition period, even before we have any amendments in the Constitution? Well, this is my dream for us to see the first decisions about Rhine councils about their dissolution. Whether it happens, well, I don't know. And here is one more consideration. Ivan has raised the issue of roads, and I do not agree here about the issue of roads going to the Rhine level, because I think that this must be the level of communities and the region. Yes, and the problem is that, of course, the issue of classification of the roads is one thing, but there is another problem of real accounting of those roads, because what we have on paper, well, this needs to be checked anew.
Третя історія, на моє переконання, яку треба
And another story which needs to be implemented before classification change is that using mobile operators, we see migration and we decide what priorities in terms of roads are, and we need to have repairs of those roads. And then when we go over to the decentralization of roads, this shouldn't be the case they want it to be. Like, we give you additional 500 kilometers of roads, and we will increase your share in the road fund by 50%, which is not going to cover anything. So, in fact, nobody is going to maintain those roads. So definitely there must be a clear figure with clear parameters of maintenance, and after that there must happen redistribution of the road fund. But I don't see any Rhine level here. If I could have a say. Yeah. I meant to give the floor to you, but here I would like to point out a couple of things, because I promised that the panel is going to be a key one. So really, this dream mentioned, I also hope that we will really reach that point. Thank you for being open and frank with us. So, Alexander Slobozhan, you may add what you wanted to say, but I have an additional request for you. If you could comment upon the situation with your vision of threats in the process of transfer of property from raions to communities, because that's really important for communities in the conditions when we have got a rather politicized local self-government bodies, and when it is obvious that a lot of things in terms of decision-making will depend on the standpoint of some parties. So what is your idea of that? What are the threats and what are the ways out? Because that is a good imperative form. It's good that it is all prescribed, but nevertheless, we are faced with some threats.
Thank you very much for your question. In one of the programs where we were present with Mr. Van Lukeria, and there were leaders of all political forces of Ukraine, the idea was that imperative mandate is really a good thing. So I would like to reiterate the question once again. They do not know what they are doing. The negative we are going to have during this cadence of or term of local councils during the next elections will be transferred to the political parliamentary forces, because they will be primarily associated with all the failures. This is what I think about imperative mandate. I think it's a bad thing, and we cooperate with the Congress of Regional and Local Councils. From the Council of Europe, we have our Ukrainian delegation in the Congress, and they provided a negative evaluation of the norm. We have lots of small councils, and lots of political parties represented in parliament now do not even have their offices or serious structures there. We have this imperative mandate, which is not elaborated enough. And still, unfortunately, we have in our profile committee, particularly from the head of our profile committee, we have the draft project 3801, and one of the requirements is to have 2/3 of voting in local councils, the so-called qualified majority. We have these norms to impose impeachment on the president, to dissolve the local councils, or to show mistrust to the mayors of the city. But we have studied the experience of European countries, and we do not see these norms in qualified majority for the local councils. And in case this draft law is adopted, our people will lose their rights in the land. Probably I would like to specify. Now we are talking about the draft law that obliges the local councils, when they consider the land issues, to have 2/3 of votes. And one of the initiators of this draft law is the People's Deputy from Zakarpattia, Vitaly Kostyukh. I do hope that after this forum he will withdraw his draft law. Therefore, this draft law should not be heard in the parliament. This is the first point I would like to make. Now we try to prepare the constitution petition to the Constitutional Court in order to recognize the norm about imperative mandate as the one that contradicts the Constitution. First of all, it is used during the first term of the deputy's term. And another point is that the draft law, which was tested at the platform of the committee, we have here the driver of the process, Mr. Vitaly Bezhin. So now the initiative already is in the platform of the committee. It's really good because the parliamentary branch of power is performing the controlling function. So in order to remove the conflict between the head and the council, and the regional council, both should be re-elected. It's a very honest step towards the community in order not to use this imperative mandate, in order not to use this politicization, to avoid the decision being blocked. We have faced this situation in many cities, and even in the neighboring region, I mean Chernivtsi region, there is such a thing. So we have to avoid this situation. I do hope we shall have the conclusions of the Council of Europe, we shall have this petition to the Constitutional Court, and really there will be a report of the monitoring mission where this issue will be addressed. Let's wait for this one, for this first year, and I hope that all political forces, structures will understand it themselves, and the draft law will be withdrawn. Now some reflections on funding and roads. You have so much powers as the financial resources. I do remember 2012, the resolution number 52, Azarov's government, when the local self-governance bodies were blocked. They couldn't even use some things to work in wind because everything was centralized. Centralized control doesn't work for small projects, for small villages. We talk about some big projects uniting the communities, and that's okay. But smaller projects, it doesn't work. The People's Deputy, I'm talking now about funding, so the People's Deputy in different committees, and I'm open with you, have brought more funding, protecting the stable taxes and stable sources, for example, from local excises. We have here the city of Uzhgorod. We have the People's Deputy elected here. By ensuring stable taxes from alcohol, from selling of cigarettes, the People's Deputy will be able to recommend the communities certain projects for development, and not to wait whether at the end of the year something will be given, some budget will be given to my region, settled by the ministry, by the treasury, etc. So the issues of building one's own capacities is another point, and again, it is in the hands of People's Deputy. So once again, I always advertise those People's Deputies that try to bring some things for their communities or for their regions. And finally, risks and threats you were talking about. I'm talking about cities and raions of oblast significance. This is the draft law 3614. It was not only about money and funding, it was about one of the most important points. What is the Association of the Cities of Ukraine? It's a buffer between local self-governance bodies and the central authorities. The draft law 3614 was about the dialogue, irrespective of political forces, about the dialogue between the central authorities and local self-governance. Now the problematic issues were removed. Now the resources are with the communities. And what the local deputies will have, lots of things: municipal cooperation, projects for social and economic development, trans-border cooperation. For example, we have Euro regions. Who will be responsible for these issues? Regional state administration. Let's think about the governor. He will rely on local deputies. Therefore, believe me, the local deputies from Bryan councils, we have lots of things to do for these 5 years. We have here really very specialized expert discussion. Probably we have already made everybody asleep using these very sophisticated terms and economic. Probably there are just 3 people who are watching us in Facebook, tired of this economic discussion. What I would like to stress, the idea of predictability. If I understand that this year I'm going to have 360 million, next year 420, next year 6 million a year, it means that I can plan my project this year and I will finish it 3 years later in case I have the budget. And this is the key point. Talking about social and economic development, what do we say to our heads of local councils? 1 year, this is your maximum horizon of planning. Plan something for a month or for 3 months. Do not plan large-scale projects. next year, probably there will be a different social and economic position. But in the fund of regional development, we are obliged to finish 3-year projects throughout the period of 3 years as the most. So now we have 2 or 3 key priorities: great construction, regional economy, and great construction, social infrastructure. Regional economy, there are very few projects. People were not thinking in terms of projects. And now the first signal for us is to launch it, to push local self-governance bodies for creative projects. I saw the figures for support. More than we have the budget 550 million, and we have about 800 projects. So the potential of local governance is really very high, but we should be given clear priorities, fair rules of the game. And I do hope we'll have lots of winners, not this year, but next year. But our people are ready to participate in a number of projects, be it the mayor of Tuchev or Svalyava or Uzhhorod or any other mayor of Ukraine. So this is the difference I'm talking about. Talking about the roads, the point you have mentioned about. But why the excise taxes are not allocated to special funds, but to general fund? And from this general fund, they are already used for something else. And I will probably be very brief. I'll start with excise taxes. I do not have just one single idea about excise taxes, but I probably support local self-governance. We understand that excise taxes are spent not only on the things it is aimed to. Alexander was talking about the dialogue and about the trust. When 1 year ago we had this fight to preserve the excise taxes or not, and in the parliament we had a separate voting, it unbalanced the budget, there were then meetings of parliamentary factions. So the talks were that we are not going to have it next year, but there will be a special tool, transparent tool, that will be effective. 1 year has passed, we still do not have this tool. If we do not have proactive position, if we do not have the effective tool, if we do not have the beneficiary, probably the excise tax should stay. And another story is about trust. Why 3614 is not about funding, but about the trust, and why it just mitigated some issues. The administrations were very careful about 3650, because when we start working together, when the budget committee unanimously supported the project 3614, we all understood it was about trust. The first step was made, the second step was made, and now the central authorities and the local self-governance can work in cooperation. Thank you. Thank you for your response. The only thing I would like to encourage all the colleagues to remember that very often here we have our forum, and our viewers probably are people who do not know the terminology, the draft laws you're talking about, so please do not address them in numbers, but try to decipher to make them more understandable. Another issue we would like to touch upon, and I would like to start with Mr. Ivan Lukeria, is the State Strategy for Regional Development 2027. It is approved, it is adopted, but what does it give to the local communities in comparison with the one we had before, 2020? What novelties we have there, and what is given to Zakarpattia? We have the new period of strategic planning. We have the strategy 2027. There are several key discrepancies. First of all, this strategy is for the state, for the central executive authorities, to support the regions and communities. It is a roadmap for the region, for the regional administration to develop their own local strategy that will go in line with the state one. The state strategy has 3 key priorities: regional economy, human capital and quality of services, We're talking about central centers for providing services, key healthcare institution, road infrastructure priority. This is vocational schools. All these issues related to human capital quality. And the third priority is unity, or just harmony, both mental and infrastructure. For example, we have very big community in here, and we have to organize infrastructure unity regarding roads, regarding kindergarten schools, etc. We have to bring regions together via exchange, via tourism, etc. So these are three key priorities. And on the basis of these three priorities, all the regions have to emphasize these issues in their regional strategies. First of all, the economy. What is the growth point for the Zakarpattia region? And what kind of projects and programs should be implemented here in order to launch this potential? This can be very specific projects. For example, building new roads, water projects, thermal spas, all this stuff. So this is something that should be included into regional strategy. Priority number 2, how we bring together these communities inside the region. We have very large communities here in the Zakarpattia region, where we shall have the key healthcare institution, the basic schools, how we are going to arrange the infrastructure, etc. And priority number 3, quality of human capital. What do we do in the field of vocational training? What kind of other creative projects will be implemented in order to improve the quality of human capital? For example, next year, on the basis of public-private partnership, one project will be implemented, and this is the establishment of the Center for Creative Economy. We talk about renovation of one of the facility, and the equipment will be given. I mean, the computers, the tables, chairs, and all this stuff. And there will be a number of processes included, like mini laboratories. So in one of the mono cities, there will be this center for creative economy. And I think the city has the region has the potential to implement a number of similar projects in other areas. So I think it can be done on the basis of private-public partnership. This is the home task for the regional authorities. Local self-governance bodies should think, what is our community? How can we earn money? What kind of destination we would like to reach? From the viewpoint of planning, from the viewpoint of state investments, the key difference is that we are deviated from administrative and territorial units and started planning expenses to the functional types of territories. We took rural areas, mono-cities, micro-region, Karpaty. For example, the Association of Cities of Ukraine is planning one of the projects to implement in Kyiv agglomeration. It is about huge facilities and water treatment facilities.
Там яке біля міста.
We are not talking about the city of Kyiv. We talk about the agglomeration, and the very projects will be given to agglomeration. We have some problematic territories in the east of Ukraine, and we determined a number of projects for those communities living in the gray area, in the demarcation area, in Black Sea region.
І так далі, і так далі.
Давайте
Of this green emerald network projects. So right now we deviated from the administrative and territorial units and are thinking in terms of macro regions. So now when we talk about Zakarpattia region, we talk about support of mountainous territories. We have our growth points and we have to stimulate these micro centers of growth. Tyachiv, Svalyava, Khust, etc. We have to provide incentives to these communities, and they will operate in their local level. If there is infrastructure, people will be able to go and work in the city and come back to the village. both urban and rural communities will benefit from it. Another point is trans-border cooperation. Zakarpattia has strong potential regarding trans-border cooperation. Now we try to deal with these red tape issues, and there is this Danube transnational program, and the communities will be given funding. There are a number of projects planned for 2021, and we shall work in cooperation with the state regional administration. 2022, we plan to establish the fund for trans-border cooperation to ensure additional funding of the projects together with our Polish, Hungarian, Slovak neighbors. This is about trans-border areas. Definitely, Zakarpattia has some problematic rural areas. Talking about rural areas, actually, Zakarpattia has the best situation in Ukraine regarding support of rural areas. We have only 5 regions that have positive migration saldo. Zakarpattia has probably one of the lowest negative migration saldo. These 5 regions with positive migration saldo has GDP more than 80%. If we ensure growth of Zakarpattia, our GDP is 41, so if we achieve the figure 75 plus, it means we shall have the flow of people, positive flow of people, and as a result, we have better quality of human capital, better productivity, etc. This is what our state strategy is about. I would like to specify, you were talking about functional types of territories, and you have named a number of cities. What should the cities do in order to work in line with the strategy? We would like to see what should Tyachev do, what should Parachin do. It's the wrong approach when somebody in Kiev says what should be done in Tyachev, Mukachev, Hulst, or any other city. Our primary task as the government, as the parliament representatives, to ensure fair and transparent rules of the game, to identify priorities, to ensure stable funding, and on the basis of competitive selection, to select something that meets our criteria. What should Tyachev do, what should any other city or town do in Zakarpattia, is the question for the city itself, to answer what is a priority for this particular city. Another important issue, we have the state strategy. The state has representatives in the areas, and this is the state regional administration. And now I would like to give the floor to Alexei Petrov. The question is approximately the same, state strategy, regional development, but from the viewpoint of local level. Probably you would tell us what kind of steps should be taken by local communities to participate in this competition for allocated budgets. Well, we have already adopted state strategy for regional development, but so far we have not approved our regional one. We have made an analysis, and we have 3-layer strategy. We have the state strategy, a regional one, and local ones. We have 7 territorial communities who already have their own strategies. We are trying to finalize our regional one, and we wanted to go in line with the state one. Development of regional economy are bringing communities together, and human capital potential. We shall introduce a number of corrections into our document for it to be logical with the state one, and I think we are going to adopt it in the nearest future. Definitely, we have raised the issue. What challenges do we face? Where do we have these growth points? One of the key suggestions we would like to promote and the head of the Office of President has mentioned it, that we would like to come back to the old model, and we would like to implement it as a pilot project in Zakarpattia. This is the so-called free economic zone, or the territory of priority development. Once again, unfortunately, our region is still relying on subsidies from central authorities. When we had a meeting of the president with the business circles, representatives of the business community, this idea was voiced and it was supported, and we were given a number of criteria for the proposals for to renew the experience we have had in the past. From 6 regions that had these free economic zones, Zakarpattia showed the best dynamics in 2004-2006. Apart from this, one of the areas for our development are two clusters: industrialization and tourism. However cynical it may sound, but still we have to reallocate the industrial chains. COVID-19 showed our lack of capacity to respond to industrial cycles. We are very close to one of the most intensive markets in the territory of the European continent, taking into account the exchange rate and the current difference in terms of salaries. We are ready to provide our areas and our human capital to be part of industrial chain of this big European market. We have the big problem with just capacity, our border capacity, and taking into account our unique location, geographic location. We really have this unique geographic location that brings us together with 4 European countries. But we cannot expand our distribution capacity, our transit capacity. So we really try to improve this, and it was voiced by the President of Ukraine, and we have the order by the Cabinet of Ministers of Ukraine to include our border infrastructure. In particular, I'm talking about border crossing points that will enable us to develop our transit potential. So transit potential is number one. Road infrastructure development is number 2. It is funded from both local funds and state funds, and it is also a driver for the development of local economy. And if we manage to do it, we'll be able to have here this pilot project for 2 or 3 years regarding free economic zone in Zakarpattia. So we'll be able to bring together all these clusters for this industrial package to work here in Zakarpattia region, taking into account our great location, proximity to the European market. And very briefly about tourism. What we include into our regional strategy is tourism. The cluster, which probably has not been developed for 30 years, I do not know why it is so, whether it is accidental or not, but even in comparison with our neighboring regions, Lviv region and Ivano-Frankivsk region, we still do not have good, highly interesting tourist attractions that can bring here the European tourists. We do the infrastructure, we do the roads, we repair the roads, particularly those which connect us with the European countries. So I think in the nearest future, we have to concentrate our efforts on developing mountainous resorts, spa resorts, thermal spas, mineral spas. We really now pay lots of attention to the thermal issues. We have about 3 or 4 thermal spas or thermal which meet the European requirements. And you should take into account that these are all-year resorts. In Hungary, they have about 380 thermal spas. And we have even better quality water. It is warmer. But for Hungary, it is the driver for the development of local economy. So they have about 400 points, 400 spas, while we have about 5, which we try to develop, but from a very narrow point of view. Probably here there were some elements of corruption. But right now, we try to include these tourist attractions points into our regional strategy. And we try to stress the necessity to build large-scale resorts. We try to overcome all these bureaucratic issues related to the just natural resources. And I addressed the minister with the point that in case we do not break the bureaucratic system, we won't be able to gain anything. I'm talking about the permits and licenses for all the things we already have and we know about. Our neighbors actually laugh at us, stating that, well, for 7 years you have, in Drahobrat, you have snow and you do not have any mountainous, good mountainous resorts. What you have there is scarce. So, talking about this administrative and territorial reform, we have either we should either talk about subsidies or the local communities have their own budget. Still, they will be interested in having their documents for the detailed plan of the territory, for the zoning of the territory.
What is the situation today with, in terms of communication with the investor coming here? They say that they are ready to invest and to develop our tourist cluster, but we have a vicious circle. We don't have cases, we don't have plans, we don't have strategic environmental assessment, which really cost a lot. They are not let down in the budget of territorial communities because that is development budget and we don't have any development due to COVID. Therefore, prospective investor coming here will say, even we had investors from Quota, they said, okay, we are ready to invest, but we need cases. We have even addressed their ministry asking for this option of finance for the development of a documentary case for the community to be able to show something to investors and to involve them, having a part which has already been funded, because that is the documentary part which is really important. Well, these are two directions of concerning regional strategy. Yeah, and you have been talking about very important points, these documentary cases. I would like to stress these points because when I asked the question, how do you get involved? That is all about the percentage. Communities need to start developing a certain set and package of documents which would show that they have opportunities and they have vision for the investor to join them. Here is another point of free economic zone of Zakarpattia region. That is, as far as I understand, is already a clear question with a clear solution, right? It was voiced yesterday. Well, Andriy has actually voiced that, saying that out of all Western regions, only our region is promoting this idea as the key one. And we have got some success stories. I think that it's all about Zakarpattia region, but it's important that you have voiced this idea, not me. And by the way, using the occasion, I would like to say that one of the other panels is going to be dedicated to infrastructural changes, the things you have partially mentioned in your speech, and I guess that there will be a lot of points of interest that will be voiced then, and these things will be related to the changes in the region. Alexander Slobozhan also meant to say something about strategies. Right. That is about strategies. So let's have a look. One thing is to have a strategy in place, and the other thing is to really follow this strategy. You know, the question is asked why Ukrainian cities with a strategy live at a lower level than Polish cities having no strategy. That's because normally a strategy is developed by the expert and it's not inclusive, not the community is writing this. Then a political cycle is over, the strategy changes, the authority changes, and actually the strategy is not followed. So the question is not that of availability of strategies, but the quality. What is strategy? It's just a vision, and the strategy should be supported by a number of documents of local nature that need to be designed by local community and by local council, including the statute, the charter of territorial communities, and their schedules of work of territorial municipalities. And could you mention some more of them? That is the plan of social and economic development, one of the documents. The head of the regional state administration has managed the city planning documents, and you know, probably that with this statement I would refer to central authorities, because we have a lot of cities in our association that wanted to arrange planning documents as a result of using some subvention, infrastructural subvention. It could be city planning documents, some other things which actually cost a lot. These are tens of millions of hryvnias. So can some community do the things for 2 million? No, it should be supported. Even Uzhhorod, even Mukachev, even Tavchev should be supported. They don't have this money. And the legislator has actually envisaged this direction in their infrastructural subvention, but the state treasury said that we don't know what the essence of this whole thing is, because there is no facility, there are no nails, no construction items, just documents. What are we heading for? The other point I would support you with is the one related to the deposits. Yeah, we have to expand the authorities, be it about regional or local authorities. There should be expansion of the authorities, and this will contribute to local development. Another point related to forestry. Well, forestries should be given some money. Soon we're going to consider some amendments about distribution of the money between local administration and communities. We have the Ministry of Finance, and it's actually against this amendment. There are a lot of things where we should actually fill the documents with content. You claim that I don't need to mention numbers of documents, but I think that a lot of people are watching us, and they will now hear names, figures, and they will ask their deputies as to what amendments, what suggestions have been taken into account as given by people in those documents. So now it's high time that we change all this, and then since 2021, local self-government could already set the priorities on their own. Thank you. A brief remark from Ivan, and I'll give the floor to Vitaly as well. As far as the reference to central authorities is concerned, you know, in 2018, when there was infrastructural subvention, so the Treasury normally financed city planning document elaboration for 2021. Due to the support of international donors, 62 million hryvnias are going to be allocated to plan development, city planning documents, for a certain number of communities, depending on how much it will be enough for, because we have just 62 million from the European Investment Bank. And you have raised a very important issue of spatial documents, spatial development, primarily for investors. In 2021, well, actually, this year, the general scheme of Ukraine is going to be over, and starting with 2021, we don't know what their course, what the direction of Ukraine is going to be, because, you know, it may be that we have a road from the border of Slovakia to our border, but some newly built apartment, multi-storied building has appeared in that place, and actually there is some communication. Nobody knows where the airports are going to be built and what is going to happen. So definitely we need city planning documents for each community. What do communities do? How are they involved? Well, they need to have the marketplace, their project bank, to development projects, like for example, whether there is some capacity in one of the communities or close to Uzhhorod to have a technical park or industrial park with a managing company, with logistic partners, production companies. I think we have this capacity, but we need to understand how large this area should be. How do we do infrastructural facilities, engineering facilities there, and so on and so forth. So the city, every city actually must have such projects, what they intend to implement over the recent 2 or 3 years. Thank you for these specifications. Well, really, we tend to speak about seemingly obvious things, but they are not that obvious on site, locally. And when we speak about strategies with the village well, they sometimes don't understand what we're talking about. But in fact, all those documents are really important for the community to take the resources and to develop further. I have the question to Vitaly Bazhin. We don't have much time left, but it would be good if you still told us about the financial tools we're going to have next year. And the other point is, it would be good if you told us how the efficiency of newly created communities is going to be measured and assessed, because we understand that somebody will cope with the challenges, some of the communities will not. How much time are we going to give for this process? Yeah, let me start with the second question, because I can link it to the issue of strategies. So, what is my attitude to state regional strategy 2021-2027? I don't have any attitude to it because it's just a document, a paper. It's not functioning as yet. Then, if regional strategies are not subordinated to the state regional strategies, again, these documents don't mean anything. If strategic plans or strategies of communities are not written by the community to have some guidance in terms of their development, but because that is a requirement for some state funding of some project, well, again, they will be nothing. So Ivan tends to speak about the projects that if they want to have a road repaired to the cemetery, then it gets to, even in Zakarpattia region, this is the example, it gets into the state regional into the state strategy. So there must be coordination, and if there is this coordination between all those types of strategies, they will really work. That's why we have the State Regional Development Fund, when we have the sectoral agencies. And even if we have strategies, if we have tools, how do you really assess the efficiency? And here is the question which we tend to pay attention to. This is their establishment of the system of monitoring efficiency and capacity of communities. What does it mean? If we mean that this is going to be just a change, just reformatting, well, it's not about that. Mostly we're going to focus on two things. On the state, seeing whether these steps really correspond to the strategy, and for the communities to understand whether there is some development in place or no. It's not just about having a rating of communities and saying that, okay, this is a nice community and this is a bad community. No, one and the same community should be studied in terms of the dynamics of development by clearly determined criteria to understand whether we have some progress or no. Because if we just measure it by some criteria according to which a grant was allocated, and then we will claim that we have a super-transparent city with the super-transparent council, and you come there and you see the landfill there in the city center, so why do we need such ratings? So definitely, 3 levels of strategy should be in coordination with each other, the tools from the state to the local ones, and the co-funding for the projects within the strategy, and then own monitoring. And if something is happening in the wrong way, that doesn't mean that some community should be eradicated. No, the state should provide some incentives for the territory to develop and tools. Because we have some depressed areas, and some communities just want to be depressed to get more money. There must be a clear tool to implement the strategy. And if we need some legislative provision for this, so this must be in the law on the principles of state regional policy. That is the question for brave people. How do we ensure enforcement of decisions on the regional level? High quality generation of decisions on the local level. That is the question which comes in our online chat. Well, you need to elect high-quality young people with not Soviet mindset, but practical strategic management thinking. Well, but the election is over. No, the the first point is dialogue, then trust, and it's not about personalities, because during the process, when you start dealing with personalities, the personal level, you will never generate ideas. And the fourth point is that you need to involve public sector and children. I can give you a lot of examples of the cities who have managed to elaborate transport strategies with the involvement of children in the decision-making. Yeah, and I normally speak about the institutional processes. That is something that will keep working no matter how frequently people are changed. We have some agencies, and they work regardless of the fact who the minister is, who the state mayor is. If we have the regional development fund, again, it keeps working in spite of all the changes. These are institutions, and these are the processes ensured by them. Thanks a lot to you for this interesting speech, where we have mentioned some specific things which I hope are of importance for local representatives of local self-government bodies. And we have also spoken about some dreams, which are also important. The only thing is, which is left, is that I would like to express my gratitude to the Institute of Central European Strategy in USAID, which have provided us with this opportunity to have this panel within this forum about and to speak about the things that are really important for all of us. Thanks to all those involved in the discussion. I hope that this discussion will continue in a different format. Thanks a lot to our speakers and to the facilitator for a very informative and detailed discussion. And we are really grateful to our online audience following, commenting. We have already quite a lot of publications which will definitely be voiced throughout the day. So far, we're going to have a break till 3 o'clock. And at 3, we will start our next panel discussion about infrastructural breakthrough of the Zakarpattia region that may happen and, as we hope, will happen. That is going to be informative and topical.
Що ми знаємо про Закарпаття? Що ми уявляємо, коли говоримо про Закарпаття? Це найзахідніша область України в самісінькому центрі Європи. Вона межує одразу з 4 країнами ЄС і НАТО. Це регіон із давньою історією та багатою культурною спадщиною, мальовничою природою, незіпсованою екологією, величними карпатськими горами, добрим вином, ароматними сирами та легендарною бринзою, еклектичною гастрономією, унікальними термальними курортами та гостинними людьми різних національностей, які звикли жити у мирі та взаємній повазі. Закарпаття має усе, аби бути раєм на землі. Або, принаймні, історією успіху, яка веде Україну в Європу. Однак з різних причин за останні десятиліття Закарпаття переживає непрості часи, як і вся Україна. На жаль, регіон практично зупинився у розвитку, часом навіть деградує. Закарпаття втратило впевненість та амбіції, втратило людей. Регіон втратив увагу тих, хто прагне розвитку, але став розмінною картою в руках тих, кому Закарпаття байдуже. Раптом цей край почав асоціюватися виключно з контрабандою, сепаратизмом та кримінальними розбірками. Але навіть попри це Закарпаття продовжує залишатися прикладом для всієї України, адже в невеличкому регіоні мирно живе та працює понад 100 національностей. Тут виробляється 1/3 всіх гірських лиж у світі, а також комплектуючі для світових автомобільних брендів Volkswagen та Audi. Тут випускають кавоварки Nespresso, тут шиють одяг Zara та Hugo Boss. А ще вирощують соковиті овочі та фрукти, створюють неймовірне вино та органічні продукти. Закарпаття має великий потенціал і є, мабуть, найбільш недооціненим регіоном України. Тут живуть люди, які прагнуть змін і готові творити ці зміни, попри всі труднощі, кризи та епідемії. Якщо вам цікавий цей унікальний регіон України і ви щиро бажаєте йому успіху, завітайте на форум Reopen Закарпаття, щоб відкрити цей регіон для себе і країни знову, і разом перетворити Закарпаття на справжню історію успіху. Що ми знаємо про Закарпаття? Що ми уявляємо, коли говоримо про Закарпаття? Це найзахідніша область України в самісінькому центрі Європи. Вона межує одразу з 4 країнами ЄС і НАТО. Це регіон із давньою історією та багатою культурною спадщиною, мальовничою природою, незіпсованою екологією, величними карпатськими горами, добрим вином, ароматними сирами та легендарною бринзою, еклектичною гастрономією, унікальними термальними курортами та гостинними людьми різних національностей, які звикли жити у мирі та взаємній повазі. Закарпаття має усе, аби бути раєм на землі. Або, принаймні, історією успіху, яка веде Україну в Європу. Однак з різних причин за останні десятиліття Закарпаття переживає непрості часи, як і вся Україна. На жаль, регіон практично зупинився у розвитку, часом навіть деградує. Закарпаття втратило упевненість та амбіції, втратило людей. Регіон втратив увагу тих, хто прагне розвитку, але став розмінною картою в руках тих, кому Закарпаття байдуже. Раптом цей край почав асоціюватися виключно з контрабандою, сепаратизмом та кримінальними розбірками. Але навіть попри це Закарпаття продовжує залишатися прикладом для всієї України, адже в невеличкому регіоні мирно живе та працює понад 100 національностей. Тут виробляється 1/3 всіх гірських лиж у світі, а також комплектуючі для світових автомобільних брендів Volkswagen та Audi. Тут випускають кавоварки Nespresso, тут шиють одяг Zara та Hugo Boss. А ще вирощують соковиті овочі та фрукти, створюють неймовірне вино та органічні продукти. Закарпаття має великий потенціал і є, мабуть, найбільш недооціненим регіоном України. Тут живуть люди, які прагнуть змін і готові творити ці зміни, попри всі труднощі, кризи та епідемії. Якщо вам цікавий цей унікальний регіон України і ви щиро бажаєте йому успіху, завітайте на форум Reopen Закарпаття, щоб відкрити цей регіон для себе і країни знову, і разом перетворити Закарпаття на справжню історію успіху. Що ми знаємо про Закарпаття? Що ми уявляємо, коли говоримо про Закарпаття? Це найзахідніша область України в самісінькому центрі Європи. Вона межує одразу з 4 країнами ЄС і НАТО. Це регіон із давньою історією та багатою культурною спадщиною, мальовничою природою, незіпсованою екологією, величними карпатськими горами, добрим вином, ароматними сирами та легендарною бринзою, еклектичною гастрономією, унікальними термальними курортами та гостинними людьми різних національностей, які звикли жити у мирі та взаємній повазі. Закарпаття має усе, аби бути раєм на землі. Або, принаймні, історією успіху, яка веде Україну в Європу. Однак з різних причин за останні десятиліття Закарпаття переживає непрості часи, як і вся Україна. На жаль, регіон практично зупинився у розвитку, часом навіть деградує. Закарпаття втратило впевненість та амбіції, втратило людей. Регіон втратив увагу тих, хто прагне розвитку, але став розмінною картою в руках тих, кому Закарпаття байдуже. Раптом цей край почав асоціюватися виключно з контрабандою, сепаратизмом та кримінальними розбірками. Але навіть попри це Закарпаття продовжує залишатися прикладом для всієї України, адже в невеличкому регіоні мирно живе та працює понад 100 національностей. Тут виробляється 1/3 всіх гірських лиж у світі, а також комплектуючі для світових автомобільних брендів Volkswagen та Audi. Тут випускають кавоварки Nespresso, тут шиють одяг Zara та Hugo Boss. А ще вирощують соковиті овочі та фрукти, створюють неймовірне вино та органічні продукти. Закарпаття має великий потенціал і є, мабуть, найбільш недооціненим регіоном України. Тут живуть люди, які прагнуть змін і готові творити ці зміни, попри всі труднощі, кризи та епідемії. Якщо вам цікавий цей унікальний регіон України і ви щиро бажаєте йому успіху, завітайте на форум Reopen Закарпаття, щоб відкрити цей регіон для себе і країни знову, і разом перетворити Закарпаття на справжню історію успіху. Що ми знаємо про Закарпаття? Що ми уявляємо, коли говоримо про Закарпаття? Це найзахідніша область України в самісінькому центрі Європи. Вона межує одразу з 4 країнами ЄС і НАТО. Це регіон із давньою історією та багатою культурною спадщиною, мальовничою природою, незіпсованою екологією, величними карпатськими горами, добрим вином, ароматними сирами та легендарною бринзою, еклектичною гастрономією, унікальними термальними курортами та гостинними людьми різних національностей, які звикли жити у мирі та взаємній повазі. Закарпаття має усе, аби бути раєм на землі. Або, принаймні, історією успіху, яка веде Україну в Європу. Однак з різних причин за останні десятиліття Закарпаття переживає непрості часи, як і вся Україна. На жаль, регіон практично зупинився у розвитку, часом навіть деградує. Закарпаття втратило упевненість та амбіції, втратило людей. Регіон втратив увагу тих, хто прагне розвитку, але став розмінною картою в руках тих, кому Закарпаття байдуже. Раптом цей край почав асоціюватися виключно з контрабандою, сепаратизмом та кримінальними розбірками. Але навіть попри це Закарпаття продовжує залишатися прикладом для всієї України, адже в невеличкому регіоні мирно живе та працює понад 100 національностей. Тут виробляється 1/3 всіх гірських лиж у світі, а також комплектуючі для світових автомобільних брендів Volkswagen та Audi. Тут випускають кавоварки Nespresso, тут шиють одяг Zara та Hugo Boss. А ще вирощують соковиті овочі та фрукти, створюють неймовірне вино та органічні продукти. Закарпаття має великий потенціал і є, мабуть, найбільш недооціненим регіоном України. Тут живуть люди, які прагнуть змін і готові творити ці зміни, попри всі труднощі, кризи та епідемії. Якщо вам цікавий цей унікальний регіон України і ви щиро бажаєте йому успіху, завітайте на форум Reopen Закарпаття, щоб відкрити цей регіон для себе і країни знову, і разом перетворити Закарпаття на справжню історію успіху. Що ми знаємо про Закарпаття? Що ми уявляємо, коли говоримо про Закарпаття? Це найзахідніша область України в самісінькому центрі Європи. Вона межує одразу з 4 країнами ЄС і НАТО. Це регіон із давньою історією та багатою культурною спадщиною, мальовничою природою, незіпсованою екологією, величними карпатськими горами, добрим вином, ароматними сирами та легендарною бринзою, еклектичною гастрономією, унікальними термальними курортами та гостинними людьми різних національностей, які звикли жити у мирі та взаємній повазі. Закарпаття має усе, аби бути раєм на землі. Або, принаймні, історією успіху, яка веде Україну в Європу. Однак з різних причин за останні десятиліття Закарпаття переживає непрості часи, як і вся Україна. На жаль, регіон практично зупинився у розвитку, часом навіть деградує. Закарпаття втратило впевненість та амбіції, втратило людей. Регіон втратив увагу тих, хто прагне розвитку, але став розмінною картою в руках тих, кому Закарпаття байдуже. Раптом цей край почав асоціюватися виключно з контрабандою, сепаратизмом та кримінальними розбірками. Але навіть попри це Закарпаття продовжує залишатися прикладом для всієї України, адже в невеличкому регіоні мирно живе та працює понад 100 національностей. Тут виробляється 1/3 всіх гірських лиж у світі, а також комплектуючі для світових автомобільних брендів Volkswagen та Audi. Тут випускають кавоварки Nespresso, тут шиють одяг Zara та Hugo Boss. А ще вирощують соковиті овочі та фрукти, створюють неймовірне вино та органічні продукти. Закарпаття має великий потенціал і є, мабуть, найбільш недооціненим регіоном України. Тут живуть люди, які прагнуть змін і готові творити ці зміни, попри всі труднощі, кризи та епідемії. Якщо вам цікавий цей унікальний регіон України і ви щиро бажаєте йому успіху, завітайте на форум Reopen Закарпаття, щоб відкрити цей регіон для себе і країни знову, і разом перетворити Закарпаття на справжню історію успіху. Що ми знаємо про Закарпаття? Що ми уявляємо, коли говоримо про Закарпаття? Це найзахідніша область України в самісінькому центрі Європи. Вона межує одразу з 4 країнами ЄС і НАТО. Це регіон із давньою історією та багатою культурною спадщиною, мальовничою природою, незіпсованою екологією, величними карпатськими горами, добрим вином, ароматними сирами та легендарною бринзою, еклектичною гастрономією, унікальними термальними курортами та гостинними людьми різних національностей, які звикли жити у мирі та взаємній повазі. Закарпаття має усе, аби бути раєм на землі. Або, принаймні, історією успіху, яка веде Україну в Європу. Однак з різних причин за останні десятиліття Закарпаття переживає непрості часи, як і вся Україна. На жаль, регіон практично зупинився у розвитку, часом навіть деградує. Закарпаття втратило впевненість та амбіції, втратило людей. Регіон втратив увагу тих, хто прагне розвитку, але став розмінною картою в руках тих, кому Закарпаття байдуже. Раптом цей край почав асоціюватися виключно з контрабандою, сепаратизмом та кримінальними розбірками. Але навіть попри це Закарпаття продовжує залишатися прикладом для всієї України, адже в невеличкому регіоні мирно живе та працює понад 100 національностей. Тут виробляється 1/3 всіх гірських лиж у світі, а також комплектуючі для світових автомобільних брендів Volkswagen та Audi. Тут випускають кавоварки Nespresso, тут шиють одяг Zara та Hugo Boss. А ще вирощують соковиті овочі та фрукти, створюють неймовірне вино та органічні продукти. Закарпаття має великий потенціал і є, мабуть, найбільш недооціненим регіоном України. Тут живуть люди, які прагнуть змін і готові творити ці зміни, попри всі труднощі, кризи та епідемії. Якщо вам цікавий цей унікальний регіон України і ви щиро бажаєте йому успіху, завітайте на форум Reopen Закарпаття, щоб відкрити цей регіон для себе і країни знову, і разом перетворити Закарпаття на справжню історію успіху. Що ми знаємо про Закарпаття? Що ми уявляємо, коли говоримо про Закарпаття? Це найзахідніша область України в самісінькому центрі Європи. Вона межує одразу з 4 країнами ЄС і НАТО. Це регіон із давньою історією та багатою культурною спадщиною, мальовничою природою, незіпсованою екологією, величними карпатськими горами, добрим вином, ароматними сирами та легендарною бринзою, еклектичною гастрономією, унікальними термальними курортами та гостинними людьми різних національностей, які звикли жити у мирі та взаємній повазі. Закарпаття має усе, аби бути раєм на землі. Або, принаймні, історією успіху, яка веде Україну в Європу. Однак з різних причин за останні десятиліття Закарпаття переживає непрості часи, як і вся Україна. На жаль, регіон практично зупинився у розвитку, часом навіть деградує. Закарпаття втратило впевненість та амбіції, втратило людей. Регіон втратив увагу тих, хто прагне розвитку, але став розмінною картою в руках тих, кому Закарпаття байдуже. Раптом цей край почав асоціюватися виключно з контрабандою, сепаратизмом та кримінальними розбірками. Але навіть попри це Закарпаття продовжує залишатися прикладом для всієї України, адже в невеличкому регіоні мирно живе та працює понад 100 національностей. Тут виробляється 1/3 всіх гірських лиж у світі, а також комплектуючі для світових автомобільних брендів Volkswagen та Audi. Тут випускають кавоварки Nespresso, тут шиють одяг Zara та Hugo Boss. А ще вирощують соковиті овочі та фрукти, створюють неймовірне вино та органічні продукти. Закарпаття має великий потенціал і є, мабуть, найбільш недооціненим регіоном України. Тут живуть люди, які прагнуть змін і готові творити ці зміни, попри всі труднощі, кризи та епідемії. Якщо вам цікавий цей унікальний регіон України і ви щиро бажаєте йому успіху, завітайте на форум Reopen Закарпаття, щоб відкрити цей регіон для себе і країни знову, і разом перетворити Закарпаття на справжню історію успіху. Що ми знаємо про Закарпаття? Що ми уявляємо, коли говоримо про Закарпаття? Це найзахідніша область України в самісінькому центрі Європи. Вона межує одразу з 4 країнами ЄС і НАТО. Це регіон із давньою історією та багатою культурною спадщиною, мальовничою природою, незіпсованою екологією, величними карпатськими горами, добрим вином, ароматними сирами та легендарною бринзою, еклектичною гастрономією, унікальними термальними курортами та гостинними людьми різних національностей, які звикли жити у мирі та взаємній повазі. Закарпаття має усе, аби бути раєм на землі. Або, принаймні, історією успіху, яка веде Україну в Європу. Однак з різних причин за останні десятиліття Закарпаття переживає непрості часи, як і вся Україна. На жаль, регіон практично зупинився у розвитку, часом навіть деградує. Закарпаття втратило впевненість та амбіції, втратило людей. Регіон втратив увагу тих, хто прагне розвитку, але став розмінною картою в руках тих, кому Закарпаття байдуже. Раптом цей край почав асоціюватися виключно з контрабандою, сепаратизмом та кримінальними розбірками. Але навіть попри це Закарпаття продовжує залишатися прикладом для всієї України, адже в невеличкому регіоні мирно живе та працює понад 100 національностей. Тут виробляється 1/3 всіх гірських лиж у світі, а також комплектуючі для світових автомобільних брендів Volkswagen та Audi. Тут випускають кавоварки Nespresso, тут шиють одяг Zara та Hugo Boss. А ще вирощують соковиті овочі та фрукти, створюють неймовірне вино та органічні продукти. Закарпаття має великий потенціал і є, мабуть, найбільш недооціненим регіоном України. Тут живуть люди, які прагнуть змін і готові творити ці зміни, попри всі труднощі, кризи та епідемії. Якщо вам цікавий цей унікальний регіон України і ви щиро бажаєте йому успіху, завітайте на форум Reopen Закарпаття, щоб відкрити цей регіон для себе і країни знову, і разом перетворити Закарпаття на справжню історію успіху. Що ми знаємо про Закарпаття? Що ми уявляємо, коли говоримо про Закарпаття? Це найзахідніша область України в самісінькому центрі Європи. Вона межує одразу з 4 країнами ЄС і НАТО. Це регіон із давньою історією та багатою культурною спадщиною, мальовничою природою, незіпсованою екологією, величними Карпатськими горами, добрим вином, ароматними сирами та легендарною бринзою, еклектичною гастрономією, унікальними термальними курортами та гостинними людьми різних національностей, які звикли жити у мирі та взаємній повазі. Закарпаття має усе, аби бути раєм на землі. Або, принаймні, історією успіху, яка веде Україну в Європу. Однак з різних причин за останні десятиліття Закарпаття переживає непрості часи, як і вся Україна. На жаль, регіон практично зупинився у розвитку, часом навіть деградує. Закарпаття втратило упевненість та амбіції, втратило людей. Регіон втратив увагу тих, хто прагне розвитку, але став розмінною картою в руках тих, кому Закарпаття байдуже. Раптом цей край почав асоціюватися виключно з контрабандою, сепаратизмом та кримінальними розбірками. Але навіть попри це Закарпаття продовжує залишатися прикладом для всієї України, адже в невеличкому регіоні мирно живе та працює понад 100 національностей. Тут виробляється 1/3 всіх гірських лиж у світі, а також комплектуючі для світових автомобільних брендів Volkswagen та Audi. Тут випускають кавоварки Nespresso, тут шиють одяг Zara та Hugo Boss. А ще вирощують соковиті овочі та фрукти, створюють неймовірне вино та органічні продукти. Закарпаття має великий потенціал і є, мабуть, найбільш недооціненим регіоном України. Тут живуть люди, які прагнуть змін і готові творити ці зміни, попри всі труднощі, кризи та епідемії. Якщо вам цікавий цей унікальний регіон України і ви щиро бажаєте йому успіху, завітайте на форум Reopen Закарпаття, щоб відкрити цей регіон для себе і країни знову, і разом перетворити Закарпаття на справжню історію успіху. Що ми знаємо про Закарпаття? Що ми уявляємо, коли говоримо про Закарпаття? Це найзахідніша область України в самісінькому центрі Європи. Вона межує одразу з 4 країнами ЄС і НАТО. Це регіон із давньою історією та багатою культурною спадщиною, мальовничою природою, незіпсованою екологією, величними карпатськими горами, добрим вином, ароматними сирами та легендарною бринзою, еклектичною гастрономією, унікальними термальними курортами та гостинними людьми різних національностей, які звикли жити у мирі та взаємній повазі. Закарпаття має усе, аби бути раєм на землі. Або, принаймні, історією успіху, яка веде Україну в Європу. Однак з різних причин за останні десятиліття Закарпаття переживає непрості часи, як і вся Україна. На жаль, регіон практично зупинився у розвитку, часом навіть деградує. Закарпаття втратило впевненість та амбіції, втратило людей. Регіон втратив увагу тих, хто прагне розвитку, але став розмінною картою в руках тих, кому Закарпаття байдуже. Раптом цей край почав асоціюватися виключно з контрабандою, сепаратизмом та кримінальними розбірками. Але навіть попри це Закарпаття продовжує залишатися прикладом для всієї України, адже в невеличкому регіоні мирно живе та працює понад 100 національностей. Тут виробляється 1/3 всіх гірських лиж у світі, а також комплектуючі для світових автомобільних брендів Volkswagen та Audi. Тут випускають кавоварки Nespresso, тут шиють одяг Zara та Hugo Boss. А ще вирощують соковиті овочі та фрукти, створюють неймовірне вино та органічні продукти. Закарпаття має великий потенціал і є, мабуть, найбільш недооціненим регіоном України. Тут живуть люди, які прагнуть змін і готові творити ці зміни, попри всі труднощі, кризи та епідемії. Якщо вам цікавий цей унікальний регіон України і ви щиро бажаєте йому успіху, завітайте на форум Reopen Закарпаття, щоб відкрити цей регіон для себе і країни знову, і разом перетворити Закарпаття на справжню історію успіху. Що ми знаємо про Закарпаття? Що ми уявляємо, коли говоримо про Закарпаття? Це найзахідніша область України в самісінькому центрі Європи. Вона межує одразу з 4 країнами ЄС і НАТО. Це регіон із давньою історією та багатою культурною спадщиною, мальовничою природою, незіпсованою екологією, величними карпатськими горами, добрим вином, ароматними сирами та легендарною бринзою, еклектичною гастрономією, унікальними термальними курортами та гостинними людьми різних національностей, які звикли жити у мирі та взаємній повазі. Закарпаття має усе, аби бути раєм на землі. Або, принаймні, історією успіху, яка веде Україну в Європу. Однак з різних причин за останні десятиліття Закарпаття переживає непрості часи, як і вся Україна. На жаль, регіон практично зупинився у розвитку, часом навіть деградує. Закарпаття втратило впевненість та амбіції, втратило людей. Регіон втратив увагу тих, хто прагне розвитку, але став розмінною картою в руках тих, кому Закарпаття байдуже. Раптом цей край почав асоціюватися виключно з контрабандою, сепаратизмом та кримінальними розбірками. Але навіть попри це Закарпаття продовжує залишатися прикладом для всієї України, адже в невеличкому регіоні мирно живе та працює понад 100 національностей. Тут виробляється 1/3 всіх гірських лиж у світі, а також комплектуючі для світових автомобільних брендів Volkswagen та Audi. Тут випускають кавоварки Nespresso, тут шиють одяг Zara та Hugo Boss. А ще вирощують соковиті овочі та фрукти, створюють неймовірне вино та органічні продукти. Закарпаття має великий потенціал і є, мабуть, найбільш недооціненим регіоном України. Тут живуть люди, які прагнуть змін і готові творити ці зміни, попри всі труднощі, кризи та епідемії. Якщо вам цікавий цей унікальний регіон України і ви щиро бажаєте йому успіху, завітайте на форум Reopen Закарпаття, щоб відкрити цей регіон для себе і країни знову, і разом перетворити Закарпаття на справжню історію успіху. Що ми знаємо про Закарпаття? Що ми уявляємо, коли говоримо про Закарпаття? Це найзахідніша область України в самісінькому центрі Європи. Вона межує одразу з 4 країнами ЄС і НАТО. Це регіон із давньою історією та багатою культурною спадщиною, мальовничою природою, незіпсованою екологією, величними карпатськими горами, добрим вином, ароматними сирами та легендарною бринзою, еклектичною гастрономією, унікальними термальними курортами та гостинними людьми різних національностей, які звикли жити у мирі та взаємній повазі. Закарпаття має усе, аби бути раєм на землі. Або, принаймні, історією успіху, яка веде Україну в Європу. Однак з різних причин за останні десятиліття Закарпаття переживає непрості часи, як і вся Україна. На жаль, регіон практично зупинився у розвитку, часом навіть деградує. Закарпаття втратило упевненість та амбіції, втратило людей. Регіон втратив увагу тих, хто прагне розвитку, але став розмінною картою в руках тих, кому Закарпаття байдуже. Раптом цей край почав асоціюватися виключно з контрабандою, сепаратизмом та кримінальними розбірками. Але навіть попри це Закарпаття продовжує залишатися прикладом для всієї України, адже в невеличкому регіоні мирно живе та працює понад 100 національностей. Тут виробляється 1/3 всіх гірських лиж у світі, а також комплектуючі для світових автомобільних брендів Volkswagen та Audi. Тут випускають кавоварки Nespresso, тут шиють одяг Zara та Hugo Boss. А ще вирощують соковиті овочі та фрукти, створюють неймовірне вино та органічні продукти. Закарпаття має великий потенціал і є, мабуть, найбільш недооціненим регіоном України. Тут живуть люди, які прагнуть змін і готові творити ці зміни, попри всі труднощі, кризи та епідемії. Якщо вам цікавий цей унікальний регіон України і ви щиро бажаєте йому успіху, завітайте на форум Reopen Закарпаття, щоб відкрити цей регіон для себе і країни знову, і разом перетворити Закарпаття на справжню історію успіху. Що ми знаємо про Закарпаття? Що ми уявляємо, коли говоримо про Закарпаття? Це найзахідніша область України в самісінькому центрі Європи. Вона межує одразу з 4 країнами ЄС і НАТО. Це регіон із давньою історією та багатою культурною спадщиною, мальовничою природою, незіпсованою екологією, величними карпатськими горами, добрим вином, ароматними сирами та легендарною бринзою, еклектичною гастрономією, унікальними термальними курортами та гостинними людьми різних національностей, які звикли жити у мирі та взаємній повазі. Закарпаття має усе, аби бути раєм на землі. Або, принаймні, історією успіху, яка веде Україну в Європу. Однак з різних причин за останні десятиліття Закарпаття переживає непрості часи, як і вся Україна. На жаль, регіон практично зупинився у розвитку, часом навіть деградує. Закарпаття втратило впевненість та амбіції, втратило людей. Регіон втратив увагу тих, хто прагне розвитку, але став розмінною картою в руках тих, кому Закарпаття байдуже. Раптом цей край почав асоціюватися виключно з контрабандою, сепаратизмом та кримінальними розбірками. Але навіть попри це Закарпаття продовжує залишатися прикладом для всієї України, адже в невеличкому регіоні мирно живе та працює понад 100 національностей. Тут виробляється 1/3 всіх гірських лиж у світі, а також комплектуючі для світових автомобільних брендів Volkswagen та Audi. Тут випускають кавоварки Nespresso, тут шиють одяг Zara та Hugo Boss. А ще вирощують соковиті овочі та фрукти, створюють неймовірне вино та органічні продукти. Закарпаття має великий потенціал і є, мабуть, найбільш недооціненим регіоном України. Тут живуть люди, які прагнуть змін і готові творити ці зміни, попри всі труднощі, кризи та епідемії. Якщо вам цікавий цей унікальний регіон України і ви щиро бажаєте йому успіху, завітайте на форум Що ми знаємо про Закарпаття? Що ми уявляємо, коли говоримо про Закарпаття? Це найзахідніша область України в самісінькому центрі Європи. Вона межує одразу з 4 країнами ЄС і НАТО. Це регіон із давньою історією та багатою культурною спадщиною, мальовничою природою, незіпсованою екологією, величними Карпатськими горами, добрим вином, ароматними сирами та легендарною бринзою, еклектичною гастрономією, унікальними термальними курортами та гостинними людьми різних національностей, які звикли жити у мирі та взаємній повазі. Закарпаття має усе, аби бути раєм на землі. Або, принаймні, історією успіху, яка веде Україну в Європу. Однак з різних причин за останні десятиліття Закарпаття переживає непрості часи, як і вся Україна. На жаль, регіон практично зупинився у розвитку, часом навіть деградує. Закарпаття втратило впевненість та амбіції, втратило людей. Регіон втратив увагу тих, хто прагне розвитку, але став розмінною картою в руках тих, кому Закарпаття байдуже. Раптом цей край почав асоціюватися виключно з контрабандою, сепаратизмом та кримінальними розбірками. Але навіть попри це Закарпаття продовжує залишатися прикладом для всієї України, адже в невеличкому регіоні мирно живе та працює понад 100 національностей. Тут виробляється 1/3 всіх гірських лиж у світі, а також комплектуючі для світових автомобільних брендів Volkswagen та Audi. Тут випускають кавоварки Nespresso, тут шиють одяг Zara та Hugo Boss. А ще вирощують соковиті овочі та фрукти, створюють неймовірне вино та органічні продукти. Закарпаття має великий потенціал і є, мабуть, найбільш недооціненим регіоном України. Тут живуть люди, які прагнуть змін і готові творити ці зміни, попри всі труднощі, кризи та епідемії. Якщо вам цікавий цей унікальний регіон України і ви щиро бажаєте йому успіху, завітайте на форум Reopen Закарпаття, щоб відкрити цей регіон для себе і країни знову, і разом перетворити Закарпаття на справжню історію успіху. Що ми знаємо про Закарпаття? Що ми уявляємо, коли говоримо про Закарпаття? Це найзахідніша область України в самісінькому центрі Європи. Вона межує одразу з 4 країнами ЄС і НАТО. Це регіон із давньою історією та багатою культурною спадщиною, мальовничою природою, незіпсованою екологією, величними Карпатськими горами, добрим вином, ароматними сирами та легендарною бринзою, еклектичною гастрономією, унікальними термальними курортами та гостинними людьми різних національностей, які звикли жити у мирі та взаємній повазі. Закарпаття має усе, аби бути раєм на землі. Або, принаймні, історією успіху, яка веде Україну в Європу. Однак з різних причин за останні десятиліття Закарпаття переживає непрості часи, як і вся Україна. На жаль, регіон практично зупинився у розвитку, часом навіть деградує. Закарпаття втратило упевненість та амбіції, втратило людей. Регіон втратив увагу тих, хто прагне розвитку, але став розмінною картою в руках тих, кому Закарпаття байдуже. Раптом цей край почав асоціюватися виключно з контрабандою, сепаратизмом та кримінальними розбірками. Але навіть попри це Закарпаття продовжує залишатися прикладом для всієї України, адже в невеличкому регіоні мирно живе та працює понад 100 національностей. Тут виробляється 1/3 всіх гірських лиж у світі, а також комплектуючі для світових автомобільних брендів Volkswagen та Audi. Тут випускають кавоварки Nespresso, тут шиють одяг Zara та Hugo Boss. А ще вирощують соковиті овочі та фрукти, створюють неймовірне вино та органічні продукти. Закарпаття має великий потенціал і є, мабуть, найбільш недооціненим регіоном України. Тут живуть люди, які прагнуть змін і готові творити ці зміни, попри всі труднощі, кризи та епідемії. Якщо вам цікавий цей унікальний регіон України і ви щиро бажаєте йому успіху, завітайте на форум Reopen Закарпаття, щоб відкрити цей регіон для себе і країни знову, і разом перетворити Закарпаття на справжню історію успіху.
Let's come back to our panel discussion within the framework of our forum Reopen Zakarpattia. We have already communicated with the leading Ukrainian experts on Zakarpattia as the western frontier of Ukraine. We have discussed and presented big sociological survey from the Fund Democratic Initiatives named after Ilko Kocherev that was specially conducted for our forum. And we have also talked about the role of decentralization and administrative reform in Ukraine. Now we start our next panel. It is entitled Infrastructural Breakthrough in Zakarpattia, Roads, Railways, Aviation. I would like to invite the moderator, Yevhen Glebovitsky, who is the founder of Promova and member of Nesta Group. Good afternoon. I would like to invite our panelists, our experts today. This is Tatiana Romanovska, who is the General Director of the International Airport Lviv, named after Danilo Halitsky. Vitaly Tsvegun, Deputy Head of Zakarpattia Regional Administration. And Irina Sushko, who is the Director of the Analytical Center Europe Without Barriers. Before we get down to the topic of our panel, I would like to briefly introduce our panelists, because each of them has his or her own competence. These people understand the areas they work in, and I want you to understand what questions will be addressed to each of these participants. Tatiana Romanovska is a person who was the director of the Lviv airport in the times of its greatest development, but at the same time he has lots of experience of managing airports in different circumstances. She was working in Sochi airport during the Winter Olympics, Kilimanjaro airport, etc. So she's the director who has seen both ups and downs of the airport. For example, the downs include the pandemic situation. She saw the entrance of big aviation companies to Lviv, such as Ryanair, etc. Vitaly Svegun has been working in the railways for many years and knows a lot why trains to Zakarpattia go to our region for a long period of time, what happens to the rolling stock, to the railways, to the railway roads, what is happening to different directions and branches in this area. Now we can add some more infrastructure issues. I'm talking about car roads, buses, etc. So we can use your competent views about these issues from the inside. Irina Sashko, apart from being the director of the Analytical Center Europe Without Barriers, which is the institution that for many years has been fighting for a visa-free regime for Ukrainians and actually performed the key role in Ukraine's acquiring the visa-free regime, because it was the profile organization involved into it, is also the member of the interagency group, or a group of high level, on integrated border management. So we are talking about such issues as border crossing points, mobility issues. All these topics are in the focus of attention of the Analytical Center Europe Without Barriers. People who are interested in the topic know that there are lots of publications by Irina Sashko, by the Analytical Center, which may be used to trace the evolution of these issues, how we treat mobility, how we interpret mobility. So we are going to have highly competent discussions. I would like to give the floor to each of the participants to have some introductory words. I will remind you that the title of our panel is Infrastructural Advance or Breakthrough in the Region, Roads, Railways, Aviation and Borders. I probably will rename it Fight or Battle for Zakarpattia, Battle for Connection Zakarpattia to different regions, Battle for easy mobility, for easy crossing the borders between the regions as well as external borders of Ukraine. Probably we shall start with Ms. Tatiana Romanovska. Please, Tatiana, you're welcome. Good afternoon, dear ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I would like to thank you for inviting me to the forum. This is great locality, great region, which is neighboring Lviv region, and this place was really an eye-opening case for me. What I would like to start today, the name Zakarpattia Breakthrough, Zakarpattia Advance. Probably we can apply the name to the whole Ukraine, to all the airports. The situation that happened due to the pandemic again brought us to the crisis management situation, and we tried to recollect our previous experience where we were trying to establish something new, to create some new things, to engage new carriers. So recommendations will be given in parallel, because what has been done in Lviv during the recent 5 years should be done once again, because definitely the transportation area now is facing a number of challenges. Certainly we are ready to share our experience. We are really happy that throughout the recent 5 years we really had a great uplift. We really had lots of positive developments. We could even have about 5 million passengers. It's really positive that people know about us. We have made our statement, and everybody is really ready to join our airport and to open new flights. So we can actually state that reopen should be not only about Zakarpattia, but should be used also about Lviv. I really favor the idea of having lots of airports in the country, be they big or small, for us to be able to reach all the European countries and not to go for 4 hours as I experienced yesterday. A couple of facts about our airport. What a good airport needs is a good infrastructure. We really got a good airport prepared for 2012 European Championship and a good runway and the Dreamliner from America, the big cargo liner, was able to land. We have lots of gates, lots of passenger check-ins, so we really had number of business rooms, duty-free shops, 3 or 4 of them. Now the number of these things is reduced, but we do hope that with positive developments we'll be able to renew the figures up to the situation that was before COVID-19. This map is also about us and about you, because Lviv is the Western regional hub encompassing a number of regions, including such cities as Uzhgorod, Mukachevo, Ivano-Frankivsk, etc. So the catchment area means 9 million passengers, and only 1 million are passengers from Lviv, while all the other passengers are from different regions. We do not see our partner cities such as Chernivtsi or Ivano-Frankivsk as our competitors, because their airports are not strategic, but who are our competitors are the Polish airports. So in case your Uzhhorod airport starts working, you will compete probably with the neighboring countries and not with our airport. When you develop foreign routes or foreign flights, you become partners with your competitors, and we are really happy to have direct connection to Kraków and Katowice. So in case the Uzhgorod airport is established, we would be just happy. Just probably 1 year ago, we had aviation with Uzhgorod, which was point to point, and if you develop, you will become as big as us. You have all the chances for this. Just Poland has proved that any small city and town can have its airport, but they really had got good support on the part of the state and the European Union. This is the map of our flights, how we were able to increase our volumes, and I do hope we'll be able to bring them back. I all the time state that we managed to increase the number of routes up to 60. They are current ones, they are existing ones. Everybody is happy to have such a well-developed airport here in Lviv. We have great logistics. We really have good services and good connection to the neighboring regions and cities. We have car rent services. We have about 4 firms when the foreigners can take the car, rent the car, and go to the different regions of Ukraine. So we have collected a number of services, and we are proud of it. This is the story of the routes development. We have Wizz Air and Ryanair, about 25 flights from them. When COVID-19 pandemic started, Wizz Air adopted the decision about basing their flights, their plane in Lviv, plus 7 routes. Another positive development is 2 new routes, Szczecin and Pardubice, which were opened in July. And again, under conditions of the pandemic, they still have passengers. All the flights are waiting to be returned, but you see that we introduced new ones. Now our primary challenge is to retain here Wizz Air and Ryanair. So here we restart negotiations, which I started 4 years ago. They have some discounts, but we have to think how we can support them and their passengers. I have been doing negotiations with our local authorities, and probably I gave even the suggestion that let's establish a new product. For example, the let's call our zone immunity recreation zone. We have resorts, we have the Carpathian Mountains. Let's advertise our region for us, for the foreigners to go to us. And the idea was accepted with enthusiasm that really a new product should be established for bringing foreigners to Ukraine. And not only to Ukraine, but using Ukraine as transit. I hope we'll be successful in doing it. This is our plan for this winter. Our volumes have dropped, but still we keep on. From 3 flights a day, LOT now does 2 flights. Lufthansa is going to renew its presence, as well as Austrian Airlines. What is positive about our activities, we managed to combine low-budget carriers and classic ones. From low cost, now we have Wizz Air and Yan Air, while SkyUp is still waiting, while Turkish Airlines and LOT so far occupy the niche of transatlantic passenger, I mean those passengers who live in New York and Canada. So now we have about 50 or 40% of pre-crisis volume. And it's really positive because I know a number of airports have just closed up. We are the state enterprise, and it's our priority. It means we have our own petrol station and all the things. So we have certain pre-crisis budget, and I do hope that we'll be able to survive. We retain our staff, although some salaries are reduced, some by 50%, some by 25%. This is our statistics of our volumes, and you see that in 2008 we had just 0.5 million. And I do hope that all the regions will be able to have at least this figure, 0.5 million passengers. And then you see the growth, plus 50%. We managed to increase the salaries of our staff. We managed to increase the number of flights and the volume of passengers. And now we managed to retain it. Even though we reduce the amount of salary, it is still quite good. So the figures you show here won't be achieved. Yes, these are planned figures. This year we planned to have about 3 million passengers, but I hope we'll be able to have at least 1. And even this figure, 1 million, is positive. Here you see pessimistic, optimistic scenario. This is my habit from my previous jobs. You should have optimistic scenario, you should have pessimistic scenario. In case there are no negative factors, we are supposed to have plus 10 or 20% of growth. We managed to have up to 50 from 0.5. Now we have 2 million. So now we want to renew the flights. Lviv was known in the West. Passengers knew about us. We are quite low budget services for the foreigners. The Baltic states have, the volumes have dropped. The Polish flights have dropped. Well, we do hope that the figures will be brought back to the ones we had before crisis. And what we plan is to have the direct transatlantic flight, Lviv-Toronto, Lviv-Chicago. After the Second World War, lots of people immigrated to America, to Canada, and I think that in summer we could have up to 4 direct transatlantic flights to New York and to Toronto. So actually the LOT flight carries our diaspora passengers. We have cargo flights. Now we do not have lots of passenger flights, but still the cargo flights take place because lots of people buy goods in America and Canada, and a number of companies switched to cargo transportation. So that is everything from me, and here you can see some more flights of our airport. I will probably give you a question about Uzhgorod. If airport in Uzhgorod is launched, or starts functioning, will you experience some difficulties in Lviv? No, they are not our competitors. It's more than 250 kilometers from Lviv, and the greatest competitors are those located within the distance of 100 kilometers. There will be a new flight, Lviv-Uzhhorod, so one more plus for us. What would you do if now you could take a strategic decision regarding Uzhhorod Airport? What will be your priority? What should be done, in your opinion, in order to launch the airport in Lviv, in Uzhhorod? First of all, we have to see their infrastructure, whether they have operational issues. I know that there are some obstacles in the form of buildings, so it should be regulated somehow. Then you should regulate the issues regarding entering a flight over another country. I think they would also benefit from functioning Uzhhorod Airport. So is there any market for the services of the airport? Will there be flights to Uzhhorod Airport under conditions we have now? I think yes. They have already had their flights, and we are neighbors. We can give their statistics, and we can state how many passengers we have from Lviv to Uzhhorod, and it means the flights we have now, I mean a number of Polish flights, English and German flights, these passengers, these foreigners also are interested in going to new locations, and I think it's a must for Uzhhorod to have their airport. And if we started talking about Uzhhorod, probably I will give the floor to you, and you can state why airport Uzhhorod is still not functioning and why everybody had to take a car trip.
Well, good afternoon to everyone. Thanks a lot for having invited me to such a high quality and professional discussion where we can get acquainted with each other, communicate, pass, and further enforce some decisions that will be of use for the residents of the Zakarpattia region. Thanks a lot. It's a pleasure for me to be staying here. As far as the infrastructural component of the region is concerned, in particular the airport in Uzhhorod, well, really, launching of the Uzhhorod airport is a really important task, which is controlled by the president of Ukraine, who, as you know, has been on a visit here, has been to the airport, and has even allocated a certain amount of money for launching the airport. And what is most important is the fact that the president has brought a concluded agreement, the agreement signed by him and the ministers in Slovakia, and in the recent future, we expect that it is going to be approved, ratified both in Ukraine and in Slovakia, because the agreement needs to be ratified by the parliaments of the two countries, which means that we have already started the restoration of Uzhhorod airport. And you know that starting with 2016, this agreement has been kind of a gap, because we could not actually provide the landing via the Slovak territory. So what do we need to launch the airport? First of all, I do agree with my colleague with her statement that we need to take a look at the infrastructure. At the beginning of this year, we launched the ICAO requirements with the changed technical requirements to the airports for taking of planes. And after that, Uzhhorod airport stopped meeting some of the requirements, in particular some lighting requirements. And our council has allocated some money for that, and in the nearest future we will do the designing stage, and after that the money allocated will be used to install new lighting equipment, lighting and signaling equipment, and this will will make it possible for us to take planes according to ICAO requirements. And then we will need to work with other aspects for the airport to work. We are working at this. There are some achievements, there is some progress. I think that we will see them in the nearest future. Besides that, there has been determined the internal itinerary Kyiv-Uzhhorod as a socially important one, which means that it's going to subsidize, the state agencies are going to subsidize it. And you know that on the next day after the agreement was concluded, the company Rosa Vitriv has got permission for 7 flights, Uzhhorod-Kyiv, Kyiv-Uzhhorod, from Uzhhorod airport, which means that the company is clear, the itinerary has been determined by the State Aviation Service, and we are waiting for the further steps within this project. This is in brief about the prospects of the airport. And if you allow me, I will go over to some other issues, because though the issue of the airport is important, but we also have highways and railroad. I'd like to start with highways. Their greatest challenge of the Zakarpattia region for many years has been poor quality of highways, of car roads, which has not enabled us to have good access to our inhabited settlements. So our overall length of car routes is more than 1,000, of which 900 is of state significance. This year, the amount allocated for the Zakarpattia region for repairing and reconstruction of roads is, for state roads, it's about 5.2 billion hryvnias, with the operational maintenance, and for local roads, it's 406 million. Besides that, we've got 2 tranches to liquidate the damages of the June flood. And you can see that the amount in general is about 6 billion hryvnias for this year, which is an unprecedented thing over the period of the latest years. We have never got an amount of money like this. In one case, there was a customs experiment. There was also a case with some other smaller amounts, but this is an unprecedented level. That's why we're building roads. You can see that we are having perfect weather in the Zakarpattia region. The sun is shining, and in the meantime, builders are constructing roads for Transcarpattia, for the Zakarpattia region. As far as next year is concerned, we have some prospects, and we have the grounds to think that the amount of money allocated will be even higher than this year. Well, let's wait until the budget is approved, then we will see it for sure. But now we have some grounds for this, and we really expect that we will get more money, and therefore more high-quality roads, which in several years will cover the whole region, from Uzhhorod to even some small villages with some tens of residents. And in particular, this will be about accessing our sightseeing places. And among our achievements, I would mention an unprecedented amount of savings of state money during tendering procedures. So we are waiting. We have been working since May or since June, and there are savings in the tendering procedure for road reconstruction and capital repairs is up to 40% of the expected cost, which means that when we declared tenders for the amount of 2.2 billion, we contracted 1.8 or something like that. So the savings are really substantial. I have never met such a substantial saving in other regions. And I think that this is, first of all, because we first collected all the representatives of road construction companies. We announced the rules to them, the requirements to them, that this is about quality, this is about speed, and they need to register their companies or the workers working within the Zakarpattia region, in the Zakarpattia region, for the taxes to be paid to the local budgets, since that is really important for us. And the head of our regional state administration is really controlling the issue. Now, as far as the railroads are concerned, we have really established good cooperation with Ukrzaliznytsia, and thanks to effective solving of many issues, after we partially lifted the ban and the restrictions on transportation during the pandemic, the Zakarpattia region has been the first to restore their trains in this direction. Now we can see that some inhabited settlements are in the red area, and they cannot take passengers there, though the passengers can board off the train there. But we hope that this will pass, and railway communication will be active in all directions. I think that we will speak in the process about railroad. No, I think that everybody is waiting for the information about Intercity Plus trains in Mukachevo and Uzhhorod. Well, that's a matter of interest, but there is some history behind that. Ukrzaliznytsia has already launched some initiatives, and there have been some initiatives taken by local authorities for launching intercity or intercity plus trains, which are express trains. And there has been some testing for 2 trains, Hyundai and Yakar 01, produced by Krukiv plant. Unfortunately, Hyundai, by its technical characteristics, failed the test. And as far as the train EKR-1, produced by Krukiv plant, it managed to pass the test, but there were some technical remarks voiced by experts. You really know how to create intrigues. I will tell you what I mean. So we addressed the Krukiv plant and asked whether they can quickly improve the construction of this train for it to really go the way to Mukachevo from Kyiv, because we understand that Intercity Plus can be arranged only to Mukachevo, because to Uzhhorod, well, it will lose its technical opportunities and it will just be Intercity, not Intercity Plus, but we need Intercity Plus. And the plan said that within 1 year they will manage to build 2 trains like this, because we need 2 simultaneously going trains if there is proper finance. And then we addressed the Prime Minister and the Cabinet of Ministers, asking to lay down in the budget the finance for these 2 trains. And could you tell what the deadline is, the date when we can actually expect to have those trains, to buy a ticket to Mukachevo? Well, if it is about Intercity Plus, we will have to wait until the state budget is approved. So far, there is no item like this in the state budget, but we are really working at this for it to appear, because, it's quite an expensive procurement, but definitely it will be worth the effort. Which means that everything is about availability of trains, new trains, which could actually go along those itineraries. Right. Ukrzaliznytsia will definitely need to control its road cover, invest into its infrastructure, which they do, but unfortunately this year they have not made any progress in this, because they were late in their procurement. Infrastructural procurement, they failed to repair all the necessary amount this year, but I hope that next year they will improve the situation. So it's really about availability of the train. And what about the speed at which you can cover the distance from Kyiv to Lviv? This is the center of Kyiv, the center of Lviv, and it is within, well, actually, if you comply with the legal speed rates, it's impossible to do the same within this amount of hours by car. So what about your train? I cannot tell you about Lviv Mukachevo, but only about Kyiv Mukachevo, like the whole route, because I'm sure that the train will appear. Well, how much does it take you to go to Kyiv by car? No, I only take the train. I feel comfortable sleeping in the train. We have good carriages there, so it's comfortable. How competitive is the speed of the train going to be? According to our calculations, Kyiv-Mukachevo train will cover its distance within 9 hours. But the key feature, important feature of this hub is the possibility of further connection to Košice and to Budapest, which already exists. And we just don't go there because these 2 countries of the EU don't allow trains coming there because of the pandemic. Okay, so let's put 3 dots and we will move over to Irina, because Irina is watching what is happening on the borders, and you see what happens at the checkpoints, whether we have enough of them, whether they have the necessary throughput capacity. So what is your point of view? Well, first of all, I would like to express my gratitude to the host of this extremely useful event. at which we are now staying. And also, I'd like to tell you that 2 weeks ago, me and my colleagues from my organization went on a visit here to this region, to the Zakarpattia region, where we were trying to perform our key mission to communicate with different stakeholders on site in the Zakarpattia region and to hear different assessments and different opinions as to what the Zakarpattia region lacks and what are the opportunities for development when we speak about borders. And so what are our conclusions which we reached after we listened to all the participants, all the interviewees, and all the respondents? We heard that there are some weak points, pain points, and they first of all refer to lack of resources. Resources for the maintenance of already available checkpoints, roads, and even provision of staff with working at the border with all the necessary things. We needn't forget that we don't have just customs officers and border guards at the border. That is the issue of how much and how far all these authorities involved in the process of border management cooperate with each other. And the first conclusion we drew is nothing unique or nothing new, because it's obvious that there is overloading of the available infrastructure, and the main solution actually to this problem could be construction of new checkpoints, repairing of old ones, and definitely construction of dryways. However, in the conditions of Ukrainian reality, that seems to be a very simple solution, but it is a difficult one. It is a challenge, facing a lot of barriers. And one of such barriers is lack of coordination between actions of the authorities involved in the process of border management. And I mean here both local self-government bodies and their interaction with the central authorities and vice versa. For example, we have seen that local self-government bodies and communities quite often are not heard in the center of Ukraine by central authorities, and nobody pays attention to their opinion. And sometimes leaders of communities try to lobby the interests of construction of new checkpoints near them. I mean that they're heads of those communities and trying to arrange checkpoints where they feel it would be comfortable for them. Therefore, what we see as the outcome is lack of balance, lack of coordination between actions of different stakeholders. And it's kind of surprising to watch all this, because now in Ukraine we are actually applying a new, rather progressive approach of integrated border management, which presupposes involvement, interaction of all the stakeholders, all the authorities, vertically and horizontally. And today we have the strategy on integrated border management and the action plan to perform this strategy. And we just have to wait until these principles of the strategy start functioning. And maybe for this,
Ми мали цей польовий робочий.
we have had this field visit to the Zakarpattia region because we want to develop those mechanisms of cooperation. We want to find the gaps, what we have missed out, why we don't have this dialogue, which is so much necessary for us to speak about development of borders. Also, as far as some general conclusions we made are concerned, I'd like to say that today in Kyiv, the government is trying to look at the range of problems at the border, not just from the point of view of problems, but of opportunities, development opportunities. And And this will definitely enable us to build, to develop the infrastructure at the border in order to achieve this goal. This is what we need now is the vision according to which in the future the border will be not just delineation mark, and it will not be just a line which is separating two countries, but that is all about services. In particular, after the visa-free regime was introduced, you know that we are frequently asked about, we are frequently faced with the question that the throughput capacity of our borders is very limited, and we now have to think how to make our borders comfortable and friendly for the citizens of Ukraine and the citizens of the EU.
What was important to understand? Within the context of European integration and within the frameworks of the association agreement, there are a number of important tasks. And one of the tasks I would like to address today is the issue of joint control at the border crossing points. And when we take a look at the borders in Transcarpathian region, I mean the region which borders on 4 European countries from Schengen zone, we see that the goal of exercising the joint control is on the one hand very close because the authorities announced as far back as 2017 that in Nosh-Gadosh border crossing point there will be joint control, but we see that the very idea is still vague and nobody knows when it will be implemented into practice. Why is it important? What kind of advantages we could have? First of all, we talk about close cooperation of all the authorities working on the border, and I mean the security issue. We talk about minimizing corruption risks. This is also about everyday or routine work that will enable us to minimize certain expenses on construction. I mean, building places where the control takes place. The question is why this idea is still in the air? Why is it suspended? Because it looks like all the stakeholders are interested in implementing it into life. There are a number of observations that can be made on this occasion. Probably we still have to verify and check them, but it's really interesting that our partners from the European Union and the neighboring countries also do not hurry with implementing joint control. One of the hypotheses, particularly about Hungary, is that probably the Hungarian side is not interested in this. If we have the joint control, it means that probably about 100 of people living in the region will cross the border and will show the Hungarian passport, will present the Hungarian passport. So probably this is the reason for this issue to be suspended. Or probably the problem is that all the questions that presuppose bilateral agreements also require Brussels participation. Another point is that not all the issues may be resolved by two bordering countries. We are talking about the Schengen area, the Schengen Code, and Schengen regulations. So summing up my report or presentation, I would like to say that we do see some breakthroughs and some advances in this respect. We should not only mention the challenges and problems. We do see the intention of the local authorities to introduce electronic queuing at the border. We really promote these steps, and we see that certain progress has been made. When we talk about certain measures. Electronic queuing at the border is one of the goals, and we see that local authorities will work on this experiment and making it live, but it is just only one of the steps that shows that we do have cooperation, but the number of these successful examples should be increased. Thank you. And now I will give you some blitz questions. The question to Tatiana Romanovska. Please tell us, Lviv airport, as of the end of the previous year, has about more than 2 million passengers. And this is the region which has less than 2 million population. In your opinion, if we take 5 or 10-year period after the pandemic is over, what kind of passenger flow you can expect in Zakarpattia airport, in Zakarpattia region? What kind of figures are we talking about? Hundreds of passengers, hundreds, thousands, million passengers, million. The population is 1,200,000. So this should be the approximate figure for each of the people to fly somewhere at least once. And later we can talk about 2 or 3 million passengers. So if we take the figure 1 million passengers, what will be the structure of this 1 million? How many passengers will go to Kiev, to Lviv, to other hubs? What will be the portion of low-cost flights? I think that they can follow our way. They can take our example. In case they do, make some positive improvements in their airport, they can expect 2 or 3 million. It depends on the runway length, on the number of terminals. The figure we have is probably an exemplary figure for all the airports that already exist or will be built. If we grow as hub, they will grow point to point, and they will have, potentially can have 1 million, 2 million, 3 million passengers. So, and it's very important to develop the internal flights, particularly now when we have pandemic. The country is really big. It has lots of tourist attraction places, lots of resorts. So what we should do now is develop this internal Ukrainian tourism. About 15% of all the passenger flow is our Ukrainian tourists, and it is not the limit. For example, this year we have the flight Lviv-Kherson. Can we expect some growth there? Definitely. If we take Uzhhorod, can you name Ukrainian cities where people will go from Uzhhorod? All the cities which are open in Ukraine: Odessa, Lviv, Kyiv, Zaporizhia. All the open places can have flights, including Lviv. We had a flight, Lviv-Uzhhorod. Well, it's different whether you just have a flight or whether there are lots of passengers there. Well, probably not every day, but let's have it at least once a week for the weekend. In case we have lots of passengers there, we add one more flight for the week, etc. There are lots of speculations that any new airport, when it is reconstructed, will become a hub between Europe and Asia, etc. What kind of type should be Uzhhorod airport? Will it be intermodal hub or just the point-to-point airport, etc.? Any airport has potential for growth, but all big plans are gradual ones, step-by-step plans. So first of all, you should become very good point-to-point airport. First of all, you talk about internal flights. Then you open international flights. So you can follow our way. So you can take all the routes we have. We can discuss lots of things between us. We have good negotiation experience. And you can have the same volumes we have. Only later you can talk about hub. So it will be about in 5 or 4 years. The question is to Mr. Tsvigun. We have 3 or 4 borders in the region. And for example, when you fly to Geneva, you can go to Swiss border, to German border, etc. You go to Batumi and you can go to Turkish side or to Georgian side. The question to you, in your opinion, can we develop Uzhhorod as the transit place to connect both Ukrainian and non-Ukrainian territories? So can we discuss Uzhhorod as a place where we shall have passengers not only from Ukrainian passports? Thank you very much for your question. Practically, you've read my thoughts. Personally, I do not see Uzhhorod as a hub. We have some neighboring airports, and the population of our region probably does not allow us to speak about our region as a hub, similar to Frankfurt or some other hubs. But I think that when Uzhhorod airport is opened, my dream is for this to be a small airport where people will come from neighboring countries, will go through all customs procedures very quickly. Uzhhorod now is the only functioning mountain airport. There are two of them. One is Belbek. Now it is in temporary occupied territory, the Crimea, and the second one is ours. I would probably follow the story of Salzburg airport. When we have this mountain airport, we have some other mountain airports like in Peru. We can definitely develop it as a comfortable tourist airport, but of a small scale one. Why? Because under conditions of the pandemic, hub airports suffer the most. Everybody goes to some local, small airports. We can really discuss it further. It's really very difficult to maintain financially big hub airports. There is a very good example of Khmelnytsky. Khmelnytsky started developing small aviation, and I want us to develop this direction as well. We do have border here, probably the rules are a bit different, but we should start from this. Small scale, comfortable, good airport from which you can easily go to Germany, Italy, Spain, Hungary. And we are really happy to see here tourists from Zaporizhia, Kyiv, Lviv, and other cities. Probably I will disappoint you a bit. Have a look. Any airport that would like to function for a long time should dream about more than 1 million passengers. And small flights will never give you chances to survive. And in case of crisis, such airports close very quickly. There were a lot of small airports in Europe which are closed now. The moment you become a bit more than a local airport will be easier for you. So you can be a hub, but a smaller one, a small-scale one. So when you talk about hub, you mean intermodal hub. Here you have very good logistics. Here is the bus, here is the train. Small flights will never be able to pay for your runway, for the terminal, etc. As a hub, you will have more diversity, more flights, long flights, short flights. And if you close for at least half a year, it's very difficult later to renew all the functions, the passenger flow, the cargo flow, etc. So we are not the country that, as in Norway, for example, that can afford keeping lots of small airports subsidized by the state. I think that our success story should be based on international flights. Now we see more than 200 buses with passengers, with 10 passengers in each of them, and people are waiting in queues to cross the border. And the price will be even higher because they stand at the border, they wait in the border, they have to eat something, etc. So probably it will be much easier for them to use low-cost flight to go to some countries. If you use low cost, you will be able to get your 1 million very quickly. I have the question to all the participants, but please take it seriously. Construction of a house that actually blocked access to the runway. Somebody permitted the construction. Somebody didn't think properly. So when we talk about conceptualization of railroad development or bus or car road development, so we should talk about cooperation between different elements of the state, between the state and the public sector, between the state and the private sector. When there are certain changes in airport regulation in Lviv, for example, there were certain issues about concessions, about the air entrance. The local business was involved into these discussions. The question is, what kind of managerial conclusion we can make from the viewpoint of state management? So what kind of conclusion to be made in order not to lose the airports just because somebody built the building, blockading the runway, and in order to clearly know when we can buy the aviation ticket to Uzhgorod or to intercity, and when you can be sure that there won't be any queues at the border crossing points. In other questions, in other words, what should be changed from the viewpoint of state management for us as citizens to get good transportation services? What should happen? Can we talk about more inclusiveness, better planning, other competences of civil servants? Should we have new management of the country, a new president? Should we change the composition of voters? Because I see that you are not very much enthusiastic about my question, and therefore you can provide some even fantastic answers. Just tell me, what should happen for all the transportations to become real? Because I'm talking about Uzhhorod Airport for the last 10 years. I'm talking about intercity for a long period of time. We are talking about queues at the border crossing points since 1990s. So what should happen? In Lviv, what are you doing to resolve these strategic issues? Lviv actually was given the new airport for Euro 2012. This is the funding issue. You should understand who is the owner of the airport and who is ready to invest several millions into upgrade of the airport. It means we are talking about lobbying of a certain event. So who should be involved in the lobbying process? Should it be the head of the regional administration and the mayor, or somebody else? Those who are the owners of the airport. Who is the owner of the airport? The utility enterprise, the regional one or this municipal one. It means the regional administration should probably press the prime minister. It's not enough to be willing on the part of the region. This is something I was trying to talk about. Lack of coordinated decisions or solutions between the local authorities and central authorities, lack of communication about the advantages that may be given to people in case we do not have any obstacles for development. Just imagine, here we see the round table, and here we have all the stakeholders. So who are these stakeholders to represent all the interests? Who should we have here? Definitely the representatives of regional state administration, local council, representatives of amalgamated territorial communities, and representatives of customs and border guard service, and probably representatives of the government, as well as the Ministry of Justice of Ukraine and the Ministry for Foreign Affairs, as well as representatives of business circle. And I would probably add that definitely we should have here representatives of the region in the Parliament of Ukraine, I mean the People's Deputy of Ukraine. Their influence is really strong and their willingness is important. Now we see how the deputies from Zakarpattia in the Parliament are brought together and promote the region, lobby the decisions necessary for the region. We really want it to be like that, and we want this example to be followed by representatives of local self-governance bodies. What should be done in order to organize this meeting and for us to talk about the definite dates of airport opening and intercity route launch? Definitely to have a number of meetings similar to this one. For example, I think that under this initiative, Reopen Zakarpattia, we can talk about a number of meetings. There are some other questions we do not have time to discuss, but I would like to mention such issue as the so-called Hungarian loan, which is suspended. We do not see any progress there, and we have to search for new opportunities to work with this funding. This is the aid given to us, and now we should talk about this circumference or the additional way to Berehova. And the idea of re-signing the agreement on Hungarian loan is still in the air. When you state a continuation of such events as this one, does it mean that during the year, at the end of the year, probably next year, we shall have the first flight, the first plane in the in Uzhhorod airport? So does it mean that you do not believe in this? Yes, I have very cautious optimism about this. I think that probably we won't see it happen in the nearest future. And why I think that forums like this one can be used as a platform for all the stakeholders, because the work in this integral way, or the complex approach to something, is not something of a habit for us. I think that here we are supposed to have opinion leaders, representatives of mass media that should cover these issues. So in my opinion, these things should happen here. I would like to add about intercity, making it live in 1 year. In case we have funding, the plant will be able to build the necessary trains for 1 year. So we are talking about advance payments. All the manufacturers work with advance payment. So it means not earlier than 2022. New trains, yes. Theoretically, we can talk about the Ministry of Infrastructure and to probably give the trains to Zakarpattia. It is possible, but then it turns out that the other regions will stay without trains. So we have to take an objective approach, practical approach to this. We should understand the situation. And talking about the stakeholders who should be present here, the questions can be moved further in case they are promoted by charismatic professionals, by people who want something to happen and who understand what they work with. Thank you very much, dear participants of the panel. I do understand that the conclusion we can make, buy cars and become charismatic and professional, and probably in several years we are going to witness serious changes. Please, thank you very much for being present today, for explaining to us how difficult these issues are, and how many aspects are involved in the resolution of this problem. Thank you very much, Mr. Evhen and dear speakers. What are the bridges in Zakarpattia? What is the role of our regions in building good neighbor relationships? This is the topic of our next panel. And the panel will be quite unusual because some of our speakers will be online. The panel will be moderated by the editor of European Truth, Serhiy Sidorenko, who will try to combine these two formats in order to find solutions to these sensitive issues. So I invite Serhiy Sidorenko to take the floor, and our offline guest, who was the Minister of the Foreign Affairs of Ukraine in 2014-2019, Mr. Pavlo Klimkin. I do hope that this physical distance will not prevent us from having good and constructive dialogue. But before we start, I would like you to see the address of the current Minister of Foreign Affairs of Ukraine.
Шановні і дорогі учасники.
Dear participants of the forum Reopen Zakarpattia, today I would really be willing to be staying with you because I consider that Zakarpattia region is of special importance for Ukraine. Zakarpattia region is a Ukrainian gate to Central Europe. It borders on 4 countries. The region has mixed Central Europe. It is largely in Zakarpattia region that different cultures go together, different traditions go together, but I'm stressing that they go together here in the Ukrainian land, in Ukraine. I'm deeply convinced that it's high time that having no stereotypes and no limitations, so we could talk about the future, become more open, and be looking for the balances which would enable our country develop. I cannot imagine a better place for this sort of discussions in the Zakarpattia region, and I'm deeply convinced that Ukraine will keep developing further as a European state, but Europe is really large. That's why within this large Europe we need to position ourselves as primarily a Central European state. In your discussion on the talks you're going to have at different panels, it's all about European integration of Ukraine. It's all about how the Zakarpattia region could become a driving engine and a benchmark for Ukraine's reinterpreting itself, reopening itself, and becoming a full-fledged member of the European family. That's why I wish you good luck, good discussion, and I'm sure that we will have further opportunities to meet. I, as a minister, have been on a visit to the Zakarpattia region very frequently, most of all the regions, so I'm waiting for our further meetings, and now I would like just to wish you please stay healthy and take care of yourself.
Всім доброго дня, мене звати
Good afternoon to everyone. I'm Serhiy Sidorenko. I'm the editor of Europejska Pravda. And I will try to have this panel with the virtual presence of many guests. It seems to me that we have the largest number of members of panelists out of all the panels, at least for today. And besides the minister who has been present virtually with us, we have 6 more panelists, 6 more guests who are present either physically as Pavlo or who are online as other participants, and I will mention all of them for the interpreters and for the video engineers and for the audience to understand what the order of these speakers is going to be. But right away I would like to tell both our participants who, as I hope, are staying with us because I don't see them on the screen, but I hope that they are all online, and to our audience that it would be good if this could be more of a discussion than just exchange of ideas. Which means that first, each of our panelists will definitely set the tone for the discussion, and I would ask you to keep your speech within 5 minutes. And then, on the basis of the things said, we will try to have a dialogue. I think that I will myself have to change languages, speak both English and Ukrainian, since we have 3 guests who are foreigners, and English will be better for them than Ukrainian, so we will have this kind of blended panel, mixed panel. So among our guests, we have Andrius Kubilius, the deputy of the European Parliament and a great friend of Ukraine, really caring for Ukraine. Adam Reichard, who is the editor-in-chief of the journal New Eastern Europe from Poland. Marton Ogrodzi, who is the director of the Institute of Foreign Policy and Commerce from Hungary. Vasyl Bodnar, who is deputy minister of Foreign Affairs of Ukraine. Hanna Bobko, the head of the board of the ANTS network, the Network of Protection of National Interest, but she used to be the head of the Committee for Foreign Affairs of the Verkhovna Rada. And the last but not the least, Pavlo Klimkin, the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Ukraine in the years 2014-2019. So,
Andrius Kubilius to be first our speaker. I see you probably do hear me. So let's start from Brussels perspective. Whether you see that Brussels political players have any vision, any widespread popular vision regarding role of Transcarpathia in Ukraine-EU or Ukraine-West rapprochement? Please welcome.
Well, thanks a lot. Really pleasure to be part of this very important panel and to see so many friends, including Pavlo Klimkin, and thanks to editor Sidorenko. I'm reading each day Europejska Pravda. I see Hanna Hopko and so on. So really, it's big pleasure. Second, I can tell just a few thoughts for the beginning. Looking from Brussels, really, Transcarpathian region is not so well known, perhaps. It's, we Lithuanians, we know Zakarpattia and Transcarpathian region quite well. Neighbors also they know, but I think that for Europeans, still there is a need of time to understand what a jewel is Transcarpathian region for all the Europe. Second, of course, in order to open Zakarpattia and Transcarpathian region for all Europeans who could enjoy, tourism, nature, culture, and so on, there is a need of much better logistics of interconnections. That is very, 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 very clear. Second, of course, to achieve both interconnections and to become, real jewel with prosperity on European continent, for Transcarpathian region, it's very important to be integrated into EU. That's again very obvious, and that should be not only interest of Ukraine itself, not only the interest of the Carpathian region. It should be an interest for all the neighboring countries and for whole Europe, but especially for neighboring countries. So we know, of course, some quite hot disputes about minorities, about languages, about cultural heritage, and so on and so on, which is, what comes from quite a painful history of the whole region, and not only the Transcarpathian region, but of the whole Eastern and Central Europe. We need to overcome that past in a prudent way. But the best way to overcome, we need to understand, would be again integration into European Union. And that would be the best way also for minorities. I hope that will be understood also by the neighbors of Ukraine, including Hungary. And my very simple understanding is that the Carpathian region should be at the forefront from political point of view, pushing all Ukrainian agenda for integration. Because the Carpathian region will win the most, from integration of the whole Ukraine into European Union. So for that reason, really, I would urge, Ukraine to have clear integration strategy. Minister Kuleba was speaking about that, but even maybe more ownership of that strategy should be in the hands of Ukrainian political leadership, where really Zakarpattian region could play an important role, and where really building of coalitions inside of EU would be one of the most important goals. Ukrainian integration into EU needs a strong support from inside of EU, and that is, I would praise, what was achieved recently by Minister Kuleba with all the work which was done by previously by Pavlo Klimkin, creation of so-called Lublin Triangle, which is coalition of Ukraine, Poland, and Lithuania, which can play an important role in pushing forward Ukrainian agenda inside of EU. But I would urge to create also some additional coalition, which could be called Carpathian coalition, where Hungary, Romania, besides Poland, could play also an important role, and that would be really a way how the Carpathian region could be open, could be opened to all the European community in most effective way.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kubilius. As far as I see, there is really a kind of problem or an issue which in some way create obstacles for finding a way to include Transcarpathia in that policy of rapprochement of Ukraine and Europe. So it would be nice to hear an opinion of Adam regarding Polish vision on it. Indeed, I would say, maybe I'm wrong, so you're welcome to correct me. As far as I see, in Poland also Transcarpathia is not a key issue. Probably even experts are not so much familiar with this topic. Maybe you see a way to include Transcarpathia as one of key elements of rapprochement of Ukraine and the EU and Europe.
Well, thank you very much. And I also want to thank the organizers for the opportunity to be here and to speak. And unfortunately, we cannot be in person as much as we'd like to be, but I do appreciate the innovation to have such a panel here virtually, to have us here virtually as well. And I do think you're right, Sergej. Thank you for the question. And I think that in Poland, certainly the Zakarpattia region is not seen as probably one of the more closest regions to Poland, for sure. Certainly, further, the western regions of Ukraine are much more closer to the Polish thinking when we come to Ukraine, when we think about Ukraine. But I do think that there are some important points when you're talking about how we can look at the Transcarpathian region from the Polish perspective, from the regional perspective, from the Central European perspective. And I want to just add as well what has been already said, and I would emphasize this as well, that these kind of regional cooperations that we are talking about really are the first steps to better integration, European integration of Ukraine. And even if there is not an EU membership perspective on the table, these kind of programs are still very important steps. We can talk about integrating even region by region of Ukraine into the European Union, as we know that the countries that border, as already was mentioned, that border the Zakarpattia region are all EU members. So there's a lot of opportunities to work there. If we look at specifically in terms of rapprochement, I would talk primarily from a perspective, from the Polish perspective. I think we can look at several different levels on how this could work. And I have I would like to also highlight one example of where we do see some actual cooperation. But I think, if we look at the national politics, I think we should start with the bilateral relations, the level of bilateral relations. We look at the national politics between Poland and Ukraine, and generally speaking, these relations are quite well between the two countries. There's clear support of Poland for strategic matters when it comes to Ukraine. This was seen when President Andrzej Duda had a recent visit in Kiev. But I think from a wider perspective, there are still some issues that do need to be worked on between both countries. And I think that would ultimately benefit cooperation, regional cooperation and national cooperations as well. Of course, historical issues, which I think is one of probably the most difficult points to get over. do remain between Poland and Ukraine. But there are some positive, I think, generally speaking, Polish people, not just looking at the state level, not looking at the people-to-people relations. There are generally positive attitudes towards Ukrainians in Poland. And in fact, the NGO that I work for, which is the publisher of New Eastern Europe, we are about to launch a public opinion survey, which is going to examine attitudes of Poles and Ukrainians towards each other. I definitely can share that results with you if you're interested, which should be ready by the early next year. But we also already are going into the assumption that there are these kind of positive attitudes, social attitudes towards each other. And I think that there's, and one more point on this level that I would like to highlight is that there are already somewhere between 1 million and 2 million Ukrainians living in Poland. So Polish people have have a lot of exposure to Ukrainians. They are learning more and more about Ukraine, also because of the fact that their neighbors and co-workers are Ukrainians. The second point that I want to highlight in my opening remarks is looking at greater cooperation. This is more related to your question, how looking at kind of the more local level and cooperation between local governments. And in Poland, local governments have significant autonomy in being able to pursue a lot of their own cultural programs, exchange programs, advancing tourism, as well as attracting investments in their regions. So I think there's a lot of know-how that can be exchanged between Polish officials and Ukrainian officials on the local and the regional governmental level. I think some steps are being taken in Ukraine towards decentralization, which are very important. And I think there are some more lessons from Poland that can be learned for Ukrainian officials. If we look specifically at the Zakarpattia region, as we are talking about, I think there are some opportunities to explore advancing non-political agendas with international neighbors like Poland, Slovakia, Hungary, or Romania. This could be joint efforts to improve tourism, in cultural exchanges, joint festivals, maybe even economic zones. So looking at this kind of local level, regional level cooperation, I think would be also very important to this. Of course, the coronavirus pandemic clearly is a big barrier for this at the moment. And we know that the economic fallout from the pandemic is going to be very challenging. But we can also look at certain mechanisms which can help in this regard, such as Visegrad, this Visegrad Fund, International Visegrad Fund, as well as the Eastern Partnership. So my third and almost final point I want to highlight is civil society cooperation and academic research opportunities. And this is really looking at how, not on the official level, but more on the unofficial level, how civil society organizations should be pursuing more cooperation. I think there's a lot of opportunities there, which will also help in this kind of rapprochement and integration, as we're talking about, as well as academics and university cooperation. And I noticed when I was preparing for this discussion that there is on the website of the Uzhhorod National University webpage that they have actually the Faculty of History and International Relations and the Department of International Studies and Public Communications has a bilateral agreement with the Ignatianum University here in Krakow. And they organized last year an international conference jointly organized here in Krakow. And some of the topics that they talked about were cross-border cooperation on academic issues, self-government, and cross-border cooperation. And as well as tourism, as some which I've already talked about. And what's really interesting is that the two universities are in the current discussions to create a joint program, a joint master's program, where Ukrainian students and Polish students could go in this program together through these two universities, and they would end up with the diplomas from both the universities. And so I think this is a really good example of how on the local levels and regional levels that academia can work together. So I just want to finalize my remarks just by saying that I think regional cooperation should be seen as a way, as I mentioned in the beginning, and as already has been said, as a way for Ukraine to better integrate into the European Union. We can learn a lot from already the current cross-regional exchanges and discussions that are taking place, and we should try our best to capitalize on it, to find greater synergies, look at forums like Eastern Partnership, Visit the Gret Fund, and other opportunities as well, which I haven't even mentioned, but there's the Lubin Triangle, which is a cooperation initiative with Lithuania, Ukraine, and Poland, and of course the Three Seas Initiative. Maybe we can talk a little bit more about that during the discussion part.
Many thanks, Adam. So to sum it up, I would say that currently, when it comes to Poland, there is a room for improvement regarding the role of Transcarpathia in public discourse, and probably with academic exchanges and so on, it can be somehow changed. At the same time, we have another partner, which is Hungary, where Transcarpathia rather have a higher role than the whole Ukraine, and probably that should not be changed. But my idea is that it's very important that this particular focus would not affect, especially negatively, our relations. So it would be nice to hear Martin's comments on this. Do you see that there is a way to avoid negative consequences of, let's say, Transcarpathia focus in bilateral relations of Ukraine and Hungary?
Well, thank you, Sergey, and it's a great pleasure to be part of the conversation today with such distinguished panelists. And I was really interested in seeing the address of Foreign Minister Kuleba at the beginning of the panel and how he urged everyone to look at the future. Of course, we have to start with the past, and there's an old Hungarian joke, and I hope it will work in English as well, that there's this old Hungarian guy born in 1916 who lived in 5 countries during his entire lifetime, even though he haven't moved anywhere, because he was living in Uzhgorod-Ungvar, if you wish, and he first lived in Hungary, then in Czechoslovakia, then in Hungary again, then in the Soviet Union, and then in Ukraine. But he lived in the same house. So I think that sums up what MEP Kubilius said about the very mixed nature of Central Europe in general and Transcarpathia in particular. And if I also look back to the history of the independent Ukraine after 1991, I see that there was a very good cooperation between Hungary and Ukraine. Hungary was the first country to open an embassy in Kiev, just as even before independence was formally announced. We signed a basic treaty in the mid-1990s, guaranteeing the borders on the one hand and also guaranteeing minority rights for Hungarians living across the border. So I do believe that the legal framework is not as bad as we think. Of course, there's a bit of a homework to do, and I'm more than happy to talk about that in the Q&A. But as Foreign Minister Kuleba told, we should also focus on the future and how we can make this cooperation work. And I think that if we look at what could be done on the ground, if we focus at tangible results, there's still a lot to be achieved. And for that reason, I think it's really useful that the Joint Economic Commission between Hungary and Ukraine convened a couple months ago. And maybe it will convene once again, as we've been seeing the messaging between Foreign Minister Kuleba and Foreign Minister Szijjártó just yesterday. I think there's a positive momentum after the turbulences of the last couple of weeks to achieve something on the ground. And if I look at this, the situation is obviously not easy. The part of Hungary which borders Transcarpathia is one of the least developed parts of Hungary. So we also have our own homework to do first. But it doesn't mean that we shouldn't focus on the other side of the border. And there have been some initiatives by the Hungarian government, also including the Ukrainian government at some times, to enhance overland physical connections, open new border crossings, build new bridges over the river Tisa, and also to think about common economic projects which can develop the overall economic situation of the region, which is very much needed, in my opinion. I catch the last few sentences from the previous panel, which I understood was about transportation a little bit. And even the speakers there were complaining that how complicated it is to cross the border, a Schengen border of Ukraine, because of the administrative hurdles. And especially nowadays, due to the pandemic, we're seeing hours and hours of waiting on the border crossings. And for trucks, it's even longer. And I think MEP Kubilius was right saying that the EU is a solution to that, as far as the free movement of goods and people is concerned. And we're seeing many, many Ukrainians working in the European Union. Adam mentioned millions working in Poland. We used to have tens of thousands of Ukrainians working in Hungary before the pandemic. So the people-to-people contacts are developing. And I think it's not a surprise that more and more air connections were open between Hungary and Ukraine before the pandemic. Obviously, that's in a waiting state at the moment. So looking at economic cooperation would be crucial. But if I look at how we can build trust, which is a bit missing at the moment on the bilateral level, even though we see ups and downs from time to time, I think we could also find some pet projects, if you wish, like environmental protection. As you know, Hungary is downstream on River Tisza. And every time there's a flood, we are experiencing basically solid waste being floated on the river. And the Hungarian Water Management Agency have tried to deal with this, but of course the best way to do that was to work together with our Ukrainian partners to find out that what we can do. And this can mean many things. This can mean like building a new recycling plant for plastic waste in Ukraine, which could provide jobs, also tax revenues, and also reduce the amount of waste which is in the region, and also make the financial case for cooperation. And I think that would be useful because if we focus on projects which are not profitable, of course they would be good for posterity, but they wouldn't change the economic situation in the region, and they wouldn't allow us to have that kind of solid and meaningful cooperation which is needed to overcome those issues that we might have in other fields of our relationship. And the final word in the opening remarks would be, I think, that Hungary is very much interested in a safe, secure, and successful and prosperous Ukraine, becoming as close as possible to the European family of nations. And Hungary was more than happy to have that process for more than 25 years. And I'm quite sure that if we can honestly talk about the issues we have at the moment, and if we can solve them in a way which is for mutual satisfaction of both parties, the Hungarian government, whoever that might be, regardless of political parties and affiliations, would be more than happy to support Ukraine once again on its path to Euro-Atlantic integration, which was not an oddity, that was the normal thing. If we can solve this, what we have, I think we can get back to normal what we had for 25 years. Thank you very much.
Many thanks, Martin. I would switch to Ukrainian here. Отже, насправді дуже цікаво.
So it was really very interesting point. Martin has raised a number of interesting questions, and we are not talking about the such issues as language and education, but also about garbage going down the river. And now probably we could address now the representative of the Ukrainian Ministry for Foreign Affairs. Mr. Vasil, could you answer the question, is it possible to practically resolve those issues? And there are many of them, as we have heard. Recently, I've read the announcement from Minister Kuleba that probably we shall turn the page and start cooperating as friendly states as it was in the past. So is it real?
Thank you so much, everybody.
Дуже дякую.
So I will continue in English if you wouldn't mind. Very glad to participate in this event today. So honestly, I will continue some messages which was already deliberated by other participants. So in particular, first of all, about Mr. Kubilius' message about the creation of new format of cooperation. So actually, when we started to prepare this event, we have been inviting ministers from neighboring countries, starting from Poland, Slovakia, Hungary, and Romania. And our minister also planned to participate, but COVID actually changed our plans and didn't allow to form it officially, but we wouldn't give up this idea, and we will work on that to create a new wider format of regional cooperation. And Zakarpattia region is a very good platform for that. The other thing is that we consider all our neighbors in the strategic dimension. Actually, with some countries like Poland, we have established strategic partnership, and we are developing cooperation on this basis for a long period of time. But with the others, in the substance, we have also the same dimension. And we maybe as not others, but we believe that our neighbors should be good partners and very open for cooperation and for resolving any issues. So Recent ups and downs with Hungary show us that we could pass even hard times and turn back to the normal dialogue, and that is the things that we need most. So the dialogue, which will construct the trust, and trust will lead to more fruitful cooperation and resolving of the problems which we still have. We should also take into consideration the interests. Transcarpathia is not only the nice place we all like to travel and we all like to spend our holidays, which actually I have been doing personally for maybe 2 or 3 years in a row. But that is also the region which is already being integrated to some extent to the EU via some countries. So let's be honest, the Transcarpattia region is cooperating more closely with Hungary and Slovakia because of the geography. And for example, Lviv region is cooperating more closely, or Volyn region is cooperating more closely with Poland. So it's natural. And this leads to the new opportunities. So actually, all what was said, it's about the creating of new possibilities of practical cooperation. So first of all, the border need to be, it will not be removed quickly, so we need to improve the facilities for people-to-people contact and for passage of foods and goods. It's actually badly needed, and the response for that would be the opening of a new border crossing point, creating new infrastructure, and establishing joint control, which is already in the past, but still we need to work more on technical level. The other thing is actually the new situation in the regions, or in particular in Transcarpattia region, because of the new elections and the new possibilities and new reforms which have been already conducted. I mean, the decentralization. It gives much more competences and possibilities for regional authorities to cooperate closely with international partners, in particularly close neighbors. And the projects which could be implemented, starting from the twinning projects between two neighboring regions, ending to cooperation between institutions, could develop in the with wider possibilities and with the more strong outcomes for the local people. The other thing is actually it's about the involvement of investments. It's also one of the things which we are concentrating now on, and it could be not only that for example, Ukraine is investing in Hungary and in Poland by its human resources, but also vice versa investment come to the region and to help develop it. And that is already going on with Hungarian companies, with Polish companies, mostly in these border regions, but not only about that. So, and maybe if to go wider, we would need maybe more strategic dimension or strategic approach to the so-called neighboring policy of Ukraine, which will be, or neighborhood policy of Ukraine, which would be based on some principles, and maybe we'll need also some red lines. Because we understand properly that we have a number of interests in cooperation with other partners, and the other partners have their interests, and we should talk openly and discuss if we have such problems with the will to resolve them, but not to forget and just avoid resolution. So I believe we have very good intention, and we will continue to do our best to improve bilateral cooperation with all the partners, in particular on regional level. We believe also that we could establish a format instead of what we have already, some regional commissions and trans-border cooperation committees, we could establish some kind of forums for regional authorities to cooperate in the wider level. So let's call it Council for Regional Cooperation between different regions of Ukraine and neighboring countries. It could be, for example, V4 plus Ukraine in the regional dimension, or it could be wider, like Carpathian dimension of the cooperation. Because it's not only about Transcarpattia, it's about the whole western border of Ukraine, and it's also about the Euro integration on the micro level. When the success of these regions could also lead then for the cooperation of the other regions with the regions of the EU countries, and it will facilitate changes inside Ukraine and conducting successful reform on local level. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anna, I would ask you, maybe we will take a strategic decisions that we continue in English, or it's better that we switch to Ukrainian? Anna, we don't hear you.
Best greetings from Kyiv. Thanks to the organizers, especially Dmytro Tuzhansky, for such wonderful forum, Reopen Zakarpattia. So I think it's really important today discuss not just the issues of practical cooperation, which was already mentioned by Vasil Bodnar, but also to be more strategically thinking about the future. I received invitation for Monday for Youth NATO Forum, and in NATO they are thinking about strategy for NATO 2030. And as in the morning today, the organizers presented their poll showing that national minority in the Zakarpattia region and Ukrainian citizens, so there is a clear trend that Ukraine should become the part of the EU and NATO as well. So I think it's really important for Ukraine to develop a strategy for next 10 years, because also we incorporated into our constitution the strategic goal that one day Ukraine become a member of NATO and the EU. I think it's in benefit of all our Western neighbors, Poland, Hungary, Slovakia, and many others. And the more successful Ukraine is, the more prosper with the rule of law, more financially stable. So I think this will be also in the interest of national minority and in the interest of our neighbors. Because why I'm mentioning this? Because it was Andrius Kubilius several years ago. We started a wonderful initiative which changed the title several times, so-called Marshall Plan for Ukraine, then Merkel-Macron plan for Ukraine, then Trudeau plan for Ukraine. But this is the European investment plan for Ukraine. And I remember one meeting in the parliament when there was the meeting with Speaker Parubi and ministers of Visegrad 4 group. And when Speaker Parubi mentioned the initiative of investment plan to support Ukraine, Minister Siartro responded that Hungary already supported this plan by investing money in the Zakarpattia region. So I think we have to have wider thinking, not just supporting Hungary, supporting Zakarpattia, Poland supporting Lviv or Ivano-Frankivsk region. I think it's really important that our Western neighbors, they're considering the future membership of Ukraine in NATO and the EU as a part of their successful neighborhood policy toward Ukraine. So last month, I spent my life traveling to different regions of Ukraine. We conducted within our NGO a marathon with candidates to support and to promote a very professional and truly motivated by changing their communities, people. And a lot of them became local deputies. And now we are preparing a big forum after the second round of local elections. And with the European members representative, as European Commission, we would like to present the newly elected local MPs to the European Union and to think about their cooperation and using different investment projects with a focus on a continuation of reforms, especially in healthcare, decentralization. And today there was also very good the panel discussion with Deputy Minister Ivan Lukeria, and key focus on Ukraine strategy, which included, besides development on communities, also a development of different regions of Ukraine as a part of successful transformation of the whole Ukraine. I think Ukraine could become a soft power for the transformation of our eastern neighbors. And of course, recently when New Europe Center presented their research, Ukraine as a soft power in the region, and especially for Belarus, Georgia, Moldova, Kazakhstan, and Russian Federation. So Ukraine considered in this research as a trendsetter of democratic and Euro integration processes for very important post-Soviet countries. And I think our NATO and the EU neighbors, they also should consider Ukraine as a soft power for transformation of post-Soviet space, and also to the important countries like Moldova, Georgia, Belarus, and of course Kazakhstan and Russian Federation, because this was the philosophy of Andrius Kubilius and wider team, showing that success of Ukraine matters for transformation of Russian Federation, and it's not just issue of national security and priority. And when I mentioned local elections, of course, in Ukraine, we were not happy, if diplomatically say, with the statement of Hungarian officials and direct agitation, or how to say, support of some of the political parties, because we consider it as an interference in our domestic policy by our good neighbor. So I think for the future, Ukraine neighborhood policy, we would like to be considered as an equal partner, not as a younger sister or something like this. Because, and even in the title of our debates today, how we could consider Zakarpattia region as in building the bridges, I think for many years, even decades, Ukraine as a state, as a country, was considered as a bridge or countries in between. So I think we have to change this narrative and also to consider Ukraine as an equal partner, which contributing to the European security, which has a big potential of investment and not just donating as a working forces to our neighbors. And I'm glad that Vasyl Bodnar keep focusing on practical cooperation and different instruments that we have, different formats from Lublin Triangle, Visegrad 4, and many others. Like I would like to also to insist on including parliamentary diplomacy with all their interparliamentary assemblies, like Ukraine, Poland, Lithuania, Ukraine, and many others, because we adopted a law on transborder cooperation, which provides a lot of opportunity to work more closer with the European Union institution and to see great cooperation at regional level in transborder cooperation. So I might stop here, but I think I visited Lutsk, Volyn region several weeks ago, and in Lutsk Castle, I saw one wonderful picture about the meeting of European monarchy in almost in 1429. So I think in 2029 will be 600th anniversary of this royal dynasty's meeting. So I think it's important to be prepared. And as my friend Kubilius always says, that we have to think about 10-year strategy, what Western Balkans now and their Euro integration to the EU. And the EU also excluded double standards approach. And several countries of Western Balkans, they are now preparing their joining to the European Union. And I'm really very happy that North Macedonia joined to NATO. And within next 10 years, I think we have
Anya, let's wrap up. Let's wrap up, yeah.
Lutsk in 2029 for probably joining either to EU or NATO. I think this would be a good strategy, and such forums like today, Reopen Zakarpattia, we could prepare forum Reopen Lutsk, Volyn region, and within global strategy, how to speed up with the process of making Ukraine not just a partner, but a member of the EU and NATO, because this is in the benefit of all regions of Ukraine and in the benefit of the Western partners of Ukraine. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Hannah. Before passing floor to Foreign Minister Pavlo Klimkin, I would like to shortly, let's say, wrap up or sum up what was said by two Ukrainian speakers, both Vice Minister and by Hannah, regarding strategy of Ukraine's relations with neighbors. So a kind of Ukraine neighborhood policy. I guess that we should reflect that at Q&A session, and maybe Pavlo can start with that in your introductory speech.
Hi everybody. It's good to be in such a company, and it seems like a kind of piece of gratitude from you, Sergey, when you have a mask on and you've been allowed to speak, so you feel yourself relaxed right away. Quite a good feeling. Look, just five short points from me, and you've called for a sort of good discussion, and it's the sense of getting together. So just allow me to be a bit provocative on my point. The first one. We've been discussing here Zakarpattia, the Transcarpathian region. And because of mentality, because of a special sense of melting pot here, because of history, and the whole Ukraine, as you know, had Magdeburger Law for many, many years, except Transcarpathian. And here we had completely different law from Nuremberg, typical also for Hungary. It's not exactly different, but a bit more human, at least not in the sense of putting people in boiling water, but otherwise quite tough. But still, and if you talk about Greek Catholic reality, it's completely different union here from Mukachevo, and many people talking about Greek Catholic, they definitely believe it's the same, but it's not the same. So just to throw the point that the reality by history, by mentality is pretty different. And my point, and of course I'm gonna be threatened, being thrown by any kind of tomatoes here to try to define the sense of Transcarpathian mentality. But my simple point here is that at least part of the Transcarpathian mentality is about engaging, not just tolerating other mentalities, but engaging with other mentalities. Before the Second World War, it was even more powerful point with Jews, living around Transcarpattia. But engaging with other mentalities, engaging with other identities was always a critical point here. And because of that, we can't just simply put the same idea, the same pattern to the Transcarpathian region as to the whole Western Ukraine. For me, it's wrong. The whole story around Transcarpattia is unique, and this is my first point. The second point is basically about economy, and we had today a couple of good discussions discussing airports, infrastructure, clusters, startups, wine roads, everything which is good, which is useful and helpful. But at the end of the day, it's gonna be boiled down to one point: how we gonna handle and manage the dominating sense of smuggling for the economy of the whole region. And the whole play of local clans is mainly about smuggling. And smuggling is not just about the source of smuggling. Smuggling is about the whole chain. And I don't know whether you've been to the border. Many of you have been to the border here. So fundamentally, if you come here, you see the whole chain of all kind of problems. Somehow people get together and link to each other. And fundamentally, the whole idea about how to change the economic sense of function is about that. My third point. We've been discussing a lot the sense of how to manage the furthering of our relations with Hungary, with other countries, and for me look, let me rephrase it. I believe that we've been managing completely wrong problem. We've been managing information noise around what's going on, and not the strategic dimension. Because at the end of the day, all of them, Hungarians, but also Romanians and others, gonna come up with clear points and very tough points. Very close to big decisions. For example, European perspective for Ukraine, EU stuff, or NATO stuff. So now, and it's important, it's not just about doing nothing, but it's about focusing on practical issues, understanding that the whole stuff is strategic. And managing it as information noise is not just wrong, it's even damaging for the whole stuff. My fourth point. You can't see, what's going on with Hungary or with Romania, but especially with Hungary, is a kind of diplomatic problem. It's not about that. And it's really my point. I believe you can't sort up any of this problem in essence with just diplomacy or foreign relations. It's definitely about more. It's about policy. And it's about fundamentally the state approach to what's going on. And here we've been doing completely wrong. We have the same Kuchma pattern of getting together the managing of national minorities and religion issues. And we have challenges which are piling up, and basically no answer in the sense of organizational preparation. And my fifth point. Because someone, I believe Gan, has just mentioned Northern Macedonia. You can't sort out one piece of relations, for example, with Hungary around Transnistria, and not to sort out another piece of relations. It's a comprehensive issue. Because I had a lot of chats both with the Greek foreign minister and Northern Macedonia foreign minister, and at the end of the day, it was clear from the very beginning that even sorted out the problem with Greece, it's gonna come out in the sense of problem with Bulgaria, and it's exactly the sense of that now. So trying to sort out this piece, you should understand that it's a complex, comprehensive piece around the whole neighboring countries. And it should be a complex exercise. And the last one at 5+. I believe we're going to have completely different momentum on Central Europe with the new US administration, with completely different sets of accents that focuses and all kind of stuff. And I also believe that for Ukraine, it's going to be the best, still one of the best starting position to play our own game, and it's gonna be, it could be really win-win for everybody around Transnistria. We could completely change both the pattern and momentum what is going on now around Transnistria, and it would be really a shame simply to waste this chance.
Thank you very much. So before I pass the floor again with a specific question to Mr. Kubilius, I'd like to sum up a bit that, so we, or at least all of Ukrainian participants, do you agree that we need to have a comprehensive policy, I mean neighborhood policy for Ukraine? Everyone of those who touched upon Transcarpathia have recognized that there is an elephant in the room. I mean, Hungarian issue. Our relations with Hungary that is now jammed somehow with problems, and these problems should be solved. But at the same time, it is not enough just to solve this problem to get rid of all obstacles of our bridge building, let's say, exercises so between Ukraine and Central Eastern Europe. So. On that ground, I would ask Mr. Kubilius to give again Brussels and Brussels perspectives and perspective of friends of Ukraine, whether there is a role of Western players, so I mean players not Ukraine and not Hungary, in solving the Hungarian issue. Is there a room of participation of other players, or you should always set yourself aside and wait until we solve that? And again, you are free to reflect to other issues that were raised during our discussions. Welcome.
Well, thanks a lot for such a quite complicated question on Hungary and Ukraine. But first of all, I would maybe stress that I see really as next decade till 2030 as a real window of opportunity, and not simply because maybe we shall see a new U.S. administration with rational policy towards Central Europe, but simply because really things are changing very much. There are some changes which I call tectonic, starting from Belarus, Russia, Khabarovsk, and so on and so on. And that is where Ukraine is playing really very important role, and where Ukrainian integration towards Europe is really something very strategic, and very strategic not only for Ukraine but for all Europe, and especially for the neighbors. So that is our interest, to have Ukraine as a successful country, successfully moving towards EU, and that is where especially neighbors and historical partners like Lithuania, Poland, neighbors like Hungary, Romania, Slovakia should play most important role, and that is what we are trying to urge, back in Brussels. To speak out about more ambitious EU policy towards Eastern Partnership countries, especially when we are comparing EU policy towards Western Balkans and towards Eastern Partnership region, including, and first of all, towards Ukraine. We see still quite a big difference. We hope that this difference could be diminished while making EU policy towards Eastern Partnership countries more ambitious. And here, countries which will be in the presidencies of EU till 2030 can play a very important role, including, for example, Czech Republic in 2022, Poland in 25, Lithuania in 27. So that is what we are looking for, and that is where exactly building of coalition inside of EU, first of all, based on on the neighbors of EU, like Hungary, you know, like Poland, you know, like Lithuania, and other countries, you know, could play most important role. We should remember how Western Balkans strategy, Western Balkan integration strategy, is implemented through so-called Berlin process. When Berlin initiated creation of special coalition inside of EU in order to push that integration strategy. So we're looking how to make some kind of Berlin process number 2, where German presence would be very important. But of course, first of all, neighboring countries of Ukraine should play very important role. And second, on more specifically on Hungary, I think that this is not Hungarian-Ukrainian problem. We are witnessing, you know, what we can call, you know, problems of the whole Central European region. We had some kind of similar, maybe smaller problems on minority issues with our historical, you know, partners, Poland. So we are overcoming them, but still there are sensitivities, still there are emotions. And my wish would be really, maybe, you know, that is exactly where Zakarpattia region can play a very important role, or at least, you know, Ukraine can play a very important role. I think that we need to have in Central Europe, Central and Eastern Europe, some kind of much more, you know, clear common strategy towards minorities and towards our, you know, views to historical past. Because on one side, minority issues are sometimes very, very painful. From another side, historical past and tragedies in the past also are playing sometimes very, very, very bad role today. So we need to find a way how to have some kind of common attitude, how to resolve. Through what instruments? For example, we had very painful history of Holocaust in Lithuania, where Lithuanians also, unfortunately, you know, took part and shamefully took part in that Holocaust. So what we did, we created a joint historical committee of historians of Israel and Lithuania to look openly and in objective way to all the tragic pages of Holocaust. So maybe, you know, some kind of Carpathian strategy or Transcarpathian strategy could be called, you know, the strategy how to look to minority issues and to issues of historical past, you know, in much more common attitude, where, you know, nobody would try to dictate its own view, but which would allow, you know, to have a dialogue and to have really, you know, to find a way how to not make those some painful issues obstacle for the future. And Pavlo Klimkin could be a very good, you know, leader of that development of that Carpathian or Transcarpathian strategy on minorities and history.
If I may, I would ask you to reflect your prognosis regarding dates. I know that European politicians do not like to focus on dates of possible integration or, let's say, rapprochement of Ukraine to the EU. I do not use word accession to avoid concrete terms. But anyway, maybe you would be so brave to say that whether it is possible, as Han Hopko said, to expect for something major to happen, let's say, in 10 years perspective, especially given that we have that obstacle from Hungarian side, which currently, let's say, put a doubt strategic decisions regarding Ukraine.
Well, I would be, you know, it's of course it's not so easy to predict, especially that, you know, then everybody's criticizing when your forecast is not fulfilled. But my vision and my at least what we are trying to elaborate a strategy, you know, with our possibilities, is very clear. Till the end of this decade, Ukraine and also, you know, other two most advanced countries in integration path, you know, so-called trio countries, Ukraine, Georgia, and Moldova, should be at that place where now are Western Balkan countries. So they should become candidates, and they should start negotiations. When and how we can achieve that, it's you know, more let's say strategic and tactical question. How to use, you know, those presidencies of Poland and Lithuania, especially in 25 and 27. That's what we need to elaborate. But for that purpose, we need to have two major instruments. On one side, we need to create really a working coalition of friends of Ukrainian integration, or of integration of trio countries inside of EU, starting from, as I said, from neighboring countries, but we need to have at least, Germany also part of that bloc. Another point, another side, I would say what would be very important is for Ukraine to have its own national integration strategy, which would be larger than just, association agreement implementation or what kind of reforms Ukraine needs to do. Ukraine needs to have an ownership of the strategy, how to lobby internationally, how to go around, how to create coalition of the friends inside of EU, how to bring, Washington, new Washington for those, purposes of integration, how to work in Brussels and so on, how to show cultural, European culture of Ukraine, and so on and so on. So that should be very important. We need to. My last point, what I came to conclusion after first year in European Parliament. If Ukraine would expect that, either institutions of EU like Commission or Council or Parliament would bring on a nice plate, membership perspective. So that can be quite a large disappointment for Ukraine not to achieve, not to see such kind of, nice plate. Or if Ukraine will wait only that either, Berlin or Paris will decide when Ukraine will become a member of EU, again, nothing can happen. Ukraine needs to have its own ambition, its own agenda, its own strategy, with all the, using all the instruments of international lobbyism, and that is what should be, very important for Ukraine to see in such way its own job, which is needed to be done. And the last point, that in Georgia recently they had elections, parliamentary elections, not very, maybe they should learn from Ukraine how to make more democratic elections. But the ruling party, Georgian Dream Party, before elections announced in their election manifesto their goal in 2024 to formally to ask EU for membership perspective for Georgia. That is some kind of new development which could be interesting to follow what will happen.
Thank you very much. To set rules with new challenges that we have in COVID times when we do not interact here in the panel, I would ask everyone to give a hint somehow by hand or any other way that I see that somebody wants to reflect what is said. And now I would ask Martin Ugroji to reflect again on Hungarian case. So we have that obstacle that Hungary is putting right now before Ukraine. Of course, we would like to see the conflict solved. But at the same time, I cannot be sure that Ukraine would give up the key red lines that were set by previous administration and supported by current administration. Do you see that there is a way to find the compromises when we do not cross that red lines? And whether it's a way to open for Ukraine accession perspective, membership perspective, recognized formally by consensus in the NATO or in the EU? Thank you.
Thank you, Sergey. Let me start with saying something which might be surprising, that after all, the interest of the Hungarian and the Ukrainian government when it comes to the educational language question might be not so different. One of the main policies and goals of the Hungarian government is to enable Hungarians living abroad to stay where they are and be successful members of their respective societies, which of course means that they have to learn the language which is spoken in that country, while at the same time they can preserve their Hungarian heritage and they can exercise their language and rights which are granted to them through different international treaties. And this might, at the first sight, seem like an oxymoron, which is impossible to achieve, but I don't think so. Because even the Hungarian government recognizes that for Hungarians living in the Transcarpathian region to be successful in Ukraine, they have to speak the language, because otherwise they won't be able to go to university, to Kiev, for example, to pursue advanced degrees in economics, engineering, whatever, and be really part of the Ukrainian society. And if they cannot achieve that, they cannot remain at where they are, and they cannot remain in Zakarpattia, in Transcarpathia anymore, and then the Hungarian minority there will be lost. So how we can work this out is a very good question, and one of the issues which have been brought to my attention recently was that this might come down to very boring things as teaching methodology, for example. Because if you look at Hungarian 10 years old who do not know anything about the problems we have at the moment, who do not know anything about history, who just don't speak Ukrainian because they haven't met anybody, they haven't been part of a community where Ukrainian was spoken because they were either living in their families or their kindergartens, whatever. They cannot learn Hungarian as their first language. And this comes down to the methodology question, and I think this is one of the reasons that a joint education commission is also planned to be established between the two countries, as far as I know, to sort these boring, tiny, but very important details. And I think even we tend to get carried away with the current situation. It's not absolutely not hopeless. Look at our relationship with Serbia, for example. 10 years ago, Hungarians in Serbia were beaten up on the streets because they spoke Hungarian. Now, we sorted out the issues, and Hungary is the most ardent supporters of Serbia's EU accession. In a course of 10 years, we have managed to turn the entire thing around. So if there's willingness on both sides, and I think the Hungarian government knows exactly well that the Euro-Atlantic integration of Ukraine is in Hungary's interest, because that's our political, security, and economic interest at the same time. We should achieve these goals somehow. Of course, the political information noise that Minister Klimkin was mentioning is clearly there. It's not useful, I have to be honest. But if we do our homework and if we set up these joint commissions, if we look at teaching methodology, if we look at the objectives that we're trying to achieve, we might find out that we are not as far apart as we would think at the first sight.
So I have to give a word to Pavlo Klimkin.
Thanks, Sergey. I'm relaxed for the second time today. This is good. Look, Andreas, many thanks for what you've just said. I can't agree more, but I would love to expand on two short points. One is your point about a wider, let's call it this way, European strategy for Ukraine. And you remember why we were working together on your idea, not your just personal idea, but especially it was also your drive behind it. This idea of first, it's funny point about Marshall Plan for Ukraine, but basically it's a common European strategy for Ukraine. And my point from the very beginning, you remember, was that it would have been so nice to have a kind of common approach. It would have been the best in the sense of pushing and rotating, swirling, I would say, the whole stuff around. Unfortunately, it failed by, for some reasons we know all too well. But I believe it's still worth trying again in a kind of different pattern, in a kind of different sense. But I would love to have a sort of completely different qualitative approach to that, especially at the backdrop of the Eastern Partnership somehow trailing around. Sorry for a bit of not political mainstream. So, and I would love to work together with you on that again. It would be really great. The point about Georgia, you understand quite well why they've chosen 2024. It's clear for everybody. But it's a tricky strategy because I remember all too well our Hamann, Sergei remembers too well, the famous Dutch referendum. And in the sense of sorting out our perspective, with quite a probability, we gonna have to meet a referendum, both in the Netherlands and France. And we have to win. And it's my point. It's not about coming up with a political point here. We could do it very nicely, creatively, with a real push. Our point is to win this very tricky referendum. Let's discuss it further. And reacting to your point about Hungary, look, I fully agree. Basically, it's not easy, but it's absolutely possible, technically, to sort out the issue. And I proposed a couple of patterns. It's not easy, and probably we need to enter into some compromises, but it's definitely possible to sort it out with a real, profit. And I really mean it, profit for the Ukrainian Hungarians, and for Hungary, and for Ukraine. And I see a practical way, and Peter actually knows my approach to it. The real point is a kind of political reality around it. It's not a kind of technical and sectoral approach to Transcarpathia. It's something completely different, and this is why I said today it's about strategic thinking. And it's about going further practically. For example, just to get you a sense why I'm basically meaning it this way. The last point about this spike of emotions after Peter Siart wrote something on his Facebook. Who cares, basically, and a kind of very understandable reaction. And it was a quite understandable provocation to create a maneuver for the Biden administration and for the EU. So it basically illustrates why we've been doing nothing. Okay, not nothing, but not going further and playing up all kind of games. And I believe in some moment in time we need to stop, not fully stop, okay, but we need to stop and to think about Hungarians. And we don't want them to become Ukrainians. We need them as Hungarians. But we need them as real Ukrainian citizens. It's definitely both in your interest and our interest, especially on the way to NATO and the European Union. So we understand each other quite well, and we all understand that we have a clear understanding how to sort it out. But in some moment in time, we need to play politics in a fair and a good way. Let's put it this way. Sorry.
So I think that if we were those people who decide on our relations, we would solve the issue right now here. I see that Adam Reinhardt had something to say. So welcome.
2 pages.
Yeah. Thank you very much. I just wanted to add just 2 points really in this discussion, and it's kind of more, I guess, re-emphasizing some points. And one is one that Hanna Apko made earlier, is the importance of Ukrainian soft power. And I think overcoming some of these issues that we're talking about, especially getting more and more buy-in from Western European countries or even the Central European countries, is investing in soft power, different types of activities, such as the Ukrainian Institute, which I know was set to launch. I'm not sure what the current status is of it, but I know they were going to even have a Warsaw office. Of course, the pandemic puts a lot of barriers on these things, but being able to invest in soft power, which is not only political, but also cultural and people-to-people contacts, and focusing on those things, I think really will go a long way. And integrate that with what MEP Kubilius was saying earlier, this national integration strategy. Putting these different pieces together, I think, is what really Ukraine, and not just at the national level, but at the regional levels as well, can be focusing on doing. And I think it can go a long way on changing attitudes if it's targeted. If we're looking at soft power. And of course, the last point I want to put in there, because I just see we have we're running out of time. But I would also add is this information noise that we've been talking about. And we should try to come up with strategy. And I don't know, I don't have a solution, but try to come up with a way together as Poles, Ukrainians, Lithuanians, Hungarians, and others to build the resilience to all of this information noise, because this is what's really distracting us from achieving what we all agreed on are common goals.
I don't see that anyone is raising hand, so I'd like to ask Vasil Bodnar, do you want to add something, or maybe I will?
Yes. I would just like to summarize that we have a common understanding that just a goodwill and cooperation will lead to a resolution of all the problems we have. And the basic thing is to depolitize all the things that we are doing on, but just leave it to the diplomacy and to the cooperation mechanisms like we have with Hungary on the national minorities. I believe that this commission could easily meet and discuss all the peculiarities and find the compromises which will be suitable for both sides. And what we understand properly well, both with from different dimensions, that when we will be moving step by step to the final resolution, for example, the issues with regard to the language or with regard to the history, we will have different obstacles. But let's work with these obstacles as with something which we could tackle, but not with something which is blocking for forever all our cooperation. So the constructive approach will lead to the solution. I wouldn't say final, but to the solution. And the recent example of the communication between two ministers, I mean Hungary and Ukraine, show the very good and promising background for that. Thank you.
Just want to let everyone know that I was informed by organizers that we still have 20 minutes, so let's not wrap up ourselves artificially. But I'd like to ask Hanna Hopko to reflect very shortly, probably in Ukrainian, that would be better, to add, давай додамо трошечки української до нашого діалогу, бо ми...
Let's add a bit Ukrainian to our dialogue, because before we were speaking only English language. What Ukrainian authorities lack to build these bridges? Probably we should do something as civil society. Or when we talk about politicians who are listening to us, what can they add in order to build these bridges, to develop the neighborhood strategy?
Thank you so much for allowing me to speak in Ukrainian. In the beginning, I was prepared my speech in Ukrainian, but I hope I managed to switch into English. But okay, я думаю, що зокрема.
Okay, so I think that forums like we are having today, Reopen Zakarpattia, are a good opportunity, in particular after the local election, to immediately start prioritizing strategic directions of development, starting with infrastructure and up to other aspects. And it's good that we have had discussion about the airport, about Hyundai, which is a really important point, because social economic issues do constitute the bridges between the citizens of Ukraine, national representatives of national minorities in different regions, do reinforce not just the identity, which has also been mentioned today a couple of times, but they also add up some importance to the visa-free regime and to the Ukrainian passport. Because people tend to think less about migration, which is also a problem, in particular for the Zakarpattia region. Therefore, the issue of investment and the issue of jobs is still one of the priorities. I think that it is really important that during the presentation of the Euro map report, of regions that we saw what our large cities look like in the issues of European integration. And I think that now the Ukrainian authorities should take more effort to explain to people how actually the European Union should be applied to Ukraine. What is good and adequate health care, in particular in the period of the pandemic, and what does it mean to have the capacity of the authorities not just to communicate about the pandemic, but also to ensure allocation of some funds, of some money to fight the pandemic. It's very good that the Ministry of Regional Development now has a certain strategy when now it's not just about supporting specific amalgamated territorial communities which are successful and then a picture of the whole decentralization reform is made around those success stories. It's not just about that. There are some home assignments. The representative of the Profile Committee of the Verkhovna Rada has been speaking today as to what is still important to be approved, because according to its constitutional course, which is also sometimes a kind of an ornament and declaration, so within this course, Ukraine should take should ensure some integration processes, which would go about the integration between different regions, different cities headed by their mayors, different communities headed by their leaders of the communities. And this is our home assignment, so to say, to build this synergy in the future and to ensure this sustainability and capacity to have a dialogue. Therefore, I hope that besides a clear foreign policy as far as good neighborhood is concerned in cultural, political, historical issues, economic issues, cross-border cooperation issues, infrastructural issues. Andreas Kubilius is absolutely right when he claims that Ukraine needs to become not just the leader and to subjectivize itself, just having a clear strategy and having some lobbying plan as to how to work with Brussels, with Washington, Berlin, London, and not only, because it needs to build a coalition but you know that as far as Ukraine's friends in the Congress are concerned, and you know that there has been the election to the US Congress, well, these are the people you have to establish contacts with and through which you have to establish contacts. And this is all about interdepartmental and interinstitutional cooperation. There must be joint Ukrainian team collecting players from the local level to the national level. These should be the representatives of Ukraine which know what our vision is. We are the state with our own soft power, with our own charisma, and we need to understand how we are transforming the post-Soviet space and how we are working towards the implementation of our constitution in order to become members of the EU. So I hope that all these situations with the Constitutional Court of Ukraine, sustainability of the performance of the National Bank, local election, anti-corruption campaigns, it would be good if all these show how active evil forces are as far as decentralization is concerned. And there are even attempts of feudalization of Ukraine, and there are some dangerous attempts of pseudo-surveys pseudo-polls during local election. You know about this attempt. And there are some ideas which we saw in Khmelnytsky when there was an attempt to establish a pseudo-local council or a pseudo-state institution. So we need to realize that the Russian aggression and refined, sophisticated forms of latent war, which is done through soft tools, non-military tools, through promotion of different proteges to some key positions. Well, we need to anyway understand how to counteract this and how to find ways out of the crisis. You know, we have a constitutional crisis, but probably if this crisis is turned into a political crisis, that would be the ideal scenario for the Russian aggression. So I think that it's really important that we explain a lot of trends and a lot of elements of this crypto war we need to have this awareness-raising campaign, and therefore I would like to express my gratitude to the hosts of this forum. I hope that, of course, it is supported by USAID, but I hope that in the future Ukraine will be able to independently finance forum like this, because this could be done through business. If business realizes that it is really beneficial for it to develop the state, and then these fora could be a part of the state strategy of supporting the decentralization reform. And I hope that the forum will become an annual forum, and there will appear other fora. So I hope very much that this political roadmap to lose 2029, which I mentioned, will become reality. So here you have asked about deadlines. I think that we need to speak about the accelerated pace of performance of our home assignments, like with the security service of Ukraine and other issues. And then there will be political will, mutual political will of both Ukraine and our Western partners, and there will be no lockdown in the issues of the work of the Commission, Ukrainian-Hungarian Commission. It's very good that we have the status of the partner with expanded opportunities for NATO, but still this is not membership. So we need to further develop neighborhood policy without crossing any red lines, but with the clear realization of what we need to do, and with a clear awareness-raising campaign as to why it is important for our partners. And to continue with what Adam said, the Ukrainian Institute is trying, even in the period of the pandemic, to further develop, and we're going to have the Forum of Cultural Diplomacy. We have the representative office of this institute in Vienna, in Washington. They are active, so I hope that we will manage to reinforce this attractive soft power of Ukraine, because the Ukrainian Institute has already presented the strategy but until 2024, and I hope it will become even more active and will use its cooperation with the other institutions of our partner countries. Thank you, Hannah. So really, we are going to sum up, but I'm not yet closing the panel. I would like to give the floor for brief speeches for 1 or 2 minutes to all the participants to give a summary of this discussion, which has been a dynamic one, though with online participation.
Is still with us. I don't see him on our screen, but probably he's somewhere. Is he? But if he's here, Mr. Kubilius, I would ask you to sum up on your side. So what you see as a result of our joint discussion as a key directions of Ukrainian neighborhood policies, which was one way or another supported by every participants. Maybe you can stress some red lines or some other additional moments that you have got during our panel.
Well, first of all, of course, thanks a lot for this forum, and Zakarpattia, it's my student winter holidays, skiing experience in Zakarpattia. And that's really, so it brings a lot of emotions. Second, of course, looking into the future, absolutely clear that, the future of Zakarpattia and the whole Ukraine is, to be fully integrated into EU. And that is, from one side, that is solution of the problems which Zakarpattia still is, witnessing. Not only, lack of, connections and infrastructure, but also, problems with minorities and so on and so on. So integration towards EU is a solution of those problems. From another side, of course, some of those problems are creating, obstacles in the relationship with the neighborhood, and that is why, really those problems should be resolved. But perhaps some of those problems should be resolved by our common efforts. Not only, Ukraine should discuss with Hungary how to make Hungarian minority, successful inside of Ukraine. But as I said before, we are witnessing that in all Central and Eastern Europe, we are still facing quite a lot of problems which are coming from the history. Timothy Snyder put very good, books about what we witnessed, in his book Bloodlands and so on. So that's what we need to overcome. And unfortunately, some kind of general arrangements like Council of Europe conventions and so on, they are not effective enough for us to resolve those issues. So I would urge really Ukraine maybe to take also some kind of initiative and leadership in order to try to bring all countries from the region and to try to find some kind of common solutions, common instruments, how to resolve those very emotional issues on minorities or painful history. That is what we need to do. And Ukraine here is really very well suited to play, very important role. From one side, really assisting the whole region to resolve some of those issues. From another side, with this, soft power, bringing a lot of impact on developments both in Belarus, which we are witnessing, and possibly in Russia. So that is why all of us inside of EU, and especially the neighbors, should be very much, in favor of Ukraine success. That is why really what we were planning with Ghana, to have next European summit, big summit in Luz, because that can become a reality if we shall understand that it should be not only Ukrainian strategy but also strategy of the whole Europe.
Thank you. And by the way, that was a good receipt that you have raised. How can we create a link between Transcarpathia and minds of other Europeans? We should invite them for skiing here. So if somebody have that memory, then there is a link, yeah. So we just have to create a touristic infrastructure here. Okay, very shortly, Adam, maybe some new ideas to sum up. 1 minute.
Sure. Thank you very much. And again, thank you for this very fascinating discussion. It was very nice to hear all of the different perspectives. I think, and I'll be very short. I think just to sum up the discussion and what we've been talking about is looking at how integration of Ukraine into Europe is in all of our interests in our region, and it should be in the greater interest of Western Europe and the whole of European Union. How to do it is the question. And of course, we have the association agreements and we have the DCFTAs, and implementation of those agreements are very important. But I think we should not underestimate the importance of the regional activities that we've been talking about here, and looking at how regional cooperation in areas like economy, civil society, academia, and tourism, as you had just mentioned as well, these can be playing a huge complementary roles to that wider association agreement, DCFTA agreement implementations. And then just lastly, just to note the importance of also the regional cooperation, of course, with the member states who border the Zakarpattia region, who are EU members, but then from the wider level, having Ukraine cooperate with its partners in the Eastern Partnership who have the same goals, like Georgia, like Moldova, maybe even trying to get the lessons learned from Western Balkans. Of course, the EU for the moment is not in maybe the most positive sense open to integration, but there's always a sense and an opportunity that can change. And I think by focusing on these smaller bits of integration piece by piece, it will come the moment when things can just come together. So that would be my, I think, closing statement. Just once again, thank you all for this really very interesting discussion.
Thank you. So, Martin, it's your turn. Maybe you have become more optimistic or less optimistic, especially regarding our resolution of our issues?
I'm always optimistic, and since the Facebook post of our foreign minister was cited before, let me cite another Facebook post of his when he said that no sane person can want to become an enemy with his neighbor. And because of that, and because Ukraine is not going anywhere and Hungary is not going anywhere, we should work it out, and we can. And I'm very optimistic that despite all the fuss and all the social media presence and so on and so forth, we will make this work. And the economy will be crucial for that. And that will be the benefit of both Ukrainians, Hungarians, and those people living in Transcarpattia as well. And I think if we could achieve some tangible results there, that could be the case in point that why cooperation is better than conflict and why we should sort out the problems we have, which is absolutely not impossible.
Thank you. So, Vasil, your sum up of this discussion, please.
I also fully share the optimism, and I would even ask Dmytro Duzhansky to be the spearhead for other regions, to promote them as he is doing for Transcarpattia. So he is pretty young with good energy, and we will support him. And moreover, we will engage other ministries to work on that. But to sum up, so we have goodwill. We could cooperate on the practical terms. So we could work on or make our borders more open and not to divide, but to join us. And let's move forward with using this experience and also for the other regions, not only for Lutsk, but for Odessa, for Mykolaiv, Kharkiv, and others. So it is really a good example. And the role of the Brussels is also very important in this regard. So showing that the interest for the regional dimension of the local dimension also gives some perspectives of so-called micro-Euro integration. It is also giving the new dimension of the life in the regions. So let's work not only in our, let's say, closed or trans-border dimension, but also with the EU local level. Let's say so. Thank you.
Thank you. Hannah, I would ask you to be very, very short because we are running late. So very short sum up.
Kubilius mentioned the role of skiing in building bridges, but Andrius could share his experience in bicycle tour in eastern Ukraine, promoting decentralization. So I think that sport is another area, or skiing, bicycles, and others. And I agree with Vasil that next forum could be in Odessa, which is really also important. I'm optimistic regarding the future and knowing the responsibilities that we have to become successful and important for Belarus, Georgia, and Moldova. Thank you.
So panel inspiring for optimism. Pavlo.
Well, after our funny discussion, I believe Transcarpattia can become totally unique on three tracks. One, on matching communities and identities. It could be absolutely, yeah. The second one on matching different economic instruments, national ones, EU ones, and of course local ones. And the last one, but quite important, matching bicycling, skiing, and probably wine tasting. Oh, so wow. It's up to Transcarpattia to pull it off, and it's up to us to help. It's very simple.
Thanks everyone for participation. And despite we had the fruitful remote panel, I hope that we will renew somehow personal engagement after COVID. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you to the moderator.
Thank you, Sergey. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye. Bye-bye.
Дякуємо спікерам.
Thanks to the facilitator and to the speakers for a perfect discussion, and we are moving on. The pandemic and quarantine restrictions have introduced radical changes into our lives, into the pace of our life, into our plans and work. But besides negative things, they have also provided a lot of us with new opportunities for reinterpreting everything we're doing, the way we work, and the way we are setting our goals. The creative sector has probably the major range of opportunities because this sector has been affected the most. Our quarantine considerations have led us to the situation when we thought, and what could be the points of growth after the quarantine for the creative industry? So our final, but not least important panel is Creative Industries of Zakarpattia, and I'm inviting the facilitator, the head of the NGO Zakarpatska Film Komissia or Zakarpattia Film Commission, Alexander Maryavchik. But before I give the floor to him, I suggest that we look through the video written by the Ministry of Culture, Alexander Tkachenko.
Ukraine is a soft power, therefore we have to have more people in the country who would be happy from consuming good services, quality information, will go to the cinema, to the theater, will attend museums and galleries, and be interested in modern art. This will develop our society and will strengthen it, will make it flexible and plastic, will increase its worth and value. The generator of modern qualities and goods that make people happy are creative industries. If it were not for the industry of not for the creative industry, Ukrainians won't be able to go to the theaters and cinemas and galleries, buy good handmade goods, listen to live concerts, order services of photographers, learn dancing, play computer games, develop advertising and commercials, listen to the radio and watch TV, and just don't forget the various services industry. Some figures: creative industries makes up a bit 10% of all legal entities. It is 4% of the working population of Ukraine. Just the tax paid by creative industry is higher than the culture budget in the state budget. Every year, creative industries create about 50 million hryvnias of added value to the economy of Ukraine. Added value generated by creative industries is equal to the annual budget of the Ministry for Internal Affairs. When we talk about public investments, about creative industries generate from 2 up to 4% of GDP. These figures state that the task of the country is to reinforce creative economy and thus increase the whole GDP of the country. We do not need natural resources like oil or gas. We do not need additional funding. What we need is just creative and talented people, and Ukrainians are these people. To support creative industry businesses, we have launched the grant mechanisms through the institutional support of Ukrainian Fund during quarantine. This week, the Ukrainian parliament supported the presidential draft law on privileged taxing for creative industries. Therefore, privileges or privilege loans will become accessible and affordable, and 7% of VAT will be the figure for creative industries. We try to discuss good funding for creative industries in the state budget for 2021. And I'm talking about the budget, which will not only be enough to support the entrepreneurs during the crisis, but will bring more readers, listeners, and guests to their events. Culture is important, and we are going to prove it to the politicians because the society knows it already.
Доброго вечора усім, хто дивиться нас.
Good afternoon, dear ladies and gentlemen. People who are present in this room, dear viewers, and I'm ready to launch our panel of this great event, which is important both for Zakarpattia and for the country in general. At the end of this working day, we would like to discuss creative and cultural industries of Zakarpattia, and I'm ready to invite our panelists, and I encourage you to welcome them. So I invite the participants of this session. This is the actress Rima Zubina. Please come here and take your seat. I invite here the stage director of the film, Antonio Lukic. He's the stage director of the film Мої думки тихі, My Thoughts. I have quiet thoughts. Probably people are applauding you on that side of the screen. I invite here Olesi Droshkaba, who is an artist, creative strategy person. And online with us is the founder of Ilko Gallery, Mikhailo Ilko. Dear Mikhailo, do you hear us? Yes, I hear you. Good evening. Today, we have our final panel at the end of the day, and we joked with Rima that culture is mentioned only at the beginning to sing the national anthem or at the end of the day. So right now we want to discuss culture a bit more seriously as a separate industry. Therefore, the topic of the panel is creative industry and cultural industry. Now we can provide lots of definitions. What is cultural industry? What is creative industry? But right now it's already a full-fledged economic sector that was established as a way of globalization and distribution of communicative relationships. When different environments started communicating, and we can state that creative industries nowadays are the prerequisites of new dynamic forms in economy. Probably these formulations are a bit difficult for comprehension, but in this or that way, creative and cultural industries are the industries based on individual talents, unique skills of a certain personality. And these particular skills and talents, with modern approach, can be capitalized. And as our minister stated, without any natural resources, any fossil fuels, but only on the basis of creative potential. Nowadays, creative industries encompass a number of directions. We are talking about art, theater, audio-visual sector, TV, movies, radio sector, radio and music. IT sector will be part of it, represented by entertainment and computer games. So in this or that way, we are going to cover the creative industries, but focusing on Zakarpattia. In my opinion, Zakarpattia has already had this cultural breakthrough, but somehow people do not notice it. Just up till recently, it was not even mentioned in statistics in the form of economic regulations. Now, the minister states that creative sector makes about 40% of the country's economy. So do you agree with me that Zakarpattia has already had this cultural breakthrough? And whether here in this region we have something unique, some unique features which, with right approach and good management, will provide an incentive for the region and for the country in general. I probably will give you 7 minutes to develop on the topic, and later we are going to have a discussion. And as Antonio already has a mic in his hands, so probably he will be the first to talk. He is the stage director of the film My Thoughts Are Quiet, the film that has brought Zakarpattia onto the higher level. So the question to you, does Zakarpattia have this potential in the area of creative industries? Well, I'm probably more skeptical here. I think the breakthrough has been noticed, but so far it hasn't taken place. You are right, stating that very often creative industries are the sum of personalities present there and increase the potential of their native land. I will probably refer to my personal experience, and I will be talking more about cinema, about films. Films is an interesting part of our society that historically brings lots of tourists to the places where certain films are shot. For example, if you are in Vienna, you will probably remember the film The Third Person. The film at the bottom of Brugge attracts thousands of tourists to Brugge. This is a tiny European town. Aki Kaurismäki, with his personality, brings tourists to Finland. So it is not surprising when at the festivals, and by the way, the film was shown at about 70 film festivals of the world. So when I communicating with the audience, I was asked what I wanted to state with the film, and I stated that I wanted to increase the potential of my native land, touristic potential, but immediately I stated that, well, it's a bit expensive here in Kosovo, so be ready for this. So after this experience, I understood that not only the films raise the certain system of values, but also film industry can provide incentives for the development of the whole regions. So when Japanese people come here to Uzhgorod to see our sakuras and state that they saw it in the film, it's our small victory. And my friends and me have even designed the tourist route based on the film, and I hope we'll be able to launch it next year. And I already have about 30 bookings for this tour. I mean, people who would like to come here and spend their money in our region. Yes. So what I'm talking about, films, apart from being really attractive point for tourism promotion, and the idea of the region in general, apart from it, films can create real jobs. I think that one of the ideas behind our panel is how to support these things as new jobs, etc. So when we were making our film, we understood that there are certain things, units, which should not be brought to Uzhgorod from Kiev. And we were trying to find them here in the region. And we understood if we create the system that will support filmmaking directly in the regions, it will probably promote making films here in Uzhhorod. I'm not talking right now about our Ukrainian film industry. It is a bit unstable. I'm talking about some services. Just think what the Game of Thrones has made to one of the Croatian towns. This has become a pop cultural mecca. I don't know what else I can add from my own experience. Probably additional question to your latest statement. You have said that we have to create services. So, we have the lighting, we have the specific cinema set, or we are talking about specific logistic infrastructure. So, in your opinion, what should we focus on regarding the infrastructure, and what is needed by the filmmakers? First of all, we are talking about locations. Locations is the primary point. Probably my second film will not be about Zakarpattia, but my third or fourth film probably will be about the hotel Zakarpattia. My mom has been working there for 15 years, and it will be about actually Zakarpattia of the 1980s. The hotel is really a bit old. I'm not sure it will still be preserved when I make my third or fourth film. But anyway, so location, the cities, the way they look, is something which is interesting for film producers. It is not, logistics is not a difficult point. Well, definitely we are not talking about it. Well, lots of creative people are watching this panel.
Сьогодні ті, хто починає. Я хотів
And probably you now work as a role model for young people. So let's talk about YouTube, streaming platforms, internet platforms. Do you think that they can be successful from the viewpoint of business without previous experience, without previous education? So can we talk about cross-genre issues? Can it be a benefit or vice versa? Can it be an obstacle? As a person who has just finished making the first internet serial, I would say that it is different from the typical serial, is that it includes some foul language and sex scenes. So definitely it will not be shown on TV. Definitely, there are certain advantages of the internet. Have a look at the current Forbes list. There are lots of people there who became famous due to their blogs. So it seems to me the question is too general. Thank you very much for your ideas. They are not quiet, they are quite progressive and promising. Thank you very much. Now I would like to give the floor to Rimma Zubina. Please take the mic. These are unisex mics. Rimma, the question is to you. It will be also about creative industries, but probably you will focus more on human capital, on human resources. Do we generate good human resources? Because in Uzhhorod and in Zakarpattia, we have Transcarpathian Academy of Arts, the Institute for Culture and Art. So do we really give good education? Do we really train experts in cultural management in order to have certain progress in this respect and not to work with something trivial, with some stamps? Good afternoon, dear ladies and gentlemen who watch us. Well, I have some ideas of what Antonia has said. When I was asked what Zakarpattia needs to develop here film-making industry, I have answered roads, roads, and roads. Because when you go to the mountains for 4 hours on very bad roads, and in Romania you can cover the same distance for 1 hour, that's a difference. Though we like Uzhhorod very much, we cannot be proud of it when we talk about historic filmmaking. For example, there is not a single street where we probably do not have the plastic windows, etc. It's much easier for us to build pavilions similar to the streets we have in Uzhhorod and make films there. Here, people even do not think that you can use wooden windows, wooden frames, instead of plastic windows. Probably in my house here, we have the oldest window because I'm not thinking how I can change it into the plastic one. We see the addresses of our politicians, and they will be the same in Poltava, in Odessa. Everybody states that we do not have enough Ukraine, but Ukraine will appear where you want it to appear. Creative potential is great, but without funding, without support, the creative potential will stay creative potential. A person will probably go to volunteers, will organize one campaign, will produce one performance, and then will become tired of it and will leave Ukraine. Unlike people involved in galleries or artists, the stage directors would like to develop in places where there is industry.
And here is an example whether to study here or there is Vidnyansky theater. You know, in Karpenko-Kary Institute, in 1980 or something, there was a special course for students from the Zakarpattia region. It was in Kyiv. They studied for 4 years, and they went to different performances, to movies, to galleries. They were inspired by the city. They watched some master classes, and then, as a whole course, they came back to establish a theater, and there was some funding, not just from Ukraine, for this theater. And I guess that it is really important because we have some unique teachers who could be on the scene, but or not on the stage, but they really inspire you. And normally, you need to be present at the stage in order to teach acting performance. Ukrainian theater is a very unhappy, unlucky theater because since the 19th century, when there was a prohibition in the Russian Empire, again, for the Ukrainian language, but here in the Zakarpattia region, we had the Sadovsky group, theater group. And it so happened that in large cities, in the capitals of regions, we could not have performances in Ukrainian. We could have them only in small villages. So what did they do not to get to the prison? The first act was a kind of a vaudeville in Russian, while the second act was in Ukrainian. But what do village spectators require? They need entertainment. So, of course, there could be old announcements, and that could be like broken heart, foreign blood, unhappy love, and these were those acts, these were those performances liked. And then there was a Les Kurbas performance attempt, and all the elite was actually destroyed. And in Ukrainian theaters, we had the following situation: like once a year, you could stage a performance by Shakespeare. Well, Tennessee Williams, well, not exactly. And if we compare Uzhhorod theater and Mukachevo theater in a period when I was growing as an actress, the Mukachevo theater has a much wider repertoire for growth. And it's not a secret that in my childhood I went to Mukachevo to watch performances, unlike Uzhhorod theater, because it was not interesting here. What does the theater do? Yeah, from memories to the present. These are screenshots. Well, I'm making screenshots of the announcements made by our theaters. And you know, the situation is awful because we have only entertainment announcements. And if we have some classical Ukrainian performances like Natalka Poltavka, well, we have about 4 names which are present almost in all regional theaters. And that is a real problem. You know the story about Moiseyev. It was only 20 years after the attempt made by Moiseyev that the new theater was established here. Because, you know, the spectators are not willing to watch these uninteresting performances. There are very good authors from the Zakarpattia region. Why not have their performances staged? Why not use documentary theater? That is really painful, you know, a pain in the neck, because this makes the theater move not ahead but backwards. We have listened to the Minister of Culture, but you know, we almost don't have ministry-financed theaters. Mostly the city maintains theaters. And definitely, this is very painful. Well, film producers can somehow find what one in cans, and we can watch it. But theater actors cannot just develop inside their own group. They need to go to other cities. And it's not just that you go and come back, but you, for example, come to Poland and you stay a week at the festival there, and you understand where you are within the system of theater coordinates. And you really feel very painful there, because we are satisfied with everything, everything is perfect here, and we lose the sense of reality within the world, the theatrical world. We don't know what our role is. We think it's good, but it's not. Let's take our festival Sakura. It's a good festival, but it would be good if the festival had a topic each year. I couldn't come with my performance any single time because there is no selection process. You send out invitations. The art director takes his performance and goes there to the festival Sakura, and that's it. And that's why my performance never is selected. And Alexander Bilik just financed our performance, but I didn't understand why I couldn't have my performance shown at the festival. So it would be good if these were thematical festivals, be it the festival of modern dramaturgy or classical dramaturgy or experimental theater. And then it will be not just a set. A set of performances. We like the word international. If a theater from some place comes, it's international festival, but it's not about that. That means the presence of different countries. And it would be good if we really could realize where our place under the sun is, for us not to become too proud and admiring ourselves, because when you stop developing, you stop living in art. Thank you, Irina, for your interesting ideas. I would now like to give the floor to Olesa Drashkaba. And Olesa, here is the question to you in the context of this cultural code everybody speaks about, and they are trying to discuss the issue of capacity and cultural code as about something unique. So is it really the case that cultural code and getting back to our archetypes is a trend in the world or not? And do we really have this Carpathian and Hutsu, Zakarpattia, Hungarian, Ukrainian cultural code? Is it exists, and could it really give some multiplication effect? Thank you for the question. Well, cultural code could be a trend. Any cultural code could be a trend. And we have a well-articulated cultural code, well-delivered, well-preserved, and well-interpreted cultural code. And of course, it has been affecting the world history of art, has been creating new directions. That is clear. Let me start from some distant elements. What is creative industry or creative industries? Creative industry, if we Google it, you will see that that is something with added value, and this added value comes as a result of an idea. An idea is created and everything becomes much more expensive. The product becomes much more expensive. In Ukraine, the added value of creative industry as of 2018 was 4%. In the world, in the best countries, it was 8 to 10%. And that is, of course, high added values than in machine engineering and transportation and construction. But we don't realize this. Otherwise, how do we explain that we have construction everywhere? It would be not profitable then. And the other point is idea. How do we create it? It has been told that an artist cannot exist in the vacuum. My teacher in the academy said that there is synthesis, analysis, and it's everything must be synthesized around this creative person and creative idea. Something must be happening, a kind of creative life. There must be different landscapes, different cultural codes, different art directions, and different types and kinds. It cannot be the case that everything is spoiled to the same extent. I mean that each village has absolutely the same huts. Because I remember since my childhood that huts used to be different in every village. And my dream was for modern architecture in the Zakarpattia region to follow the ideas of our unique ancient architecture, which fits well into the landscape. I've been to Lithuania. We lived in an eco hotel, and it was in the woods, created out of modern materials, and it really looks very nice. But part of the material was the material which nobody now knows how to work with. Maybe just 2 people in the Zakarpattia region. And this process consists of 3 parts: preservation, then popularizing, and then the interpretation of the created product. And all these 3 parts should develop while they are not. Be it preservation, be it popularizing, be it interpretation, they are not developing at the moment. For an artist, these 3 parts will look like study, immersion, or going deep into it, analysis, and interpretation as synthesis. Well, that is a kind of a large program which has a huge potential in the Zakarpattia region. In the trailer to reopen Zakarpattia, since I have watched it several times today, so in this trailer, Andrei Lubka says that the region is underestimated, and that's really true. Has there been a cultural breakthrough in Zakarpattia? No, so far we don't have this phenomena, no breakthrough, but the basis for the breakthrough really exists, and it's huge. And we need to realize that when we speak about iconic arts and crafts, Zakarpattia Artist School, also Mr. Bakshai, or it could be Ardeli, which is a content, global, and modern aesthetics. So can an individual coming to the Zakarpattia region see this? this needs to be really popularized. Also, for example, I can see, because I'm going to have a conference on folk aesthetics, and we are trying to show different projects, modern projects like Gunya, Gushka, who work with ceramics. Well, they make it modern, but it's anyway based on folk arts and crafts. And there are some bad covers which are modern ones, but the very notion is already out, traditional, classical. And we have a lot of things like this in Zakarpattia, but nobody can see this. And in my creative work, I use this cultural code because I was born in Rakhiv, and I knew a Roman lady who sold threads in the market, and these colors, Romanian colors, have actually influenced all my creativity, which is pink, violet. I like their combination. And this preservation, whether it can really affect us, well, yes, it will affect us, but we ourselves don't know what our cultural codes in Zakarpattia region are, and therefore we cannot popularize them in Ukraine, even in Ukraine. And the last remark, because I can see that I have just 40 seconds, it affects the role models of young people, because let's say young people in Lviv have the role model of cafe owner, an IT expert, but in Zakarpattia, who is it? A smuggler in Zakarpattia region? So I don't see any perfect ideas here. So what should be the vectors? I think we should start with preservation and popularizing. We need to learn what we have, and we need to have a look at its status now. For example, I googled 8 places of interest in Uzhhorod, and they include Korzo. So I'm a tourist. I came to Korzo. There are 5 jewelry stores there. There are some spoiled facades of old buildings. Everything is covered with advertisements. There is not a single table as to what this is. Okay, but I have read it on the internet, so that's why I have come. But it will happen to everyone, to banners, to local cuisine, to museums, to theaters. I remember when I used to be a little girl in Uzhhorod, there was the International Festival of Street Theaters. It was a perfect festival, a doll theater festival, puppet theater. So some events were happening, and I think that we need to move to this understanding of our identity, to popularizing, to interpretation, and then this cultural life would be in existence. Because so far, I'm not sure that we can really claim that it's prospering. Thank you, Lesa. Very interesting ideas. We will still discuss these ideas, and I would like to invite our speaker, who is online with us, Mikhailo. You have a very nice background, artistic background, like every designer and artist and gallery man should have. And my question to you is about those cultural and art institutions or creative environments without which there cannot exist any artist. Because an artist must really understand what his role, what his place in the environment is. So why do we need those cultural spaces, artistic spaces, and what is the main barrier for the cultural breakthrough in Zakarpattia? Maybe absence of such environments and surroundings. Good afternoon. Thank you for your invitation and for the discussion. Well, you know that institutions are really necessary for the society. They are very useful. I don't think that now the society is really capable of generating any demand for culture by itself. I think that this is more the matter of every specific individual. That's why we do need such cultural institutions from the point of view of security and not just from the point of view of some consumer demand. And we have a rather professional discussion today because we speak from the point of view of people who deal with this activity on a professional basis, who create cultural products. But when we speak about creative industries, I guess that as number one, here comes consumer. And culture exists only in the places where it is in demand, not where artists are creating it due to different circumstances because they cannot move anywhere to any place or they have bad conditions for their creativity. But it really comes into existence because of the demand of the civil society and the citizens, real citizens, where they have the need for this art. And only then all the things connected with cultural spaces are going to appear as the consequence, as a response to this needs. Because we live in the world where everybody is interested in rankings, in sales rates, in needs, and so on and so forth. So we need to follow demand. We used to have a different situation with availability of different visions of some people who considered it necessary, so they created those visions, and then those visions were kind of imposed on the society. But from my point of view, art institutions are necessary, but they first of all should be demanded by the society and not by the people who produce this final cultural and art product. Moreover, that this is creative. The term creative is kind of a spoiled one because creative guys means people who could have some apt comments, but art, cultural, and creative are all different terms. Creative is about creation, and creation is not always connected to repetition and reproduction. Creativity is related to creation, while creation requires a mission, a vision, and so on. That's why I would say that that's why we have souvenirs, badges, visual arts, fine arts, films within creative industries. So that's my point of view as far as cultural institutions are concerned. But of course, if we have cultural institutions, they become a kind of a magnet attracting people interested in this from the point of view of production, and therefore they are looking for the audience which would demand these products. So of course, it's good if we have such cultural institutions, but it's bad when we have such cultural institutions, but they are not in demand among residents, because then we need to popularize these products and we need to bring up the society for the society to develop this demand. Then the situation would be, well, not hopeless, but it will require a very tedious procedure of working with young people and children in order to bring them up. That's how I see this situation. Thank you for your ideas, and then some clarification related to your statement that cultural products should exist where we have consumers. Then it means that we are within a kind of a vicious cycle. There are no consumers, so cultural and art institutions will not appear, products will not appear. So how do we break this vicious circle? What do we start with? And is it really such a long work setting with preschool institutions and school children? Or probably still in this dynamic global world, we can find some other instruments, some other tools to make this story happen. Of course, we could be looking for some other tools, and we need to actually find these tools. This seems to be a vicious circle, but normally somebody is still exploited within the situation. Mostly these are artists, painters, because they need to create this cultural product, art product, because they need it, and they need it for self-fulfillment purposes. And for the society, it's very good because the society just consumes the product. I remember an example. We have Andrei Hasten, a musician who has very good music events, and everybody likes coming to his music events, but only when he finances it. But when he stopped financing it, so they just stopped attending his events. So that's a bad thing. And of course, this self-sacrifice on behalf of artists and actors in the broad sense is a positive thing for the society, but will they manage to keep working like this for quite a long period of time? Will they have enough inspiration and resources? This is also important. And of importance is also how much their work is going to be effective, whether they will be motivated enough for quite a long period of time, because these are artistic things. This is your profession, this is your knowledge, expertise, methodology, techniques, but they also require a lot of internal energy and some reflection on the part of the society. So far, it all keeps going only thanks to the effort of painters and artists.
Yes, I do agree with you that when we have some innovative cultural products, this is probably individual self-sacrifice. Do you agree, dear colleagues, with this statement? Probably I will address the question to Olesya. What should we do to leave this circle? Our enthusiasm is not enough if the artist is not satisfied. How we can break the circle? Well, to tell the truth, I do not think that culture appears when there is a request for the culture. As Henry Ford said, if I asked people what they need, they would probably state they need a horse that is 10 times quicker. The lift elevator is an idea because nobody could tell you I need a lift. Somebody has to invent a lift, and only then the consumer understands that probably he or she needs it. Therefore, in commercial, it is called insight. It's not a request when all people here in Uzhhorod come to the streets and state, we would like to have here the Academy of Arts. But request is when something appears, people study how it works and try to understand for themselves whether they need it or not. When we talk about handcrafts, or when we talk about something modern, made on the basis of folk aesthetics, we probably see that this request is present. We have the artists, we have the masters. Well, we buy something, we make design of our houses, but we have to bring up our consumers. Have a look at the foreigners. Danish people, they were investing for many years for the Danish design to become part of their living, part of their culture. They have taken ornaments, they have taken their outlook models, and year by year they were working with it. Now you come to Copenhagen and you see the design being present everywhere. So what should we do to bring our consumers? Well, bringing up our consumers probably is not really good, but there is no other way. Mr. Mikhailo, could you please respond to it? Well, gratitude or lack of it is not actually a question. If you have your own vision and if you want to do something, you do not expect to be paid for it or to be rewarded with something. We are not talking about gratitude on behalf of the institutions. Well, I do not see here the closed circle. I see the complicated process. I see low level of education probably, and I'm talking about artistic education or cultural education, unfortunately. I studied in Kyiv Academy, in Lviv Academy, and I would state that the level is really low. And we have to admit that the global institutions, I mean, educational institutions teach different things. In my opinion, is that we have to talk about it in the following way. If we are talking about the society and its request or professional audience that creates a product, we are talking about the society. Low consumption level of art is a proved fact. We can judge how much, and we can discuss how much is consumed. But low consumption level is a stated fact. Every year, I spent about 3 hours in a queue for the book Arsenal. And if several years ago somebody told me you will be you will be standing in the queue for 3 hours, I would probably not didn't believe it. I would probably reflect on the ideas of a lift. People didn't know what lift is, but when it was invented from the very first attempt, they liked it because it was convenient. When we talk about art or book, it won't leave you indifferent. It will probably keep you awake. It will probably provoke some emotions in you because from this artistic program, you will be told you cannot live like that. You will see your reflection as if it were a mirror, and probably you would tell yourself, okay, no, I don't want it. Probably I would go to my friends, I would probably watch just a film, I will gossip with my friends. And when we talk about art, for which you have to pay, it's different. I learned a fact that in England, and this is actually a program, 3 times a day they have to read to a child before the child goes to bed, after the child wakes up, and when the child goes to bed in the evening. For me, it's a closed circle as well. We would like to produce high-quality spiritual product, but we still understand it is typical that people all over the world would like to have some comedies, something funny, to eat some popcorns, and not to be loaded with any sophisticated ideas. How we can change it? There should be a cultural policy, and even not at the level of the state. And when now I hear that literature will be removed from the independent testing, what does it mean? It means that any teenager will be able to say, well, I'm not going to attend Ukrainian literature classes because I'm not going to pass it as a test. And in case the society keeps silent about it, we'll become our own hostages. Okay, if artistic programs are not made, if literature is removed from the obligatory exams, we have what we have. The viewer comes to a serious performance and then says, well, it's okay, but probably I would like to have something entertaining. And I state, okay, go to Hydro Park. There you will have entertainment 24/7. We probably won't have a good audience for big, serious performance. And this is the task for the people we elect, I mean, for the people in power. Do you agree? Do you agree about this closed circle? Consumers, producers. I do not think that we have something like that in movie industry, because every producer of a product can state whether he or she would like to please the audience or to impress the audience. And the works that were aimed at pleasing the audience actually were not very profitable when we talk about the showtime. And when we talk about products that were aimed at impressing the audience, which presupposed certain mental efforts to understand the product, were successful. I do agree that we do not have this consumption culture when we talk about something sophisticated, something complicated. But we do not have this culture, how to put it in words. Well, probably in the past, society was more prone to thinking. Right now, it's less prone to thinking. But irrespective of the fact, we can state that it is the matter of the artist how to create something sophisticated and complicated, but using the language or using the artistic means that will be comprehensible for the general audience. And it seems to me so far we have not invented that key that would enable us to describe something complicated in simple terms. Well, In reality, we are talking about some similar things. We do have some denominator here. The issue of bringing up young generations is a long-term process. It's the common good, and this common good, unfortunately, is called politics. What is politics? Establishing common good for the future. Therefore, when I stated that the artistic events are not requested by the society, I meant that they are needed still. They are needed because we talk about bringing up new generations. Every person should bring himself or herself up till the end of his or her life. Therefore, the artistic events really should be created, and the society itself should evoke this request, and the artist should comprehend and understand this request. But successful cases all over the world do exist, and they are formed in the similar way. When we have a response to the request, we have conditions, and the artistic people come there. So whatever we are talking about, be it Kyiv Book Arsenal or any other events like that, so anytime. Right now we discuss Zakarpattia and Uzhhorod in particular. Zakarpattia and Uzhhorod are slightly different things, and here I see real problems, not from the viewpoint of complaining, but I would say subjective and at the same time impartial evaluation. It seems to me evaluating something and understanding what is happening somewhere is the best way to overcome the existing problem. I would like to say that the monument as a request of society, as an artistic request, is the cinema, which is in the center of Uzhhorod. This is the place that all the time reminds me whether these people would like to have something else here. Talking about the building of the cinema, I would like to come back to that circle. It was a tradition when I was a child to go on Sunday to the movie, so to buy some ice cream and to go to the movies. This was a long-standing tradition, and I can actually write books how people were trying to penetrate into the building, how people were buying tickets. I now open just the newspaper, and I see the list of films, and I go to the cinema to watch these films. I remember, for example, my visit to Rome, and I see a great building, and I ask, what is it? Is it an ancient building? And they tell me, yes, this is the cinema house. So if we do not preserve our own traditions in a small city, what kind of questions can we put to our president, to the Minister of Culture, who actually is changed every year? It's impossible. We should start with ourselves. We should start with the community. We should start with the cobalt stones. Well, but still, certain rules are set, and probably I would give a provocative question to you, but I would like us to remember this story. I remember my personal experience when I was invited into cultural management department of one of the municipalities, and I offered my services, but on the condition that they are going to just get rid of the Department of Culture, because it doesn't work with the real management issues. Do you think that probably we should start with the paradigm or metrics of cultural management on the state level? This is what Mikhailo was talking about. Probably here we should give some freedom for us not to talk about something trivial, something traditional, some monotonous competitions of contests, reciting contests, song contests, etc. So probably we should introduce some changes here. Unfortunately, we are not going to get rid of this Soviet approach when we have the management vertical, when we have to wear embroidered shirts, when we have to sing our national anthem. This is the mentality, and we cannot get rid of the mentality very quickly. But probably the Department of Cultures should not interfere. Do not interfere if somebody is offering an initiative. No, we do not have any ideological policy. They are not involved into it. They are not forming it. But when people do something creative, please do not interfere and do not ban this creativity. Well, for some recent years, we really have very good and well-functioning cultural institutions. This is a Ukrainian Cultural Fund. When something is organized by Ukrainian Cultural Fund, we have a great, when there is a competition announced, lots of people come because they have the projects they would like to offer. Well, this is Kyiv, and probably this is an exception. No, this is the state program, and this is a good program. Well, people from Zakarpattia can apply. Yes, they do apply, and they even become the winners of the project. But we are talking about the Ministry of Culture, and this is the institution. I'm not sure about the activities of the Department of Culture in Zakarpattia, so I cannot talk about it. But I do know that there are very big programs when creative people can participate in. Let's remember that creative industries are not only about theaters and art, but these are IT, this is event industry as well, TV, computer games, the cartoons, and people like it and people buy it. So we really can make use of some state programs. Zakarpattia should have its own vision of its own destination. What Zakarpattia wants. For example, now we have this quarantine crisis period. People probably stay more at home. People can make some artistic residence here, and probably it's even cheaper to organize such residence here. We have great nature locations, incredible colors. So probably we can work like that. Or probably we would like to see Zakarpattia as environmentally friendly region with handicrafts developed. Or probably we would like to have some innovations. Mikhailo, you please respond to what has been said. Zakarpattia, 1.2 million population. So this is actually Lithuania, Latvia, or Estonia. These countries can support and develop very complicated industry with the help of the ministries. So we are talking about just a region that has 1.2 million population. And I do not exaggerate. Whatever happens in art, in the artistic industry, is just a disaster. Once again, 1.2 million in Zakarpattia. It's a lot. Antonio, question to you. A question about Department of Culture and cultural management at the state level. You definitely got state funding. But I all the time state that getting some funding is the easiest part. You just get it. You do not have to earn it. Probably I have some ideas how this funding is organized and what should be prioritized, but I'm not sure whether I can influence it. And I do agree that here in Zakarpattia, it's very comfortable to do something creative and to live through this crisis period.
You can make an absolute movement forward, and it could become a strategy here. We are about to wind up, so to move to the final stage of our discussion, I would like you to focus on the following. What do we focus? Do we lay emphasis on? Do we start with what you Lisa say that inventory making audit of this cultural code and cultural legacy, and then we will get clear, or can we already now by we, I mean the creative environment, could already become a tool for other participants who are creating a certain product here for previous discussion panels, because they still need communication, they need design, they need the exterior, and probably here we should find some synergy and develop art in this way. So what do we start with? Where should we look for strengths in the creative industries in the Zakarpattia region? You know, we artists, we normally ask questions and don't answer them. Okay, Mikhailo, what will you say? Where is the strengths of the art of the Carpattia region? What should we start with? Every region has its own opportunities and certain capacity, and of course, you cannot be successful in all the fields. This is unrealistic. The Zakarpattia Art School is a phenomenon which we are now well of, and you need to be clear about two of its natures. The uniqueness, or rather unique circumstances, when a lot of people with good European education, staying within one territory, creating this core, their necessary critical energy mass, and these people in the background, and on the basis of some landscape design, we could call it like this, they have created this unique school of art. It's not even the school of art, but this is just a unique phenomenon. And of course, there was some harmony between the people who, due to some circumstances, either stayed in the territory or came back, and the environment, the surroundings, which helped them and allowed them to open their capacity. And of course, this phenomenon is of importance for the Zakarpattia region, for Ukraine, probably not that important for the world. But at the same time, in Ukraine, if we speak about Kyiv, the capital, or if we speak abstractly about Ukraine, so we know more of this. But in Zakarpattia, I agree with Lesa here that where can we have a look at their Zakarpattia School of Art in the full scale? Nowhere. So we have it, but we cannot make use of it. So it seems to me that there are some points that we could have. This could be art, painting, which is probably not that important for fine arts now. Also some chamber things which are related to the chamber format, because we are probably not capable of implementing any large-scale projects at the moment. And I understand what Antonio says, that creating a large movie in Zakarpattia region is absolutely unrealistic. This task is not realistic, and it's not economically feasible. And how we move from that chamber format to the product, which would be of interest for the world, well, we don't yet have the solution, but we need somehow to find the strengths which we have, which are dictated by the people, by the circumstances, by geography, by the environment and the surroundings, and we should try to work with this. From my point of view, this is something close to the chamber format. Great. Lesa, do you agree with this? And what would be your opinion? Where do we have this niche? Yeah, I agree with a lot of those things, but we need to be looking for our niche. You know, currently Zakarpattia is the Carpattia region is a kind of gifted child who, well, it's clear that it's a good, pretty child who can sing, who can dance when there is some music. But how can we use this gift? Can this person really become a talented musician and talented artist? Maybe yes, maybe no. We need to have a look at this. The only thing I'd like to mention here is that we need to be inspired by our history, because when in the Naples there wasn't the army, but Rome had the power, then Medici decided that in a small town of Florence they will win the priority in Italy, and they actually focused on art. Now this idea seems to be unrealistic, because that was the period of the war. But it seems to me that every region can actually focus on art. Every region could focus on creative industry, on culture. All the more that if we speak about Ukraine, because it seems to me that Ukrainians have a mentality within which we consider ourselves to be not creative people, but to be businessmen. But it's vice versa. It was Andrei Sheptytsky who said that, and Ukrainians are prone to small and medium-sized business, and he wanted to teach us to do large business. He said that we are afraid of doing large business. But as far as creative industries are concerned, really our brains are creative and we need to focus on creativity. It would be good. Whether I can see people who are really trying to make creative industry one of the priorities, well, I cannot tell it like this. But again, a year ago, I couldn't imagine that we would have a forum like this. Yeah, by the way, that's a very good initiative. And here is a remark. The regional strategy has the Center of Creative Industries as a strategic facility. So there is a tendency like this. It would be good if we had one more chair here with one of the modern politicians of Zakarpattia region for him to understand something, because really the child is gifted, goes to different hobby groups, but it would be good if the child is just married to a good man and become a customs officer. And that is our dream, I would say, that if we had this politician. So it would be good if in Uzhhorod we had this phenomena of manivazhes to the place where everybody would go, like they did in the Soviet Union, to watch some theater performances. And for this, you don't need just education, but self-bringing. And as an artist, you should always ask the question, have you made a step forward, at least in your growth, or not? And it would be really good if people came here to watch theater explosions. Antonia Lukic, your final remarks. Yeah, I also remember our child adventures in the theater when the whole class was taken to performances. Taken is a good word. Yeah, we were forced to do this, and every story like this ended up in some conflicts, in some quarrels, in some fighting. And we're not interested in theater. We were really forced to go there, and we spoke in some parallel languages. We were not interested in any performance. And if somebody really wanted to reach school children and to speak to them in their language at this stage, that would have been cultural upbringing, which we really lack. But we just went to Natalka Poltavka, which is a classical thing. Sorry for that. You shouldn't be sorry, because we realized what the situation is like. Yes, Mikhailo, your opinion? I think that Uzhhorod has very unique characteristics, since daily life, routine life, doesn't affect perception of creativity and art that much, to such an extent. You can actually bring your emotion after the theater home without it being affected by trams, trolleybuses, and things like that, by your routine life. So you can keep this emotion, and the prolonged effect of this will keep inspiring you and have a multiplying effect. So I think that this chamber format, this size, is a good thing for us. And therefore, this perception of art is useful and precious. Good. Thanks to all the panelists. Thanks a lot to the organizers for raising this topic, for having it in the focus of attention of Reopen Zakarpattia Forum. And I hope that today we have provided some thought for contemplation to those on whom it depends, cultural management at the state level, and have also contributed to the development of art environments. Thanks to all the offline and online speakers, and I'm giving the floor to Roxana Tuzhanska. Thanks to all the facilitators and the viewers who have been staying with us all day long. Of course, it would be good if we could have this meeting offline with the audience, with the warm hugging, but still we are happy that we have managed to get so many people offline and online, that we have had the leading experts and speakers from different fields, and to have a discussion about the Zakarpattia region, an integral one. This project is organized by the Institute of Central European Strategies and supported by USAID. And this makes it possible to arrange this event on the principles of impartiality and objectiveness. Today we are meeting at 10 in this very room. The broadcast will also be online on Varosh, Edition, who is our main media partner, and also in YouTube. Tomorrow we're going to speak about investment miracle, tourism as a driver of regional development, culture and multiculturalism, environmental challenges, Zakarpattia region, cross-border cooperation, and how to survive and how to become stronger in the coronavirus reality. Stay healthy and take care of yourself.